Well, we'll probably hand it off to the next rep. So you have spare batteries.
Hello and welcome to St Joe's Festival 2022. It is
Don't play the
a
knife.
fairly quick start.
Stop, Red. 7-4. Stop.
this weekend will turn out to be. We have Hurstpierpoint College against Wellington College for this first game. 9 AM start, early morning for both these teams. I'm joined alongside me by Oscar, who will be accompanying me on co-coms throughout the weekend. Oscar, what do you think we can expect from these two sides this morning?
Well, I think Hurst are going to come out. Hurst are going to come out quite firing and ready. But same with Wellington, and unfortunately Wellington are missing their two players, Rory Taylor and Harrison Hall. So we'll see how that plays out.
Two key cogs in the black and yellow engine that have kept this team ticking, certainly throughout their first half of this season, which has been fruitful. Can't say the same necessarily for Hurstpierpoint, but they will, of course, have a go at it. That's the beauty of St Joe's. You can never really know who's going to come with their tails up. It's Dewey Simons who's going to throw in at this line out. It's gone over. Hurstpierpoint have got it. Now they're going to have to exit well. Charlie Manger looks to orchestrate things from behind, but it's
taken out by Starkey, Henry Starkey.
Henry Starkey trucks it up the middle. It's gone back to Manger. Ooh. He goes to clear.
Straight.
It's deflected out, and well, Wellington defence seemed really on the heels of Hurstpierpoint there, Oscar.
Yeah, Wellington do seem they're dominating already, pushing Hurst back, pressure on them.
I think the referees have consulted with the touchline and decided that it'd be a 22 dropout off that charge down. So Manger will get another go to clear his lines. This time, slightly less pressure placed upon him. He executes well. It goes
straight into the hands.
All the way back, and Ben Frampton back there, vice captain for Wellington College, his second year of first 15 rugby. Advantage as well to Wellington, so they can really roll the dice.
A lot of space on the wing now.
There it goes, out wide to Tyler Afire, who knows how to find the whitewash. He's done it in pretty much every game so far this season for Wellington.
Yeah, Wellington do seem like they're really on top here, dominating Hurst.
Ecclesall from the base, picked up, and that was Anfield who selected his runner.
Straight
through the middle. Nobody home for Hurstpierpoint College, and I think it's Wolf Morris.
Straight through the middle.
Who's touched down. Hurstpierpoint splintering, and Wellington College taking full advantage of it and drawing first blood here at St Joseph's College Festival. Oscar, we're going to probably have a look at this at replay. Just talk us through what sort of went wrong here for Hurstpierpoint, but also Wellington College, their attacking threat and prowess seem so strong. Conversion successful. Here it is. Just break down here and then
straight over the top.
Straight to the middle. A crafty piece of play. I think potentially some of the Hurstpierpoint boys still mentally in their hotel beds and momentarily sort of lapsed in concentration, and well, Morris said, "Oh, thank you very much, I'll take it from here," and they gained that all-important 7 points, which most of the time is the difference in a 25-minute game such as St Joe's.
But it hit an opposition player, so it's a knock-on. Scrum.
Obviously, Wellington lost out to Millfield fairly recently. That happened last weekend. Do you think that they're potentially being underlooked as potential favourites for the competition this year?
Nice and steady, gents.
I think they do have a very strong chance. As do a lot of teams here. It's a very strong lineup this year. But yeah, no, I guess we'll see how they play. I mean, they seem to be strong from what we've seen so far, dominate, like pushing Hurst back all the time. I bet we see Hurst now in their 22, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it is the beauty of a tournament like St Joe's that we can never really know who's going to win this until the final whistle blows.
Exactly.
On Sunday at around 5. So that gives us a mouth-watering encounter, which means that, well, you're pretty much stuck to your sofas for this weekend, I'm afraid. Hopefully you'll be with us throughout the whole event, because we've got so much schoolboy rugby to be bringing you over the course of the next 48 hours.
Wellington looking to play out from their 22.
Lovely bit of set piece, which has set up a nice bit of framework to work around. And
looking down that wing again.
Here they go, still driving. Oliver Teague. Oh no, that was Henry Busby, in fact. And Ralph Hawker takes it now. Anfield. Who's he going to play it out to? Out the back to Frampton.
Oh, beautiful move.
Handoff is strong, and the offload even better.
Oh, it's not gone there. Well, that was a good set piece from the scrum down in their 22, and looking to push up through the first half.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Hurst scrum, which probably gives them their first sort of proper platform to attack. What do you think we can see from this attacking element of Hurstpierpoint? How they're lining up?
I feel like they've got a strong back line with the likes of Josh Mann and Charlie Manger playing at 15, normally a 10. But yeah, I feel like it could go out the back here onto the wing.
Well, Manger is currently hiding behind smoke and screen. He's got about 4 or 5 players in front of him. Could go out wide. Yeah. There it is. It's hit Manger. They've got some space on the outside here if they can use it.
To go. Cool.
Finn Conway, I think, but penalty given. Hurstpierpoint out of trouble. Manger, I think, is already thinking about pointing to the corner.
Thank you.
He's going to have a crack at it from here. See how he can find touch. Goes fairly conservative.
Seems good.
Thank you. I'll do it next round.
With 7 minutes played, there will be roughly 12 and a bit minutes of each half to create a 25-minute game overall. In the group stages, we can have draws, so today we will not be having any penalty shootouts as such, but obviously a draw would
strong drive from Hurst
significantly affect the way of play, and Hurst already that
driving up there.
Red train certainly
still going.
Left the station.
Wow. I think that's Max Cannon on the ball there.
Cannon doing ever so well to catapult his way into the 22. Now, all of a sudden, Hurst have an excellent attacking springboard to work off.
Hands away, goal! Last feet, take a step, goal.
Now they're going to spread it out wide, potentially. Through the hands it goes, on the hard line, bringing it back in. That was Josh Mann.
Yeah. Wellington defence seems immovable at the moment. They're constantly driving them back.
Yellow and black wall holding firm for now. But I think Niesler has a smell in his nose and can plan out wide. But drop ball from Conway. The dew on the ball causing issue, as well as the fact that it is, of course, 9 o'clock in the morning. So these boys are not long been awake for get trained and prepped and ready to go. It's a big hit on Cannon.
Stopped in his tracks completely there.
Another penalty Hurst way.
Right forward, hands in. Number 8, right forward, hands in.
Hands where they shouldn't have been, I think, from a Wellington perspective. Now, interesting.
He's not
going
for points.
Not going for points, but after that driving maul that we just saw from Hurst, that I won't be surprised if we can have a similar sort of scenario end up here with Hurstpierpoint.
Finishing with a try, maybe.
Potentially towards the whitewash.
I see there. Numbers 6 called.
Who were the big sort of brutes in the middle of this Hurstpierpoint pack?
Well, obviously Max Cannon, the number 8, he's already shown himself. He's driven from there, from 22. But also Henry Starkey, he's good, the hooker, and Ronan Daniel as well, who's just got the ball.
No, thank you.
Oh, we've seen that again. Straight.
Still going, Hurstpierpoint.
Push back again.
Edging towards the line now. Can they play it out wide?
That's Josh Mann there.
And goes straight through, decides that route 1's the best option for now. Can they swing it out wide? To their hands. Excellent. Necessary tackle from Wellington, who were
another penalty for
offside.
It's not helping them, Wellington. They're doing ever so well defensively, but their ill discipline meant
constantly conceding. Yeah,
exactly. Hurstpierpoint can go for it. Well, they've called for the scrum.
Called, yeah. Interesting.
Still pretty much bang on in front of the post. Could have taken the easy 3, but Hurstpierpoint very much here to play. So
trust in their back line or the 8 pick.
Let's see what option they go with.
Don't break early.
Manger and I think it's Ollie Das are directly behind this scrum.
Yeah, and Josh Mann on the blind side.
So we'll have a look at which way this will end up going. Options either side. Wellington will need to keep their eyes peeled. It goes blind. There's Manger out wide.
Can they get it in?
Wellington trying to usher Hurstpierpoint into touch, but they've done well for now. Still got a little bit of space to work with on that blind side. They're going to try and take up every inch, and are they there? No, it's been knocked on. Oh, well, those sort of mistakes are it's
going to cost them.
The absolute difference in tournaments such as this. You need to have that red zone efficiency pretty much up to 100% if you're going to look at trying to go far in this tournament, and Hurstpierpoint have been able to knock on the door again and again and again, and well, have come up at the moment with nil points.
Yeah, they were looking good up until that point as well. It was just unfortunate that they just slight knock on, but it was seriously good defensive set from the Wellington boys there, not allowing Hurst to push through and get some points on the board.
Wellington still very much not out of jail. They've got a scrum to deal with here, which may very well see them into half-time, though. So, last play, there we go. The call's been heard, so I think Luke Anfield will be more than happy to
boot it out,
to get it out of play here, but their forward pack still have a job to do to make sure that this ball ends up on their side.
Set.
Yeah, straight up.
There they go. Out we go.
That's half time.
A strong first half of rugby from both sides. Wellington drew first blood. Their try opened up their account for not only this game but the festival as a whole. But Hurstpierpoint have certainly been the more dominant force throughout this first half. So
only 7-0, still a half to go.
Very much so. Half-time score on pitch 1, Hurstpierpoint College 0, Wellington College 7.
That's all right. Yeah. Happy? No, there's offside. Just the offside from two for them, yeah. Okay.
welcome back. Another 12.5 minutes of action-packed schoolboy rugby ahead of you here. Wellington.
Oh, Wellington looking to go.
Already starting.
Oh, that's great hands there.
How they started that first half. Chucking it up through the middle, using their size and dominance, which they have a fair amount of. A few substitutions made by both sides as well.
Chip over the top. Knocked on.
Knocked on in the middle of all of that, so it will be
scrum.
Hurstpierpoint ball. Let's see if Hurstpierpoint can still sort of create that advantage, which they seem to have in the latter end of the first half. So we'll see how that plays out.
See if this set piece can end up in a score.
Well, here they go. Through the hands, man brings it back.
Into
Juggled by
Knocked on
Manger.
again. Bill Wellington scrum.
It's, I think, potentially going to be a common theme, is that probably that adrenaline and novelty of being at a tournament like this has potentially worn off for both sides. So already we might be seeing a bit more fatigue creeping in.
Already, yeah, I think. Also, alongside it's still early morning.
Yeah.
So I think hands will be a little bit iffy, but yeah, it's looking good so far. Still a lot to play for. Only a 7-0 lead for Wellington, and Hurst, as you said, looking more dominating in the first half. See if they can bring that back and use it to their advantage.
Good shove from Hurstpierpoint, but it's
gone blind.
Still Wellington ball. Away they go through Lloyd McEwen-Peters. Heavy hits in the middle of the park. On halfway, Wellington. Out the back they go. Frampton couldn't collect a fire. Gets his dustpan and brush out and tries to sweep things up. Ball reaches Joe Pym.
Knocked on there.
Knocked on again.
So it'll be another scrum. I think, as you said, the fatigue is seemingly to creep in for both sides, actually, not just the one.
It's like the referee's got a bit of a hobble there. He seems to have been caught in the wars as well. It's an early morning for everyone, not just the players. So may see the effects of that. A few changes going on in the behind closed doors for Hurstpierpoint. Change of shirts as well. We've got a new number 7. Another feed. Hurstpierpoint is potentially in a more profitable position, slightly further up the field, and
looking even on both sides. Charlie Manger again standing at the back of the scrum, directly behind.
Could very much go either way. Scrum wheeling. They
gone to the right.
This time go more open side and through the hard line. Good travels from Hurstpierpoint, driving that. Secondary leg drive has been a real beneficiary of their way of play so far across the first half. Now the ball comes shipped out.
Looking to gain some yards.
Going again, the ball's
blindside.
Screaming for an out wide. That was Lundberg. It was desperate for it. With Frampton isolated on this wing. Still, though, they decide to go for the more orthodox route with the forwards. Back the other way.
Through the middle it goes. Through Henry Starkey. Now possibly looking to play out the back,
Now.
Here we go. Oh,
hands.
that's a
looking for
penalty.
The intercepts. And I think the referee
yellow card for
reaches for his pocket.
Number 12.
It's Lloyd McEwen-Peters who will head to the naughty step.
Now, could that cost them with Hurst now in a position to attack?
No idea. I put 2 minutes. We're not too sure how long that yellow card will be for. I think it's 2 minutes. That's what I remember from last year. So we'll whack that up there for you. And well, we'll let you know when McEwen Peters re-enters the pitch.
Hurst gone for the corner again. Still, they had a penalty in the middle of the pitch and looking to use that one-man advantage.
Well, they've got it now. So what can they conjure from this driving maul? To the front they go. Oh, well, they were going but now
Wellington
balls
stole it.
Spewed up and knocked on, I think, by both teams.
Scrum.
Scrum called for Wellington. Now they do need to clear and don't have the lifeline of half-time beckoning, so this clearance kick will have to go far and reach a bit of green grass. There's a lot of it, and may I say, it's looking the green carpet in good nick here at St.
Yeah, both pitches looking unbelievably good condition, and it's a good run from the Wellington 10. That's turned over by Hurst.
Well, it was, and then it wasn't. Now it is again.
Still got advantage for the knock-on.
At this point, I've got it. Now they've got that scrum.
Now an attacking scrum. Can they finally use this to put some points on the scoreboard?
Off the guy, Jackals. Knock on. Come around your side, Alfie. Crouch! Bind!
All the Hurstpierpoint backs look to be lining up on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
no one on the blind.
No secret as to where this ball may end up.
Yeah.
Through the hands they go. Same move, utilising...
Cool, in the middle there, Josh Mann.
The number 9, and through they go. Ball to boot. Wellington have now got it, and Field takes it in. Another opportunity lost for Hurstpierpoint.
Now a bit of open play for Hurstpierpoint 15.
Well collected, and
no, it's knocked on again.
Ball's been dropped by Mann.
It's unfortunate.
Maybe another way to scrum. It's can't really afford to lose those sort of chances, can you, Oscar? It's been a fair few times now. They had the line out down here, the scrum there as well.
And with the one-man advantage with the yellow cards still to play.
Everything was pointing towards Hurstpierpoint getting on the score sheet as well.
A lot of space down this left-hand wing, but unfortunately they just weren't able to use it to their advantage.
Exactly that.
Crouch!
Still about 5 minutes to play or so.
Bind!
So Hurst still have decent chance to get on the scoreboard.
Exactly that. A draw against Wellington to start off your campaign is not a bad one at all.
Not a bad way to start, no.
If they can manage to pull that out of the bag, it'd be certainly a statement score.
But Wellington looking good, and now they've got the advantage, and penalty again. That's just discipline there for Hurst. They just...
Hey, calm down.
Getting a little bit too excited, I think.
Yeah.
So Luke Anfield heads to the corner, finds touch well.
Now, can Wellington extend their lead and put this game to bed?
Usually a 2-score deficit in the second half is...
with only a few minutes to play, that will be definitely for Hurst.
Pretty much curtains at that sort of point during this festival, so...
see if they can pull it off, and I think the yellow cards just come back on, so maybe this is the time to extend their lead.
What are you doing?
There we go.
Okay.
McEwen Peters is back on. There's been more substitutions as well. It looks like Harman Sanger has entered the fray.
It's outside.
So some more heavy machinery in the Wellington pack. Down it goes. Now there's a new man, Ben Smith, in the middle of things, orchestrating.
Now
Smith
going
again.
out the back.
Frampton McLeod-Peters.
That's a good
out
pick
to a
up from the
fire.
winger, and
He's going
foot
straight
race here.
through.
Can he score?
One-on-one,
And
a
he's
fire.
over.
Always knows his way to the try line. He's done it pretty much all season.
And I think that might just be the final end for Hurst for this game, unfortunately.
Looks like nail in the coffin. Staff from Wellington who have been absolutely clinical. Pretty much only 2 visits to the Hurstpierpoint 22, and well, at the moment they've come out with
utilised it well.
12 points, could very well be 14.
I think he'll take his time with the conversion, just use up a bit of...
just under 60 seconds.
Yeah, just under 60 seconds to go.
I think Anfield's going to have to get his a move on if he wants to make sure that he can have a good crack at adding 2 extra points. The tee wasn't brought on in such good time. It's a tricky kick to try and make, but these added extra points are fairly useful. Here we go then, Anfield on the left boot. His favourable side, the wind though, blustering this way and that. No, wide of the mark. So it will be a 12-point game, but that might just be what Wellington need. With 90 seconds left on the clock, as per the referee's watch, this was the score, and what a piece of individual flair that was.
Great pickup and good finish as well.
Tyler Afire, who
can Hurst retrieve this ball from the kickoff? No, unfortunately not. I think Wellington will just look to keep it in hand and just run it up the middle, and then
well, look to see this game out. Sanger there with the carry.
Oh,
been knocked on, so Hurstpierpoint could get a lifeline here, and I'm sure Wellington will take all the time in the world to create this scrum.
I feel like this is probably the last opportunity for Hurst to get some points up there, and we'll see if they can use this opportunity.
Well, we can have a look at the rules to see sort of what a score will entail. So 3 points will be awarded for the win, 1 point for the draw, and points difference between points scored and points conceded will mean that teams will place higher or lower in the group. And well, with just what strong competition that we have across all 16 teams, it does mean that it usually does come down to points difference.
Yeah.
So a score here for Hurstpierpoint could be the difference between cup and plate tomorrow.
Definitely well could be. But the Wellington defence do seem to constantly just be up in their faces and just constantly driving them back.
At the moment, Hurstpierpoint have got a good kick in their step. Manger feeds it. Starkey
Can
goes.
they get out wide?
Manger again,
Well,
goes for the little chip.
And
Goes
straight
out
to
on
touch.
the full. Referee
And
looks
that's
at
the
his
final
watch,
whistle.
blows the whistle. Well, that was almost a metaphor for the way that Hurstpierpoint have gone about this game. They've had chance after chance after chance, couldn't create it, and well, the antonym of that being Wellington College, who have had 2 opportunities and taken them for 12 points. Final score here on pitch 1, Hurstpierpoint College 0, Wellington College 12.
A bright, brisk, sunny October weekend in Ipswich. It can mean only one thing. It is, of course, the return of the St Joe's National Schools Rugby Festival. And for the 36th time, we find ourselves here at the college welcoming 16 of the finest rugby playing schools in England to compete in 4 pools with the ever-enduring goal of raising the De La Salle Trophy. Last year, it was Millfield in an epic final against Brighton College. Those two are back, so are some of the old familiar names, but there's also new ones to be excited about. There's Strathallan of Scotland, who we welcome. There's Marlborough College, who make their return for the first time in over 20 years. And the name on many people's lips here this weekend is Trinity. National Schools champions last year and set to take the field in a moment here on pitch number 1. The rugby's already kicked off today. Wellington champions 2 years ago, while they recorded a victory 12-0 over Hurstpierpoint College here on pitch 1. So they've got their campaign off to a bright start. But I use that word campaign deliberately because it is a campaign here at St Joe's. It's 3 grueling pool games of 12 minutes each way on day 1 before the top 2 progress to the cup, the bottom 2 progress to the plate, and then they do it all again on finals day on Sunday, where we're treated eventually with a showcase final between 2 of the best teams across the whole weekend. So they're the teams, that's kind of what's at stake for the schools, but let's talk about the personnel. Lewis Ludlam, a St Joe's great, Zach Mercer, Marcus Smith, Chris Shunza, most recently tearing it up for Exeter Chiefs in the Premiership. Well, guess what, guys? You saw him here first. We saw him here on these blades of grass here at the St Joe's National Schools Rugby Festival, where they began their journey to greatness, and they continue with memories of successes here in Ipswich, and also with accolades of being the players of the tournament in years gone by. So that's what you've got to look forward to. We're going to be bringing you live action across the weekend from pitch 1 and pitch 2. So do pick your stream dependent on which teams you want to catch up with. And we have fabulous commentary to boot. In fact, it is around about time for me to throw to our commentator on pitch number 1. We have the wonderful, the knowledgeable, the youthful, the dangerously talented Will Roberts up on comms. And he's going to guide you through this match, which features one of the new teams to feature at the tournament this weekend. It is Trinity.
Hello and welcome back to St Joseph's College for the National Schools Rugby Festival. It's Group 2 action. Trinity taking on Whitchurch. England versus Wales for a brilliant fixture here. My name is Will Stace. I'll be joined alongside by Will Roberts for this one. Trinity, the new side joining Schools Cup champions. Some people like to call that the #1 team in the country. They're from Croydon, they're scary, but Whitchurch, the Welsh side, ready to come out firing in the St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival. Will, you've seen the first game. Are you ready? Are you excited for this festival?
Oh, I absolutely can't wait. It's one of my favourite times of the year where we get to see schoolboy rugby at its finest. 2 sides that never normally get to play each other up head to head this morning. It's an exciting time to be a fan of schoolboy rugby, that's for sure.
Well, we're awaiting the referee's whistle, which we do get, and Whitchurch get us underway. That's not gone 10. That will be brought back. The dew seems to have not given way this morning. So a lot of wet ball to work with.
Yeah, I think those conditions are going to be a real key part of the successes of both these teams. Trinity obviously love to play ball in hand, so it might limit the amount of times that they'll be able to do that. Whitchurch come with their own game plan as well, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
First scrum ball here, number 21, Drew Bromley puts the ball in. Brilliant push from Whitchurch. They retain possession. Chance to work with on the ball here. They're using their space, using out wide. A lot of pace on the left-hand side. Use a man back in. Big shot in there from Trinity. It's a strong and confident start here for Whitchurch. Whitchurch, time on the ball to work with. They never usually play in this circuit. It's their chance to see the English sides. That's a confident start in the first few opening minutes. Nice work with the ball. A few dummies in there.
Trinity has done well to push them back. They were creeping towards the 22. Now they're nearly up to the 10, but it's been a strong challenge of attack versus defence at the moment.
Trinity, it's an early start, early welcome to festival life down here at St. Joe's.
No, leave it now, White, thank you. No.
Good patient phase play at the moment from Whitchurch. Usually we see players get a little bit impatient with this many phases in festival rugby, but they've done well so far.
Playing it out wide now. Ball and speed, but Trinity retain possession due to the knock-on. Advantage ball for them. They look to use boots of ball. Goes deep. Tough one for Whitchurch to work with. What a brilliant kick that was.
Josh Bellamy. I mean, we're going to be saying his name, I think, a lot this this weekend, but his first touch of the ball is a strong one.
Great work from Trinity. Their number 10 is through on here. One step, another one. Can he offload it? He can't. He goes over. First chance we've seen of Trinity to attack, and the ball's been taken into Whitchurch hands. Knock on there. What do you make of that quick start we've seen to the first attack of Trinity score from Croydon?
Well, I mean, just that counter-attacking play in open space, it's exactly what the doctor ordered, and it was Finn Kennedy who made that initial break with the help of Josh Bellamy alongside him, and that lethal step of Josh Bellamy, who can he snaps ankles for fun, really, that boy. So I'm sure we'll be able to see a lot more of that throughout the course of this weekend.
Trinity have brought 26 men for this festival. In the festival rules, all 26 have to play at least half a tournament. How do you think that affects teams? Are they confident in their backs, the reserves? Are they confident in those players that have to come on, get that tournament experience? How do you feel these teams will fare with making sure everyone gets that game time?
Yeah, well, you look at the moment, they've started Drew Gormley, Lucas Friday, at the moment on the bench, so usually they're starting 9, getting rested so far, so I think they'll have no issue in relying on their reserve players to do the jobs that their first 15 can already do.
Whitchurch kick clear out of the scrum. Didn't go very far. It's a chance to work with from the line out here for Trinity School. Side note that I do want to make, in this festival we see all inclusion, and it's great to see female referees getting that opportunity. What do you make of that? We're changing this a new sport, and in the festival it's a great chance for that to start to come into play. What do you make of it?
Absolutely. I mean, we got 8-9 hours of consistent rugby here, so for referee development it's an ideal scenario for referees to have these short, sharp games to help refine their performance as well as players.
But Whitchurch have taken ball off Trinity.
Key to note that it was Josh Bellamy throwing at the line out for Trinity, so can do anything, that boy.
Man of every talent.
Touched by White, Black line out. Black, take the line.
Whitchurch puts in at this line out.
Touched by White.
haven't yet got a Whitchurch team sheet, so we're
Can't
still
give you many names on that.
exactly. We're still waiting on that, which is a shame. So if you do have knowledge of that, you're either at the festival or sitting at home screaming at your telly because we're not shouting your mate's name, then please do let us know via social media, and we can try and get that up for the next few games.
How can they reach us, Will Roberts?
Either on @NextGen15 on Instagram or at Young Rugby as well. Both those channels message in via Instagram, and yeah, we'll be able to get those sorted for you, no problem.
Whichurch really been held back by this Trinity defence, not finding themselves making much distance when they're using their phases. But they have time and space to work with their number 14 cutting inside. Trinity score with the turnover. They look strong in defence, don't they?
Yeah, Ollie Bailey, who was up off the line ever so quickly on this blind side there, made the shot, got up, made the tackle, turnover as well, and that's from your outside centre. So excellent work there from Bailey. And Bellamy on the tight line, edges towards the 22, a perfect attacking platform here for these strong Trinity forwards to try and make headway.
He's got that walk, a sort of unearned confidence.
Yeah.
He looks strong. You know when there's a player that's special here. They've got their air about them. Know exactly what they're doing, and he's taken on the role as substitute hooker.
Well, yeah, no Joe Marvin for now. So Bellamy's gonna have a go at throwing. Still no David Bampo either. He's standing on the touchline. So the amount of strong Trinity players they've got yet to add to this team is fairly frightening, to be honest.
A few sloppy mistakes from that line-out. Ball just gone over the top. Whitchurch got the ball to work with now. 7 minutes into their first ever festival game. Trinity, one of the favourites for this tournament. They're having a tough time. Josh Bellamy on the ball. Looks to go for the kick, but he keeps the ball in hand, still running. Plays it out wide. Time and space for Trinity to work with. And it's still on for Trinity. Josh Bellamy goes over.
I mean, I did say we'll be saying his name a lot. He picks the ball up, looks for the 50-22, decides against it, says, you know what, I think I've got this. Dummy, step, pass. Excellent work from Ollie Bailey to link up with Bellamy, puts it back inside. Bellamy puts the afterburners on and heads towards the posts. I mean, this bloke seems very special, and I think if Trinity are going to come up with any silverware throughout the course of this weekend, then it very well may be Josh Bellamy that's at the root of it all.
It feels like it's relying on this man. Where was he before he went to Trinity? It's a good note to talk.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He was at Brighton. So what could have been, I think, is what Nick Boy would be thinking about at the moment. He certainly has airs of Marcus Smith about him. Obviously, also part of the Harlequin setup, was playing fly half for them in the Prem Rugby under-18 league at the start of this season. So he's suddenly got that talent about him. So exciting to see what he does. He's also there's so many things about Josh Bellamy. He's also the inaugural Dave Allred Kicking Cup champion, which means that he's got a pretty good boot to him as well. His goal kicking nerves of steel. So that's another element to his game, which we obviously just saw then with the 2 points. But just look at this work from Bellamy. Straight through, underneath the posts. Even our cameramen couldn't keep up. That's the sort of work that Bellamy can produce. Excellent stuff.
Brilliant stuff for Trinity. Their first time in this festival. It feels like they're at home. What a great addition to the festival it is. The competition is huge this year. I'm sure at the after show later today we'll be talking about some of these teams, seeing how well they've played, but it's nice to see that Trinity is so confident, even putting out some of the reserves in this first game.
No, still there. Use it now, 9. Timing.
Box kick is chosen. Ball flies into the air. Whitchurch can't deal with it. The ball just goes behind them. that works out very nicely for Trinity.
I think a real key point to note, sort of fairly separate to what's happening at the moment on the field, but that we see sort of stars breaking through during their time at St Joe's, and a good example of that, Whitchurch scrum half last year, Orson James. He's on the bench for Exeter Chiefs in their game against Bristol Bears this weekend, so it just shows that players here that we're seeing now a year on could very well be making their mark in Premiership Rugby and beyond. So it really is the future of not only schoolboy rugby, but rugby as a whole here at St Joe's.
It really is. It's a chance to see the cream of the crop. Some of the best young players in England, Wales and Scotland will be on display here on your screens for the next 2 days, alongside the brilliant vocal tones of our commentary team, including myself, Will Roberts, Tom Reed and Wilf Kemsley.
Come up. Had one over there, no pre-engagement.
Something we spoke about a lot last festival
Same mark.
is the decision-making in games. The competition was shortened. We're now to 25-minute games on the first day, I believe 22.5 minutes on the second
20,
day.
I've heard.
20 on the second day.
10-minute halves.
10-minute halves. The decision-making, when you get that penalty, you need your fly half to be confident. Go for the posts. Get those points on the board. How effective do you think decision-making will be in deciding who wins this festival?
Well, absolutely. We saw it in the first game with Hurstpierpoint, and their choice is not to go for the post, but I think it's just heartbreak there for Trinity, who had a real opportunity to try and make something. But yeah, as I was saying, Hurstpierpoint had the opportunity to go for the post a few times, went for the corner, bluffed everyone, ended up with no points. So yeah, I think that's another sort of game within the game at St Joe's at the moment.
Trinity had a great little set play there from the line out.
You're inside, last play.
Didn't quite work for them. Knock on Whitchurch ball at the scrum.
I bet my house on this ball heading towards us in the commentary box. Out on the full, into the half-time oranges. Whitchurch regroup.
Whitchurch scrum is ever so dominant.
Half-time.
Half-time is a call. Trinity start to life in the festival. Okay. It's a good one. 7-0 up at half-time. Josh Bellamy, the man we all mention all festival. I apologise for everyone listening. We've been talking about him a lot. But what a start to his life down here in Ipswich. Trinity 7, Whitchurch 0.
White, just a very quick message before we get going forwards. You need to be stationary before you make an effort to go in the air at the line out. I said the same to them. All right? Sorry, I got in the air, knock on in the air.
Yeah, knock on in the air.
I know, but I got them broken. I didn't have like continuity between the words, so I heard in the air, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fine.
Say it once, so they know.
Yeah. Okay.
But besides that, it's a really, really quite a competitive game, and you're doing a grand job, guys. So keep it going.
Anything from you?
Actually, at the line out.
Yeah.
Welcome back to St Joseph's College second half action. Trinity had a quick start firing out the blocks. They made sure they set their stone on the St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival. They took 7-0 in the first half as Josh Bellamy was a man to watch in that first half. Whitchurch had good elements. Their scrum is strong. They look like a big pack. It's time for the second half to get underway, and Trinity with a brilliant kick, but Whitchurch managed to get a hold of the ball.
Well, Josh Bellamy's off now, but do you think we can still end up talking about him for the majority of the game?
I think we'll find a way.
Exactly. I've heard you've got a little fun fact about Trinity for us.
I do. A little fun fact. If you get the programme here today, there's more fun facts in every team. But one thing I've just read up on is that in 2015, the France World Cup team used their training facilities, and the first team pitches are based during the tournament.
There you go.
So these lads have got the best of the best. The French World Cup team will have to use it. A big shot in there by Whitchurch. That will make the highlight reel. Trinity look ever so strong. They're coming into play now. Time and space to work with. Use the man out the back. No number on that shirt. Oh. But it's great work from Trinity. They still keep a hold of the ball.
It's Connor Byrne who's got no number. He's replaced Josh Bellamy, so it's really a light-for-light replacement in skill and ability. Two Quins and England talents that can pretty much play anywhere across the back line, so it's very useful for Trinity to have that utility in their squad.
A few loose hands in there from Trinity, but they still find a way to pick up the ball. Just keep going through these phases. Still got the advantage. High tackle.
Hold that mark, please.
Stop time. Medic is on.
Medic.
Now that is the last thing that we want to be seeing and or hearing here at the festival. So horrible to see these sort of injuries occur at games such as this.
Medic straight on, ensuring that they are all right. So, Will, these first games in the group, they're ever so important for this tournament. How much do you think it changes? They obviously got 2 more games, more points to get. This is only the small part of it. It's a third of their tournament on the Saturday. How important do you think these points are?
Well, it's massive to be able to put yourself in not only a good place for sort of position-wise, looking towards cup and plate honours, but also just momentum. It's to get 3 from 3 on your first day gives you a really sort of nice platform to work from for the second day. And well, I think there are a fair few teams out here that will be backing their chances to try and well, regain that that sort of momentum as we were talking about, and get the full 9 points from this morning or this afternoon as well.
Small explanation to how the tournament works. If you're tuning in and you haven't watched a St Joe's tournament before, it changed last year, the competition rules. We're still not used to them today, but we're making sure we're on it. So 3 points for the win, 1 point for the draw, and 0 points for a loss. We saw a big draw in Group 4 last year between Millfield and Brighton. That turned out to be the final, which Millfield came on top. Was it
a 3-all or a 0-0?
It was a 3-all.
3-all. We had a few 0-0s last year, which were, as I'm sure you can imagine, fun to commentate over. But at the moment, I think we've had a score in every game, so it's good to hear.
On the other pitch, it seems to be quite a stalemate. Marlborough College in their first ever tournament.
Holding out Trinity. Not Kirkham, in fact. Yeah. Trinity are on our pitch. See, it's an early morning for everyone. You backing Kirkham?
I've spoken to the Kirkham lads. They'll like me saying this. I've spoken to Charlie Reid.
Yeah.
They're number 9.
Name drop.
Just name dropping, yeah. But I was on the phone to him last night, seeing how they were, how they settled into the hotel. can see the Kirkham lads now. I mentioned a few of them. Charlie Reid, their starting 9. Had a few chats with them. The Kirkham lads, they're ready. Last year they made some mistakes. A lot of people thought it was their physicality that wore out and they had no fitness, but actually I've got told it was a little issue with their rules. They forgot to do the half the tournament rule. Each player that comes down, registered player, has to play half the tournament. They forgot that. Their first game on the second day, they played their whole bench, and that didn't work out the way they wanted it to. Right. They ended up having a good tournament, obviously, but they look like the ones confident to go and get that win. But yeah, they seem confident this year. They've got a really big squad. They look like they all have a mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a brilliant side to watch, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them on pitch 1. I believe they've got Kirkham Trinity at some point today.
That's on pitch 2, just before lunchtime. So that'll be an exciting one to look out for. Talk about a kit clash between these two sides. As I think, Kirkham have gone over.
So Marlborough are 3-0 up.
Marlborough were 3-0 up, and well, Kirkham have just nudged ahead. Just a quick tap and play, and just about got over the line. The TMO might have been a bit more wary of that. The stoppage in our game is still continuing. Yeah, this will potentially cause a little bit of issue for the schedule as a whole. We're supposed to have fairly tight turnarounds for the majority of these games, so we'll see what unfolds and what happens throughout the course of these events. But of course, player safety is of paramount importance, so we need to make sure that this Whitchurch boy is as good as he can be before trying to get him off this pitch and hopefully into some medical attention.
3 new teams have joined this year.
Yeah.
You've got Strathallan, the Scottish greats. You've got Marlborough, one of the most historic teams in schoolboy rugby. You've got Trinity, School Croydon. They've won the Schools Cup. They're one of the best teams in the country. What do you make of these additions? Obviously, a few teams are left. I won't mention them, but in my opinion, it's a huge increase of the quality we see at this tournament. We're seeing a new level of rugby. We're seeing the top of the best. We call it the best 16 teams, but this year I genuinely feel we're closer to being the best 16 teams in schoolboy rugby.
Oh, absolutely. I think, as I mentioned, one of the things that I do love about this tournament is that you do get your Strathallans who will go up and play lots of Scottish teams and have a good run of it. And I think, is it Nick Hill who's...
Nick Hill, their coach, he was here at St Joe's. I think that point will be made. I've had a chat with him this morning. He seems confident. He also told us he's a proper rugby man. You know, he's put the lads into a cheap hotel. He's made sure they've got down early. You know, he's properly playing rugby with them. So Strathallan, they're ready for it. I don't know about the quality of them. They had a good game against Dollar School, I believe. Dollar College, Dollar School, don't know, but they won that game with ease, and they looked very confident in that fixture. But Strathallan, they will be ones to mention later on today. The boys from Scotland.
Look at that break from Kirkham. We've got this Kirkham Marlborough game on our screens because if you've just joined us, we've had a fairly nasty injury for Whitchurch, so we're just diverting our attentions to this is footage from pitch 2 as it's happening. Kirkham versus Marlborough, the other game in Group 2. It's tell you what, it's a fairly tricky group, isn't it? This Group 2.
In the next gen write-up, it was mentioned that Group 4 was a death group.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's Group 2.
Really?
Whitchurch in this first game, they look really strong. Marlborough holding out Kirkham to a tight score. Kirkham obviously wants to mention. Trinity obviously wants to mention. I think this group, there'll be a shock. I think either Kirkham or Trinity, they have a chance of not making it into that trophy competition.
Oh, Marlborough and Whitchurch are your stereotypical banana skins for tournaments such as this. These unknown quantities that come in and give it a real good go. And well, at the moment they've been fairly successful in keeping this very, very strong Trinity side almost at bay.
the RGS Newcastle lads behind pitch 1. They're getting ready for their first game.
We shared a hotel with them last night, and
good spirits.
Yeah, these boys have had to travel a long way, all the way down from the northeast, so making the most of it, shall we say, and keeping in fine voices both this morning and last night. So it's nice to see that it's not just the rugby that's keeping these boys pumped, just having time in a new environment with their mates. It's what does make schoolboy rugby just that little bit more special, is doing all of this with the people that you obviously are at school with as well every day. So it's good.
Kirkham have doubled down. They've got another try on. Looks to seem Oliver Corkish, another admin of the Kirkham rugby account. I had a little chat with him last night. He said he wanted to score.
You got a Kirkham shirt under there, Will?
I haven't got a Kirkham shirt under here, but I'm really a big supporter of them. I do think they will do well this tournament. And Kirkham Grammar School, you know, people think it's an obvious option to choose. I think they'll make this tournament tough. I'd like to see them go as far as they can. I think they'll do really well.
Who would you say are your who's your outside choice, Will?
St Joseph's College.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna back the boys. I think this atmosphere this year will be to another level. I think we're gonna see a strong unit from St Joe's this tournament, but that might be my college badge.
Yeah. What about your serious answer? Come on.
My serious answer. You mentioned Denton. I'll let you talk about that in a second. I've got to have a think here. Who do I want to do quite well? I'm having a look at some of these teams. Trinity apparently were an underrated choice this morning. That's what I heard.
Really?
New to the tournament. Apparently that's something they're gonna.
It's like saying Barcelona are an underrated choice for the Champions League. I mean, they're Barcelona. They're underrated.
Millfield.
Yeah.
Not hearing much chat about them.
Yeah.
Even though they've got a very strong side. Brilliant game and performance against Wellington. I think they could go really far in this tournament. They've got the tournament experience. They know what to do in these situations. 7 tournament wins under their belt, looking for that 8th. Stretcher now on the pitch for pitch 1. Making sure that all the medical attention is being given. We've got the Director of Sports, St Joe's, out on the pitch. We've got all referees around, making sure everything's being sorted. Being dealt with in a professional manner here at St Joe's. Atmosphere starting to build. Lots of stuff going on here at St Joe's. And look behind me, we've got the gourmet burger stand already frying up some burgers.
Yeah.
It's what, 9:30 in the morning or something?
That's quite early for a burger.
The cake corner.
Oh, I'll be heading there soon.
The sweet memories of Hadley with a Halloween theme. Halloween's fast approaching, but the atmosphere is looking brilliant here at this festival. Expected to be more than any year ever before. And obviously, more of you watching from home. Wherever you are, make sure you're getting involved. We'd love to hear from you. I mean, I've never seen the festival from an outsider's perspective. Obviously, last year was your first tournament, Will. What did you think of it before? Have you ever watched it online?
Yeah, no, I watched it. One of my core memories of watching St Joseph's Festival was actually Christchurch Windsor absolutely tearing it up for Whitchurch. So that seems like it was only yesterday, but a few years ago now. He's obviously doing ever so well for Exeter as well. So, I mean, yeah, it's a fascinating spectacle, especially from home. Just to have it, even if you just have it on in the background while you're doing your Saturday chores.
It's a long shift to do the full day.
Yeah, well, yeah. Any one of these, we celebrate that, and fair play. Yeah, dipping in and out is probably the way I'd go about it. But I definitely have a look at the other teams, not necessarily the team you're associated with, but other sides as well around.
Marlborough have just gone over. They're making a real go at this against Kirkham.
That might be last play on that pitch as well.
That could be. This conversion could lead to a draw. That leaves this group wide open. That makes the Whitchurch versus Marlborough game even more interesting, as well as the Kirkham Trinity one, which you will see in the second round of games. Whitchurch versus Marlborough will be on pitch 1.
Well, this is going to be a big kick, isn't it? The wind is blistering like you wouldn't believe.
It is picking up.
Round
Especially
of
as
applause.
kicking is so important.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Marlborough, they got it. I think it's good. There it is. It's a draw on pitch 2.
I spoke too soon. Kirkham Grammar have been held. 1 point apiece. Marlborough entered the tournament unknown to the festival. Those lads didn't know what it meant to play in this festival, but they've come here and they've shocked Kirkham Grammar. 10-10, what a game.
What a game indeed. And excellent spectacle. I think we're going to resume proceedings here on pitch 1. The referee's blown her whistle. Our injured player
I was going for the high tackle,
has made way.
Yeah.
So
okay.
we wish him obviously
Restarting,
all the
penalty
very
black.
best. I think
Sam Dungy.
yeah,
High tackle.
it's a horrible, horrible way to go.
Back 10, please.
Posts have been called for as well for Trinity, so I think Connor Byrne will, look for the sticks. He will.
Cool, calm and collected. This win won't help anyone today. But Trinity look to make it 10 points. Great strike through the posts. Trinity will take every opportunity they get. That's another one they've taken. Trinity take a 10-0 lead in the 15th minute of this affair. Rugby back on pitch 1.
Yeah, it's good to see. I'm really impressed at the moment by Matthias Young, of 15 for Whitchurch. He's got us underway here. He's been orchestrating things really nicely for the Welsh boys, so be keen to see how he gets on throughout the course of this tournament.
Great work from Trinity to pick up the ball from the restart. Searching ball, tackle made. Whitchurch are a physical side. We've seen this early on. Time space to work with on the wing here. Trinity making a real meal out of it. Whitchurch started to build up those phases.
Knock on by Black, coming back. Scrum white.
Knock on by Black is the call from the referee. It means a Trinity put in at the scrum. What we're starting to see is the games that were meant to be going on 3rd and 4th here. Starting to see them getting ready. Obviously warm-ups being delayed.
Keep that gap, please. Okay? Gap till the ball's in.
Yeah, we've still got about 9 minutes left of this matchup. And I think this game is still very much all to play for.
Whitchurch scrum once again, side dominant, beating Trinity every single time, but Trinity managed to find space. Connor Byrne running through, in and out, uses the offload. Once again, Trinity score still going. Just before the 5-metre penalty goes their way, surely they have the space in points.
Got to go for the posts here. Got to.
Always. And that's the call given. Trinity look to make it 13-0. They've been keeping themselves warm since that injury. Seems to be faring well for them. They're like a stronger side in this restart. maybe those first game nerves starting to wear away. I always say to some of the St Joe's lads, once that first game's done, even if you're on the bench, you feel that atmosphere, you feel the moment, you're into the festival, you're a part of it. Those nerves are not a part of you anymore. And Trinity, no nerves on some of those players.
Just stay behind the kicker when he takes it as well. Thank you.
I think the game on pitch 2 is going to be delayed so that everything starts at the same time. I'm not too sure. It might just be a delay in getting Millfield around, because I can see RGS raring to go, but not yet the boys from the southwest.
So the programme, there is a plan for an half an hour to an hour's break at lunchtime. We've got some under-11s playing, a little mini tournament going on, seeing the future of St Joe's, as well as local rugby clubs getting involved. That will be on stream for you to watch if you are interested. I'm sure if the programme gets a bit too congested due to injuries, we'll see play start to get back underway and be ready at lunchtime. But Whitchurch, time on the ball, they've not had the chance to get past this Trinity defence. They've been held into their own half. They aren't doing anything wrong, but this Trinity side is just ever so strong, as you've just seen there. Pushing Whitchurch back. Side full of experience. Majority of these would have run out onto Twickenham to win the Schools Cup. There's bigger moments than the St Joe's Festival. There's not many of them, but they've experienced it. And Trinity, ever so dominant. They get the put in at the scrum here. Causing mistakes all over the pitch, aren't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, they've really just been stifling out that Whitchurch attack. We normally praise Trinity so much for their attacking flair, not necessarily their defensive prowess, but they've shown both in abundance so far during the course of this first game. The fact that this is obviously a 9:40 start and they can produce this sort of quality against what is a very strong Whitchurch side, and I think this is a perfect way to make a statement opening into your St Joe's campaign.
Trinity using their system, working outside of the scrum. Space to work with us on the wing. Kick is chosen. Not quite worked there, but Whitchurch trying to run it out. Maybe the kick option should have been used. Put themselves in a very tough position here.
Caught under the cosh, aren't they? Maybe they can try and use it here. It's been knocked on. Oh no. Whitchurch trying to play out from their own back garden, and well, hasn't worked out for them at all.
You know what that reminded me of? The Sedbergh 10s. We watched the final, Kirkham versus Sedbergh. And in the opening stages, Kirkham tried to play it on their own line.
Yeah. They
lost the ball. Sedbergh went over. Obviously, that didn't have any effect in the end. Kirkham got that win. But in tournaments like this, in tournaments, festivals, you cannot be playing it dangerous. You've got to play risk-free. Take your chances. Whitchurch should have got rid of it. But they've got something to deal with here. Big scrum here. Their scrum's been far better than the Trinity one. Trinity are holding them up this time, and Whitchurch still pushing. Ever so strong, but Trinity get the ball out. Space to work with, passes on as accurate. Kick is used, ball over the top. Goes into the hand of the Trinity man. Into touch, that was a close one.
Matter of inches. Connor Byrne putting boot to ball for the second time in 2 phases, and well, both have caused an absolute headache for Whitchurch players. So it's ended up, I think it's going to Whitchurch ball, but obviously they're completely behind.
Drop, please, thank you. On the breath.
Bring it back. Yeah. You try it. Don't have to try it fully because I need a spare ball. Okay. I'll just stay here. Yeah, and I'll throw
17 white.
Whitchurch on the ball now.
No advantage coming.
No advantage.
20 white.
So Whitchurch have the penalty. In moments like this, you've got a couple minutes left on the clock. You're 13-0 down. What's the plan of action? Is it save? Is it save the bodies? Is it save your energy, or is it give a go at it, get some experience?
Well, I think it's all about points deficit. It's something that usually
comes into play.
Yeah, exactly.
If it is equal.
It's in such a tight group, such as Group 2. I think Whitchurch, they get a score here, make it a sort of 6-point deficit, and then have a go at it with Marlborough, a draw against Trinity, something like that, a draw against Kirkham even, and well, they could be very well in with a chance. So I think they've got to go for it, and well, are doing just that. 50-22 was on.
Kick used, but Trinity on the ball now. Brilliant step in there. Once again, running on the line. Connor Byrne kicks it through. Men in support, but it won't fall that way.
Tell you what, can step you in a phone box, Connor Byrne. He's his feet absolutely electric.
Next up on pitch 1, you've got Quags, Wakefield, the punch bags, according to Will Roberts, versus the new boys, the Scottish great Strathallan.
That's been very poorly misquoted and now thrown around.
It's been perfectly quoted.
I said that they were former punch bags last year, coming last. I think they're going to really, if anything, pack a punch throughout the course of this campaign.
15th, actually. Eltham came last in that tournament, so not quite punch bags, but not very kind of you, Mr. Roberts.
Again, as I said, misquoted.
Made sure of that in the hotel last night. Wakefield also a part of the lads in the hotel with us. They look confident. They've got a good note to mention. The majority of that team has been there since year 3.
Yeah.
I think 1 scholarship is on that team, which is great to see. It's true schoolboy rugby. And Whitchurch are trying to make it work on that right-hand side. Full time is the call. Well, Trinity, it's been a disruptive game. But they've come into this festival. They've shocked the Welsh lads. 13-0 in their first game. Josh Bellamy, all he needed was a half to make a difference. And Trinity take home 3 points in their first game at St. Joe's. Ever so confident, and with Kirkham being held by Marlborough, they push right to the top of Group 2. Up next, it's Group 3 action with Quags Wakefield taking on Strathallan. Tom Reed will be taking you through that one. Thank you very much, Will, for coming.
Thank you, pleasure.
Trinity 13, Whitchurch 0.
Okay, and welcome here to pitch 1, your 3rd game of the day.
Okay, you both got me?
As
we're
the
going
bagpipes
blue and white, okay?
finish, and we're about to get underway here. Quags Wakefield
Okay, blue ready?
on the left-hand side of your screen.
White ready?
As they're here ready to receive the kickoff. Kicking deep.
Ball taken comfortably by any headed to Dan. Big carry. On each feet.
Early penalty there, a turnover.
Number 5, isolated. Good steal.
And I've got 2 of the Quags. Lower 6th, lads, is that right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, both you out with injuries. How's it feeling watching from the sidelines today?
Frustrating. So that's a very prestigious event. I really wanted to take part in, but unfortunately can't.
Yeah, I can imagine. Must be frustrating not being able to be out there with the boys, but good for you to get here to support, and thank you for coming up and joining me in commentary.
No problem.
As Strathallan have opted to kick to post from the penalty here, looking to take an early 3-point lead. And it's gone to the right-hand side of the post there, so a miss from not too far out and a fairly central kick too, so that will be a little bit of a frustration early on for Strathallan. The Quags will be happy.
Past the halfway. Sam North takes the ball, goes for the return. Straight.
And to touch and taken quickly by Strathallan. But the referee not happen, because there is another ball on the pitch. The referee today, Billy Huntley, drafted in from Kent. Squares want to put on some pressure here at the line out. But it's taken cleanly by Strathallan. So they bring it into the back. The ball popped back inside. I think taking the ball back into the forwards there was a bit of a mistake as Quags get straight over the ball.
Good turnover, number 2.
Number 2 it was with the turnover. Who's that, lads? Number 2? Max Shelton with the turnover.
Keep from Sam North into touch.
Here's the problem with bringing that ball back inside, back towards the line out. You're taking it straight back to all the forwards and away from all the space. And now a line out just inside the 22 for Quags.
Ball with Archie Stancliffe.
Now a tackle.
And he taking the maul, just splintering there slightly.
Eddie Liner to Will Heath, to Ed Hunter. Ed Hunter's carry. Fortunately,
Ball available, leg come blue. Good work.
Still with
kept
Quags.
hold with it.
Yeah, they've still got it. And they're moving forwards.
On his feet, good turnover.
Unfortunately, giving away a penalty there.
Isolated, holding on.
Isolated and left holding on to the ball.
Strathallan looking to find touch here.
A nice kick up to the 10-metre line. A decent nudge. And Strathallan will have their first opportunity from a line out inside the Quags half. Remember, their last visit to the Quags half meant them missing a penalty, so they'll definitely be wanting to get some points from this visit. taken cleanly off the line out, distributed out from 9 to 10.
Beautiful tackle by Archie Miller, Alfie Miller.
I think I can excuse myself for getting names wrong, lads, but these are your mates. I think that they might not be happy when they listen back to the stream, but it is a penalty. It's been given away again by number 10.
Will Heath. Offside. Shot. Shot called. Oh, wow.
And they've opted to go to posts again. So an option now for them to add the 3 points that they missed earlier on.
Wind is picking up.
Certainly is. The wind coming from just behind us here at St Joe's. Will certainly, I'm sure, be causing havoc for the floating ball in the air. Ball just coming off the right-hand upright and going out to the right-hand side, so it will be a 22-metre drop out for Quags. Again, your lads getting saved by the post.
Gents, make sure we're behind.
Sam North with the lovely boot into the hands of Strathallan. The return again.
50-22's on.
Will Heath gathers the ball to Sam North. Big boot. Stopped by our own player.
Play on.
Not quite gone where he wanted it, I think. Quite a low kick there.
Good
Meaning
tackle
the ball got
from
caught.
David Mpofu. He's gone for the pick and go, he's gone!
Oh, great step from the number 9 for Strathallan. And despite missing 2 penalties so far, they didn't need it. They've got the 5 points from the try. And despite his early lack of securing the points, you would think that this time the number 15 would be able to add the extras from right in front of the posts.
It's a bit unfortunate there from the Quags lads. I think we overchased a little bit out the side of the ruck, and their 9 obviously just saw the space and took advantage of it. So it's not the start we could have hoped for, but hopefully we can build off here and work into the rest of the first half.
Yeah, definitely not the first half that you would have wanted so far. But it's promising things from both teams so far. Strathallan adding the extras with their number 15. And so 7-0 the score after 7 minutes of play here and the third game on pitch 1 at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival.
Switch of kickers today. Dan Fleming on the ball. Beautiful kick into the hands of Strathallan.
A dominant tackle there as well from Quags. Holds Strathallan back in their 22. They're gaining forwards now. And it has been stolen.
Turned
Great
over
work.
in the hands of Otty Brown to Edward Hunter.
Oh, great work initially to keep the ball alive, but unfortunately got wrapped up there by a fair few Strathallan players who just held him in and dragged them into touch.
There we go, White. Do a defensive mark. Guys, back on the AR, please.
So it will be a Strathallan line out here, but they are deep inside their 22. Only about 50 metres away from their try line. I'd imagine be looking for an easy exit here.
Get back.
Opted for the maul.
It's a strong challenge from Quags. Little movement there.
Ball available.
It's gone down. Strathallan chosen to take it down, and as expected,
exit.
They've opted for the exit, but it's been charged down and into touch. So it will be another Strathallan line out, pretty much on exactly the same mark as they had it before. So what is it you guys have been talking about before these games, before coming to St Joe's Rugby Festival? What's been your focus coming into this game?
Making a big impact.
Remember to put the microphone on.
Yeah. Making a big impact to this tournament, especially since last time we unfortunately came second to last. But I think after the lads had been referred to as the punching bag, we're all willing to show us who we are, and we're willing to have a comfortable challenge.
What a kick that initially looked like it had gone wrong, but it's been taken by the 15. And he's going all the way.
Hunter makes the cover tackle. Hasn't quite made it. A couple of metres out. Dominant tackle again by Ed Hunter.
Great scramble defence here from Quags. Holding Strathallan back, but they are pushing onto their line. Pick and go again. Puts them within 2 metres now.
Let's go.
Another pick and go, and they're driving over the line. Are they going to hold them up?
Held up.
And it has been.
Great defence from the Quags boys on the scramble.
Great work to not stop. Keep going. Make that covering tackle. And eventually manage to hold them up over the line. So it will be a goal line dropout to Quags. An opportunity here to clear their lines. Well, as you know, if you've seen rugby in the last year or so, the goal line dropout is not a safe way to secure.
Beautiful kick again from Dan Fleming into the hands of Strathallan.
Advantage just over the shoulder.
Taken well, but there is advantage coming for a high tackle. The arm just creeping over the shoulder. Yeah, little knock on there from the base means that we go back for the penalty.
Number 2, just over the shoulder.
And that is number 2 from Quags with the high tackle.
No.
The lads here hesitant to name their teammate who has given away the penalty. Luckily, I'm listening, and it was Max Shelton. If you're not going to dob him in, I will.
It was Max Shelton.
I set defensive, so set from him.
Might get to see the Quags more defence here.
I think it's all right to name him. Shelton's done some good things so far in this game. A couple of good turnovers so far.
Oh, no.
And already, number one from Quags coming into the side of them all. So it's
Quags again with the defence.
Penalty advantage to Strathallan here. We're piling on the pressure.
Pick and go.
Going blind, gaining some metres there, but being brought down by Quags. Once again, coming over, setting up a maul now. Ball being brought down. And the try being awarded. So towards the end of this first half, Strathallan at their second try. Real pressure and a couple of errors giving away penalties by Quags has allowed Strathallan to get all the way down to their end of the pitch. And they just kept threatening. I think they always looked like they were going to score, unfortunately, for you two lads.
Always the second half. As you know, in the 12.5 minutes that there is, anything can happen.
There certainly is. The second half still to come. This will likely now be half-time, we would imagine.
It's half-time there anyway.
As the referee just confirms that straight after me. Glad he agrees. And the kick just going wide. So it is half-time here at St Joe's Rugby Festival. And Quags Wakefield, unfortunately, not able to get themselves on the board, but Strathallan getting 2 tries in, and so they lead at half-time, 12 points to 0. As we just watch the replay here of that last try. Constant pressure from Strathallan.
Yeah, nice.
And they just dive over, using their strength and power to get over the line. Just helping themselves get into that strong position. So, as I say, half-time here in the third game on pitch 1, and is 12 points to 0 to Strathallan over Quags Wakefield, as we hear from some of our partners. So, about to get back underway here. Quags Wakefield kicking from right to left on your screens. A nice deep kick. And the only option for Strathallan with the chase on it is to put boot to ball.
18, stop! 18!
Ball with Sam North now.
Trying to use his feet.
Unfortunately.
Fair contest, good steal.
Referee saying that tackle was fine. Only has one look at it, obviously.
Tackle again from Ed Hunter.
Looking boot to ball there now, but Quags are able to regather it. Oh, just taking his eye off the ball there, I think. But no advantage to go back for the penalty. Number 12 from Quags, another high tackle. Yield discipline, not how Quags would have wanted to restart this second half. Lads, what do you think the half-time team talk would have been from your coaching staff?
I think it would have been very sort of focused on the little things rather than the bigger things, especially around the ruck area, giving away a couple of penalties when we really couldn't afford it. And I think, unfortunately, leading to us conceding that second try. Yeah, so I think it was just sort of a very basic talk, focusing on the basics.
Yeah, so tightening up those basic points, and an error at the line out gives Quez the opportunity here.
Scrum. White ball. Marcus here.
And they will restart with the scrum on their 22.
Let's have some nice spacing, okay?
Eddie Leonard, number 22, with the put in here. A little bit of Strathallan confusion on the touchline.
Yeah,
don't know what's going on there.
Player going on, and I think he's been told, I'm not coming off, by the player he's meant to be replacing.
Ball goes out to Sam North. It's a great run. Offloads to Ed Hunter. Then to Ethan Evans. Then,
They've made great ground here though, Quags, but Strathallan strong in their defence, hold them up, force them into a maul over on the far side, just in front of the halfway line.
You can't play on the floor.
Oh.
22, get back to your feet.
Playing on the floor there for number 22 from Quags.
22.
Another penalty. Doing something so well and just letting themselves down the last minute there. That will certainly be frustrating for the boys.
White on the line. White, line is yours.
Strathallan have now decided to make their change.
Eventually.
Unfortunately unable to name the players because Strathallan, we have not got their team sheet at the moment, so and it will be their line out here on the 22, but just a spill over the top, the ball going
Big
too
carry
high.
from David Mpofu. Offloaded to Harry Bowser. Strong carry.
Ball still available there for Quags as they drive forwards. Just taking that extra roll, trying to avoid the jackal, knowing that he was isolated there, the big man.
Number 1, rolling too far.
The big man David is actually fairly new to rugby. Maybe still playing on the old rule set, we're not sure. But unfortunate nonetheless.
Scrum calls.
Only 1 year of play time.
Strathallan here opting for a scrum. Looking for a platform here to launch off. Perhaps trying to avoid some of the bigger lads from Quags, trying to draw them into the scrum, seeing if they have more luck out in the backs. Dominant scrum from Strathallan is picked up from the base by the number 8. Charging forwards, taking 10 metres up to the Quags 10-metre line.
Lovely work on that tackle with Archie Stancliffe and Edward Hunter.
Picked from the base twice now.
Big tackle from Archie Stancliffe, driving him back 2 yards.
And what a turnover there.
Good steal.
That's textbook, that.
I think that turnover was the number 7. He's the one with the white scrum cap getting a pat on the head from his teammates.
He's also our captain, Joshua Ryden.
Well, certainly leading by example with that turnover. And that kick probably not quite going to boot as Quags would have wanted, but nonetheless, they are into the Strathallan half, and they have a line out and an opportunity.
Gets the job done.
To get the ball back out into the backs once again. They've shown us what they can do from deep within their half when they get the ball out to the back. So an opportunity here to try and show us once again. Opting for 5 in the line out. Potentially means some hard runners in the back line. Oh, the ball just drifting over the top. Quags facing the same fate as Strathallan's last 2 line-outs also.
Okay, it's too slow. Come back for the knock-on and the line-outs. Okay. Just a knock-on by White in the air.
So a knock-on from Quags means you come back for a scrum to Strathallan. Another opportunity here for Strathallan to show their dominance at scrum time.
8 heads in. Hold on.
The number 2 there, the hooker from Quags, not happy with the setup. And rightly so for safety, just pops himself up. As he reset at this scrum. Yeah, rightfully so. Early shove there from Strathallan.
Beautiful from Quags. Place to Will Heath. In the hands of Edward Hunter. To Otty Brown. Great support from Quags. Dan Fleming.
Oh, being driven back, and what power that's been shown there. But no advantage coming through.
Free kick, not 10. Go, go, go.
So it's a free kick for not 10. Tackle is completed now.
Ball goes to David Mpofu. Strong carry.
Good work, Blue.
Come forward, pick and go from the base.
Not left in
Oh,
the
lucky there,
Oh,
isolated.
blindside, Eddie Leonard.
The space.
And he's in.
Spotted on the left-hand side. And the try scored there by number 22.
Eddie Leonard.
Eddie Leonard.
Playing 9 today.
Great spot of the space on the left-hand side. Strathallan almost forgot to defend that right-hand side, the blind side of the ruck there. So much space. Great work for them to spot the space there and get themselves onto the scoreboard. There is still time left here in this game.
Okay,
The first opportunity to add the extras here from the fullback.
Sam North.
No problem. Okay.
Looking to convert here
Cheers,
to
mate.
get us closer to that 12-point lead that Strathallan had before half-time.
Oh, nice strike.
Unfortunately, just to the left.
Just glides to left on an arcing line. Unfortunately, unable to get it through the upright. So the score remains at 12-5 to Strathallan. As you watch the replay here, you can just see how much space on the left-hand side. Strathallan see the threat of a running Quags player looking for a hard line on the open side, and they fold round to try and defend. And great vision there
Just under 3.
from the Quags scrum half to just dart down the blind side.
Yeah, go when you're ready.
Received by Will Heath. Offloaded. Oh.
Not going to hand, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll take the knock-on.
So it will come back for a scrum to Strathallan just outside
Knock-on.
the Quags 22.
Scrum. Blue ball.
Just one of those unfortunate mistakes there.
We'll use the line.
Real shame because he was running a real hard line there.
We'll come this side.
Strathallan have already shown us how strong they can be at scrum time. And the referee just reminding them there that they need to hold their gap and hold the push before that ball comes in. The referee not happy.
Both too early there. I'm very clear here. Hold the space, please. Let's go again.
So important, the scrum sequence and the safety around the scrum, particularly under 18 schoolboy level. You do not want to go letting a scrum go through, potentially injuring any of the players. Safety is so important. Once again, a safe ball for Strathallan, distributing out to first receiver. They're inside centre now, marching forward, gaining 5 metres. Quick ball round to the left-hand side. Strong defence so far from Quags, piling on the pressure here. And that pressure has worked. They forced the error. Knocked on by Strathallan.
You can't go quick on a scrum anyway. Just under a minute.
Once again, knocked on the referee. So there's just under a minute left to play in this second half here.
That push, okay? Make sure we're taking it as well,
That's
please.
what we're reckoning. A play all the way from your own 22.
I say we give it a shot. We've got no to lose.
Certainly shown us so far the ability that Quags have to run with the ball.
No, flanker, get off of him.
And they've done it from their own half before, just making a mistake at the end.
Okay, it's gone round too much. Go again.
Scrum going round, so it will be a reset.
Anything, Piers?
It'll still be
okay. Let's go again.
a Quags ball. So still the opportunity is for them to be able to try and put themselves level at the end of this game here. They do. It will be a tense kick to equalise at 12 points apiece.
Out the back to Ed Hunter. Across to Sam North. The inside step.
Inside.
Oh, he's got flying feet here. Offload to Will Heath. On the to Ethan Evans in support.
Once again, doing well to get themselves up the pitch.
No release.
No, he's not lifting the ball.
To Edward Hunter. Hesitates on the tip to Harry Bowser.
They had got up to the halfway line, now on the 10-metre line.
Fine.
Ball picked up still by Quags, kept safe. Pressure is coming on here by Strathallan.
Big carry from David Mpofu.
Good work, Blue.
Playing a very narrow game here at the moment. Strathallan in defence. Quags now looking to find the width.
Jamie Nichols, electric feet. Offload to Edward Hunter. He's gone.
Last minute tackle, another offload.
Yes!
And the try.
Come on!
Great work. Prediction was correct. They were able to take it all the way up the field. But goodness me, what pressure now will be on the young player who's been elected here to take the conversion.
That's it, yeah.
Confirmation from the referee that that will be full time, so all the pressure on now on this kick. Will this game be a narrow win for Strathallan, or will Quags upset them and bring it back to a draw? This will be the second draw of the day, if so.
Go on, Sam.
The lads up here in the commentary box praying for this conversion to go over. The wind playing havoc today, so it will be interesting to see how this goes. Oh, and the kick just goes to the right-hand side of the upright. Unlucky, not an easy kick by any stretch of the imagination, especially with the wind we have here today. So a great game, a really tight contest here on pitch one between Quags Wakefield and Strathallan, but it is Strathallan who come out the victors, 12 points to 10. What a game, boys. Gutting, obviously, for your lads, but certainly lots of promise shown there.
Not the result we hoped for, but certainly holds high hopes for us moving forward into this competition.
Certainly does. A great game, a great spectacle here, as we've had all day so far at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival 2022. As we watch some of the highlights here, here's just that try, see that offload. So the pace, and they tried their best, Strathallan, to get those covering tackles in, and they did do so well. But unfortunately, in the end, were not able to add the extras and give themselves a draw here. So it is Strathallan who come out the victors. 12 points to 10 over Quags Wakefield. Gents, thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed your commentary debut, and go back to your lads and give them a bit of support and prepare for your next fixture.
Will do, thank you.
Tom? Well, I promise you the finest schoolboy rugby players in England, playing at the greatest intensity, and typically it is already delivered on the Saturday morning here at the 36th St Joe's National Schools Rugby Festival. Now, how good was it to welcome Strathallan for the first time here at St Joe's? They started their campaign not only with a win, but a fair bit of pomp and ceremony. They brought their bagpiper out, who had the crowd arrested as they looked upon and listened to his tunes to announce the arrival of the boys from north of the border. And as you can see behind me, there's a bit of pomp and ceremony building behind me as well, because this is one of the great traditions of this great festival. Yes, it is all about every team. It is neutrality. It is the best in the business, lifts the De La Salle Trophy. But there is a special, special place held for moments like this. This is the arrival of the home teams. St Joseph's College, Ipswich, the famous tunnel, the drummers, the mascots, everybody in the school to welcome the hometown heroes through and on for their first game of the day. They've got a tall order though. They're up against Hampton School, who are undefeated so far this season, always perennially fancied in these kind of tournaments at the highest echelons of schools rugby. But with the roar of the 16th man being this St Joe's home crowd, you're never ever back against the red and white. So, first time we see St Joe's taking to the field. Hampton just out of shot. They're nestled in tight in their huddle, going through those messages, trying to block out this hostile home crowd. But for us, this is what we're here for. We want to enjoy every last decibel. Let's leave it to the tunnel.
You'll toss the coin. Tails. You called heads, right? Yeah. It's yours. You'll kick. Happy this side? Cool. Let's get going as soon as possible. Kicking that way.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first time the home team are in action here at the 36th National Rugby Festival here at St Joseph's College. You never write off the home team, no matter who they face. It'll be the number 10, Sam Slatter, highlighted as one of the key men in this St Joseph's team to get us underway against the undefeated Hampton. Cardosi gets rid early doors. First play of the game will be a line out St Joseph's College way. Well, we've had some thrilling encounters here at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. New boys Strathallan just getting over the line against Quags.
Sorry, guys.
These are two sides with pedigree at this competition. St Joseph's College winners in 2010 and 2013 and 1995, don't forget. And Hampton, one of the most established rugby schools in the country. They've had an indomitable start to the season, including last week's win against Epsom, claimed in the air by the captain, Santos Ledesma. The ball goes loose. St Joe's will carry it through the forward pack. Very young St Joseph's College side, exciting. Barry takes contact, still inside their 22. Look to go through the forwards once more. Great leg drive by Pierre de la Fontelle. Slatter looks to go wide, dragged down once more. Hampton remain firm in their resolve in these early stages. This, the biggest game in St Joseph's College's Canada. A school with pedigree, with history. One of the biggest stages in schoolboy rugby. One hell of a crowd out in force this morning. Well, St Joe's really look to play from their own ends. No exit so far.
Hold there, Black.
This time Jimmy Thompson will box from the 15. Plenty of height, but taken well. Lovely footwork by Cam Hill. Hampton play away with it through their forwards. Langrish, great leg drive. Skinner. Attempted tip on, doesn't go to hand, but the ball is backwards.
Regathered.
Skinner once more, tips on. Another great carry by Hampton, who crash over the 22. Fizzed across the face. Cohen is chopped down well. Good counter drive, but St Joe's still have it. Skinner, once again through Cardosi. Tips on well to Harhoff. Excellent footwork by Luckman, who beats his first defender back up to St Joseph's 22. Morgan. Strong carry once more. Skinner, Cardosi. Flashed across the face again. Excellent offload.
2 away!
Hampton building the phases. They look to go to the wide channel once more. Forward pass is the call. And St Joseph's College have
Guys,
held out.
It's forward into touch. You've got the option. Scrum called. Forward. Mark's there. Sorry? Guys, stand up, please, stand up. Need you to untuck that inside shoulder. Keep your hips square for me. Crouch!
Well, joining me on co-commentary, an absolute treat for you all. It's Mike Friday on the microphone. Thank you for being with us today, Mike.
Yeah, it's great to be here. What a fantastic event. You know, lovely warm day, blue sunshine, and yeah, it's great. It's good to see we're underway.
Excellent footwork once more by Hill.
Leave him.
Space on the wide channel, and away go Hampton. Dragged down by Dan, right of the touch, and once again St Joe's escape. Hampton 7-0 this season, of course, Mike.
Yeah, impressive. I mean, again, they're holding the ball well, but I think, you know, obviously St Joe's at home, game one. Lots of enthusiasm, energy, pumped up for it, and great defence out wide. They're getting the ball into touch. Possession so critical when these shortened games, when it's only kind of 10-minute halves. So St Joe's first opportunity, ball in hand. Let's see what they can do.
Clean line-out ball. Slatter will exit.
Played on.
But he won't find touch. And Hampton come away with it once more. Hill looks to go cross-field into the space behind Salema. And touchdown by Salema over the try line, but he's decided to play with it instead. And now Clack is in possession. St Joe's will look to break. Clack takes on a Seller and is taken down. Bold play by Kieran Salema behind his own line.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? Lots of confidence, enthusiasm. I mean, it was on. Saw the 2-on-1, decided to play, but unfortunately, you need to make sure you've got your numbers in support. Otherwise, you've got the opportunity of losing possession close to your line.
Well, that is a very big turnover. Hampton's away. Henry Langrish. Lovely bit of skill here by Salema to break away, but Langrish has punished St Joe's, and now they might be in a bit of trouble. This their hardest game of the group, of course.
Yeah, tough, isn't it? Hampton, like you say, 7-0 this season.
St Joe's,
you know, again, formidable rugby school. You know, always up there, always putting out decent players, putting out a decent program. Tough side to always play against and beat. And, you know, Hampton down on the line here. First real opportunity to exert some pressure.
So, Mike, you've obviously played in front of much bigger crowds than this, but what impact can a home crowd have, especially at this level, when perhaps the boys aren't ready or used to facing this sort of numbers?
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? There's a number of people around this pitch, a lot of loud support for St Joe's.
Well, that's a powerful maul. James Morgan took it down well, and it's at the base now. And Hampton break and reach out, but just short. Once again, they go to the line.
Held up.
And held up by St Joseph's College. What fantastic work that is on the short side. And once again, St Joseph's College have escaped the danger. They've been under a lot of pressure so far, Mike.
Yeah, fantastic defence by the left winger, I think. St Joe's got underneath him, forced him to the outside and wait for his support. Fantastic work. He's been great in counter-attack and recognising the opportunity, but also, again, fantastic defence on the short side by the left winger.
Once again cleared by Slattery, but only as far as Luckman, who's looked really aggressive with his running, breaks the first tackle, dragged down by Matt Blacker. Hill across the face to Acella. Great powerful leg drive, but held on the floor. And once again, St Joe's escape. Perhaps an opportunity for them to finally build with some possession with this home crowd behind them.
Yeah, just Hampton just not getting their numbers to the breakdown right there again. Just lacking an individual. St Joe saw the opportunity in for the steal. Hopefully he can relieve the pressure, move up the pitch, get possession from the line out and start trying to build something for themselves.
Touch found by Jimmy Thompson. St Joe's will get us underway. It's into the hands of Pierre Delafontel. Some great names on show this morning at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival.
Yeah, certainly are, certainly are. I mean, good on you for being able to pronounce them. I'll have to go for the left winger and the number 2 and so forth, I think.
We've had some plenty ones. I'm glad that Clifton College's Tomyen Yewendike Adachi is not going to make an appearance this afternoon. Overthrown at the line out, but swept up well by Jake Barry, who breaks the gain line, crashing over Henry Donaldson. And once again, St Joe's with no interest in exiting. Stripped in the contact, but recovered. Slatter to the line once more. Great clearance by Barry. Delafontel. Great leg drive to break the gain line once more, but St Joe's still playing with it in their own half. Slatter. Lovely work by Russell Cox to break the first contact. Short and crunched in the tackle once more. Hampton remain firm. Well gathered by Blacker. Hampton go hunting for it, but still Slatter has possession. Inside ball to Barry. And this time Hampton have turned it over. Henry Donaldson has the final say.
Yeah, great D by Hampton. Just held their width, kept working hard around the corner, getting double tackles. Eventually, they were given an opportunity for the jackal, and they took it.
Very mature decision by Zach Galatly to go for the point at this stage.
I think it's probably a wise decision. They've had a lot of pressure. They haven't turned it into tries, so let's put some points on the scoreboard, get the ball back, and then build from there. So probably very sensible in these shortened games to probably take an easy 3 in front of the sticks.
Coming towards the closing stages of this first half in St Joseph's College's first outing in the 36th National Rugby Festival, but it'll be Hampton, Zach and Galatly to open the scoring. It's a clean strike, but it doesn't pierce the uprights. And once again, St Joseph's College escape unscathed.
That's a disappointing miss probably for Hampton. He probably would have backed himself to make that kick. But, you know, like I said, you talked about crowds, the home crowds. There are a lot of people watching, and, you know, sometimes it can be unnerving for young men as they're finding their way. So St Joe's live to fight on. Still 0-0, all to play for in this first half.
We know just how important kicking from the tee can be on pitch 2 today. Nick Galley of Denton was so important from the boot. 7 points for himself in that one fixture. And Marlborough's number 10 has been a fantastic asset to them. But now, once again, Hampton will break away. This is excellent running It was a charge down from the kick, but it fell Hampton's way, and they've got numbers outside, and Luckman must be in the corner here. And that is the opening score. And after all that pressure, all that intensity, all that possession, finally, Luckman's in the corner, and Hampton have opened the scoring.
Yeah, impressive there. I thought the 13, fantastic line break, but again, he was looking around the whole time. He stayed alive, he carried the ball in 2 hands, he went looking for his support, he found the 2-on-1, he moved the ball beautifully to the outside. It's wonderful to see.
Great footwork from Finn Wiseman. Really impressive line break. St Joe's unlucky there, they got the touch on the kick. But once again, Zach Gallatley will have an opportunity to add the extras. Just a lack of possession for St Joseph's College in this first half.
Yeah, and they haven't, you know, when they've had those opportunities, they haven't really held on to it, and more importantly, they've lost that possession kind of in their own half, which then has allowed Hampton to continue to build pressure. And you know, they've been resilient to hold them out, but eventually something was going to break, and we've just seen the first try.
How important is it to play in the areas of the pitch that you like to in the short form of the game?
Fantastic conversion. It is important. I think, you know, in this type of game, playing field position and ensuring that you can exert pressure to build points is important. You know, slightly different to the game of sevens where possession is king. You need the ball in order to score tries, and you can be more cavalier from far deeper.
Well, Zach Gallatley's conversion will bring us to half-time. A knife through the heart of St Joseph's College right at the turn. But a bit of breathing time now for the coaching staff to get their messages across. And there's plenty of crowd behind St Joseph's College as they look forward to come back against an undefeated Hampton in their first game at the 36th National School Rugby Festival. We'll be back right after the break. Welcome back. Well, it's a big half of rugby for St Joseph's College as they look to open their tournament. Very deep kick by Hampton. And joining me on the microphone is Mike Friday. Thank you so much for being with us, Mike, and giving up your time.
No, it's great to be here. It's, as he said, it's a fantastic event. It's lovely blue skies, full house at St Joe's, enjoying the rugby, and the players are certainly doing their bit, you know, being exciting. They're running from deep. St Joe's, fantastic offload.
Well, St Joe's really do look to bring the entertainment, but look who's there to spoil the party. It's Hampton once more, and this time it's Daniel Harhoff on the ground to rip the ball away. That was a lovely offload from Kieran Salema.
He's been a handful, Salema. First half, he came up with some moments, both defensive and offensively, and he's working hard for his team, St Joe's. But again, just the numbers to the breakdown. Hampton smelling blood, and they're on it. I mean, they're on it straight away with the jackal.
Henry Langrish with the throw. Hampton have an opportunity to stamp out this home crowd right from the off in this second half. They've got some real height in that line out into the hands of Tom Cohen, and the maul is underway.
Cross the line of touch.
Great counter drive by St Joe's, and Hampton break. Just inside the 22, tipped on. Number 13 goes right through the hole. Finn Wiseman's been a real handful for St Joe's so far, creating that opening try.
He's certainly a focal point for the Hampton attack, isn't he? He's a big man, he's got long levers, he can get them free, he can offload. And, you know, you're seeing that he's keeping the ball alive to allow Hampton to have their momentum and their continuity. So he's certainly a focal point that St Joe's need to try and snuff out if they're going to stay in this game.
Knocked on in the contact there by Josh Osella. Crucial intervention for St Joseph's College, who hate exiting. St Joseph's College hate kicking the ball. They love playing it with their hand, and it's what we like to see. But with the wind, you think an exit really must be on the cards here from the hands of Sam Slatter.
Well, I think they've got to assess whether or not there's an opportunity to run, but they have to be open to the fact that they might have to use the boot to then create defensive pressure and work harder than the Hampton D and get him back.
Well, Slatter's gone down the short side, and this time he goes to the boot. Joe's herring after it. It's a great kick. And Luca Meinhardt was going right after that kick, but it'll drop Hampton's way.
Yeah, smart play. I mean, it was a running play with a kicking option, and they've exited, but they didn't close their minds off to the fact that the 2-on-1 could be on the outside if the winger had dropped early. They found the grass. They've created an opportunity now to put pressure on the Hampton line out. So let's see if this crowd can make this Hampton hooker nervous.
Langrish, safe possession. Offside is the call, and now Hampton look to play with it, knowing they have that advantage. Great shot out of the line. Fantastic work by that man again, Kieran Salema, but advantage for Frankie Christopher being offside.
That's a real shame, isn't it? I mean, Salema is coming up with match-changing moments, but again, just a little bit of lack of discipline off the back of the line-up. They forced Hampton to win it at 2. They moved it. Just needed to be disciplined. They still could have made that 7, still could have made that hit. Small things starting to hurt St Joe's.
And now Hampton have possession. Their line-out's been pretty perfect so far. Substitution for St Joe's. Alfie Shaplin's on the field, as is Ethan Harris in the back line.
Who's coming off?
Time off calls the referee. Plenty of changes in the offing for St Joe's. Stages of this opening fixture here at the 36th National School Rugby Festival. This St Joseph's toughest opposition, undefeated this season, 7-0 coming into this tournament. This will be their 8th consecutive win. So not a bad performance at all by St Joseph's College, who have restricted this very talented Hampton side.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, the final whistle blows. St Joseph's College have been defeated 7-0 by a very talented Hampton side. But with this group shaping up to be one of the closest at the tournament this season, there's plenty more to play for as we move on to the afternoon. Thank you so much, Mike Friday, for being with me here on commentary today. It's been fantastic to have you.
Yeah, been great fun to be here. Let's hope for more entertaining rugby like we've just seen.
And don't go anywhere, because up next on pitch 1, it is a mammoth clash between two of the biggest sides in schoolboy rugby. It's Dulwich up against Wellington. We'll be back very shortly for that fixture.
All right, guys, hell of a game there between Hampton and the hometown heroes, St Joe's. Roland, you're in the new role as head of rugby here. It's your first taste of the tournament in that role. How do you find that atmosphere and the occasion?
I thought the atmosphere was outstanding. There's been a huge build-up here, a lot of hard work behind the scenes from a lot of hard-working people, but we've come out today, we've really enjoyed it, and the atmosphere set the game up well.
Yeah, you mentioned about all that huge work. I mean, like, it's not just the day-to-day, is it? It's like, it is all that build-up and the school getting excited, and there's a sense that it's not just the boys and the coaching staff who are involved in the game day, it is every member of the school society.
Absolutely, you saw the tunnel before the game, you know, the entire school's engaged in this, all the way through from the prep school to the top, every member of staff, all the families that are down today. It engages and embraces the entire school, and it's something we're very proud of.
Well, look, let's talk quickly about that game. Hampton, really tough opposition. They're having a great season. You pushed them all the way. So are you pleased, or are you feeling, well, what might have been out there?
Yeah, I thought, look, we dug in really well. They're a big, physical, well-organised side, and I thought our boys stepped up a couple of levels today in that short game. But, you know, unfortunately, we didn't react particularly well to a bouncing ball from the restart, missed a tackle, and that was the decider. And in short sort of games like this, it can come down to one or two things. And I thought we dug out, we got right down to try line, had a couple of good try-scoring opportunities, and hopefully in our next game we'll be able to take them.
Okay, look, I know you're eager to get back to your boys, so I'll let you go. Thanks very much, Roland. Righto, guys, the action keeps coming thick and fast. I'm going to have to consult my my diary. Oh, it's a biggie. It's Dulwich College versus Wellington College right here on pitch 1 at the St Joe's Festival.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pitch 1, where we completed our first round of fixtures, so we're back with Group A. It's Wellington College up against Dulwich. A proper local derby for these two sides. I'm joined by two Wellington College students. Please introduce yourself, lads.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harrison.
Hi, I'm Tom.
And why aren't you taken to the field today in this crucial fixture?
Unfortunately, recovered last week a little injury to my hip and supposed to be resting for this week, so unfortunately not seeing my skills on the pitch.
I've torn my AC, so out till after half term, but back for Clifton and Sedbergh.
Well, it's great to have you here with us in the commentary box today as Wellington secure possession from the kickoff. Dulwich, of course, beaten by Denton in the opening game, but they'll have woken up by now. How have Wellington got on so far in the tournament, would you say?
Well, first game we played Hurstpierpoint. To be honest, quite a weak side. We beat them 14-0. But yeah.
And what are the team's expectations coming into this this afternoon's fixtures?
I think realistically we're looking for a win in every game. You know, we're not here to play around. We want to win this competition. So we're hoping we can just, you know, use these games to get ready for tomorrow, but really hoping to, you know, take the trophy home.
Penalty Wellington. And they'll put us right into the danger zone in the early stages with the wind at their backs.
Beautiful kick from Luke Anfield there.
A.K.A. Boxhead.
Strong names. Any other particular nicknames we should know about going into this? We are live.
Harrison next to me, Moonhead, Moonhorse.
Strong. What about Wilf Morris at number 4? We have the same name, so I imagine he's a baller.
No real name for Wilf, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see. I imagine Wilf Morris in action here at the line-out. Plenty of height in this Wellington side. Strong forward runners in the backfield, the likes of Barnaby White lining up outside. Joe Buxton, the key man at the line out for Wellington, number 20.
Well, we'll just use one that they're supplying, yeah?
Time off in search of a ballon.
The organisers' tent's down there, so...
Plenty of ball boys dotted around, but following that defeat from St Joseph's, they may be in mourning. You can see how the crowd doth disperse with great speed once the home time are out of...
That's coming from the tent. You are at the moment.
Where
it's coming shortly, don't worry.
Well, we'll get the game underway soon enough. Wellington in this opening stage looking to pile on the pressure. How has the line-out functioned this year, gentlemen, so far?
Well, I'll pass on to Tom. He was the line-out leader before he got injured.
Start of the season, it started off weak against Harrow. We had 24% of our own ball. But Millfield last week, despite a pretty tough loss, we had 100%. So our line-out's gone a lot better over the season, as Joe Buxton claims that.
Excellent line. Run tight off first receiver. And Wellington will look to go once more. It's into the hands of Smith. And they look to go wide straight away. Excellent footwork by Frampton to keep the ball alive, but great work on the floor. And the number 8 of Denton, of Dulwich College, sorry. They've produced plenty of world-class talents at the number 8 position in the past. And this time they've turned it over and escaped that early onslaught. Perhaps Tyler Afire may have been on his bike there had the ball been given out wide.
Oh, shocking kick.
On the 10. Gold on the 10.
Not that your opinion would be biased in any fashion.
Of course not.
Well, another opportunity then. A let-off, perhaps, for Wellington, having not executed. Yeah. We know how high the standards are on this Wellington side. Solid maul by Dulwich, but now being driven towards the touchline. Ball is secured at the base. Bit of confusion at first receiver, but great leg drive to beat the gain line. Dulwich with slow ball to work with. We'll go through the forwards once more. Advantage offside, so Dulwich have ball to play with. This is their longest passage of possession. Didn't have nearly enough ball in the Denton game. Great line speed, but fantastic offload to keep the ball alive.
No advantage.
Great work in the defensive line, but no advantage towards the referee. And Dulwich will have another crack at the whip.
16, goal,
great defensive press there, gentlemen.
Yeah, we've been working on that recently, ever since Harrow, unfortunate defeat, but...
James Cassar penalised for being offside. Dulwich with the wind against them. And Tyler Afire has gathered this kick straight with the chip and chase to put some pressure on Dulwich. Lovely footwork to evade the first man, but a two-man tackle. Great work on the floor.
You're just on the man. You're just on the man. I need to see it clearly.
Dulwich in possession once again. They go to the short side, but great work by Finn Walder.
Winnie Folds.
Blue.
And Wellington have regained possession once more.
Throwing the ball in here, Oscar Thomas. He's a fifth former playing in the front row. Big shout out to him. Big occasion, debut weekend.
A lot of fifth form students, a lot of year 11s in this side?
We do. We have 4 of them. We have Oscar Thomas at hooker, Ben Smythe at 10, Rory McKnight in the row, not on at the moment, and then Inigo Langford, a fullback, but again, not on at the moment.
Some great young talent on show, as there always is at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. Penalty advantage Dulwich, so perhaps they'll choose to play once again from inside their 22. Ball is spilled.
Roll.
High penalty count so far from Wellington.
We've encountered that a lot this season, very high penalty counts. It tends to really show in the result. A lot of games could have been a lot bigger of wins, but our penalty count meant the other team, stayed in it, and that's kind of what's happening here with Dulwich, staying in the game just because of our mistakes.
Good attempt from Tyler Afire to keep the ball in play, but it will be Dulwich possession. This their best opportunity so far to perhaps trouble Wellington's line. Still no score in this tight encounter, 6 minutes in to the first half. Over on the other pitch, there has been a score. 5-0 currently.
Bosh.
Get those results to you as they come in. But that is an excellent turnover on the floor by James Cassar. And Wellington will look to play for it. Owen Nash searching for the offload.
Otherwise known as Smashy.
offside advantage and a bit of space in the wide channel for Wellington to play with. Excellent direct running and great pace, and Wellington goes streaming away, and it's into the hands of Ben Frampton.
Happy?
And what a try that is. With a penalty advantage to play with, Wellington have gone streaming away, and they've opened the scoring here against Dulwich 7 minutes into this first half. What do you make of that try?
Well, some good pill on show here, to be honest. Especially from Ben Frampton, captain at the moment. We're looking for out back, seeing the space out wide and scoring under the posts.
Time check.
Will Springett, who made that lovely run on the in between the five, clearly got a little bit of a spring in his step today. Did it in the first game, doing it in the second. Great play from Springett.
Will Springett was always going to be playing in the wing. Good to see some track representation of the last name.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Time off. Time off.
The extras added by Luke Anfield.
You okay?
And Dulwich will get us underway.
You okay, yeah? Time on.
Only 7 points down, Dulwich. This is a significantly better performance than this morning. They've defended really well, but there's not much you can do
Back foot.
when tries like that are scored against you. Perhaps an early contender for try of the tournament. Intercept in the 22. Attempted offload. Perhaps Wellington looking to play with a bit too much freedom. Great counter drive by Wellington.
Back foot.
But Dulwich with possession just inside the 22.
25 gold away. Hands away, 7 gold. Thank you. Good work.
Wellington going hunting at every breakdown. But Dulwich will look to play with a bit more expansion. Flicked on to their 15. Chooses to cut inside. Still resting on the 22 are Dulwich. Wellington's defensive line is set. Great tackle by Jonty Marias. Flashed across the face of the Wellington line. Penalty advantage, and Dulwich must sense opportunity here. Only 7 points down with plenty of time to play in this game. They look to the wide channel once more.
Still got advantage line.
Wellington holding strong. Been on the 22 for a number of phases now. Big collision in the midfield by Lloyd McEwen-Peters. Pick and go at the base.
High tackle.
But a high tackle is the call.
High tackle.
It's Jonty Marias who's penalised. And a great opportunity for Dulwich now. Under a bit of pressure are Wellington.
Yeah, we seem to do decently under pressure. However, too many penalties is what I think could lose us the game if we do lose.
Penalty count certainly is high as Dulwich find the touch. What is the playbook for defending the maul from this close proximity for Wellington?
I think I won't say too much, but we've got quite a few different calls to defend them all of which do different things. We'll see what they do here.
I would say
got a few calls.
No one you're going to play is listening because they're all here in person.
You never know, they might watch it back.
Oh, good. No, planning for the future, for the Seb 10s and such. Clean ball at the front of the line out. And sacked.
There is one of them.
Excellent sack by Wellington. Clean and legal. And look at this line speed. Loads of pressure piled on Dulwich, and they've made it all the way out to the 10-metre. Fantastic work by Wellington to wholeheartedly dismiss that threat. And now Dulwich will have to do all that hard work again. It's spilled once more. Excellent tackle by Kassar. Powerful forward running. Chopped down well. Still Dulwich in possession. They've done well to look after the ball so far.
Good physical defence from the boys. Seen a lot of it today, keeping it going.
Great line speed once more, but Dulwich still maintain possession. And finally, there's the turnover.
Great turnover. Henry Busby, unreal.
From a line out on their 5, Wellington have driven Dulwich College all the way back to the 10-metre and turned it over. You must be very happy with that defensive set.
Very happy. You know, the boys showing the physicality, showing the heart. It's what we want more of today. You know, as Mr. McDonald said, if we don't concede, we win the tournament. There you have it. And great turnover from Henry Busby, who weirdly named himself Buzzer. But yeah, that's Buzzer.
Can you give yourself your own nickname? Are you allowed to give yourself your own nickname?
Apparently he is.
We're in, we're set.
Well, that's good from Buzzer as we move on to the closing stages of this first half.
Hey, look. Let's be sensible with the gap, okay? That's their mark.
This perhaps one of the final plays of the half. Good opportunity for Wellington to go into the break. 2 tries to the good. Claimed well in the air.
Francis, contact in the air.
Oh, here we go.
An excellent decision. And away goes Wellington's number 9. Finn Walder playing 9 at 13. Absolutely no one home for Dulwich, and he strolls in from that line-out opportunity.
Such good awareness from him. He's a real good player, dynamic, can play any position. He plays wing, plays 9, but yeah, solid player.
Well, that will be half-time following the opportunity to add the extras. What do you make of this first half from Wellington?
I think, you know, it's nice going in 12 points up. But I think realistically, you know, if we want to win this tournament, this isn't the rugby we can be playing. We can't be giving away this many penalties. We need more discipline. But the defensive sets I'm proud of. We've seen a lot of it today and we'll see much more.
Well, we'll wait for the conclusion of the kick and then we'll take you to half-time. There's plenty more rugby coming up this afternoon before the short lunch break.
Interesting, we've got 5th former Inigo Langford taking.
Inigo Langford, a strong name as you'd expect from Wellington College. Clean strike with a wind at his back and just clipped the uprights. So 12 points will be the advantage that Wellington hold over Dulwich College. A much better showing from Dulwich, who perhaps can feel hard done by to not have managed to convert one of their penalty opportunities. We'll be back very shortly for the commencement of the second half here at the 36th National Schools Rugby Festival here in sunny Suffolk. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of this thrilling encounter between Wellington and Dulwich College. Wellington 2 tries to the good with that really sneaky score right before the break by their very versatile number 13, who's deputising at 9. I'm joined with 2 current students in their final year. As well, right away, a fire looks to go to the line, and great work. A lovely offload into the wide channels. Wellington looking to start up this half with a flourish, boys.
Yeah, no, come out the blocks quickly. Enjoying that. I think we worked a lot this week on how quickly can we react to a restart. Obviously, so important at St. Joe's, and it's proving now.
Flashed across the face, a fantastic line, and the ball inside by Lloyd McEwen-Peters. Well, it went loose there. We'll have another look at what's gone on there, but try's been given up close by the referee. It looked like the offload from McEwen-Peters went to ground, but the try's been given, and Wellington have scored right off the kickoff. This is a fantastic line picked out by Lloyd McEwen-Peters right through the hole, and he's tried to flick the ball inside. And it has gone to hand, and there's been another offload in there. It's once again Finn Walder, who's done excellently well to firstly gather the offload from Lloyd Peters and then nudge it on once more. What a great try that was, boys, right from the off.
What a player, really proud of him. He was a new joiner in lower sixth, but a great asset to the team when he folds those.
Just keep an eye on the 10-metre line.
Well, that's a try and an assist for the number 13, deputising at 9. Great work to flood through the gates, and 17-0 the score. Wellington really looked to leave a mark on this fixture and hunt for that top of the table position. It looks like Denton are 10 points up in the game across field. So Denton will remain top of Group A. But Wellington will be right up with there going to the final round of fixtures if the scores stay the same. Fantastic to take.
Henry Busby there.
Wellington looked to play straight from the off. Flash through the hands, but well gathered in the wide channel.
It's unfortunate for Hom Sanger, aka Sangi.
Forward pass is the call. An opportunity to Dulwich to attempt to score their first points of the tournament.
Blue ball.
Once again, not a poor performance by Dulwich College. They've had plenty of opportunities, they've just not been able to convert so far. What do you make of the group as a whole?
I think we kind of got let off with our group. I feel with the likes of Millfield, Kirkham, Hampton,
St. Joe's College.
Yeah, getting a group with obviously Denton, good sides, but I wouldn't say they're up to the standards of like Millfield and your Kirkhams.
Well, Denton are currently 2 tries to the good against Hurstpierpoint. They put 22 points on this Dulwich side. A key fixture then in this afternoon between the two of you.
No, number 9 back and offside. Yeah, just there.
How are you expecting that last afternoon's fixture to go as this game slowly ebbs away?
I feel as though if we limit our penalty count and play our own style of rugby, I think no team can stop us.
You're up here.
Well, a bold claim from the lads from Wellington, but that's exactly what they're here to do. Come and upset the opposition. Up next, of course, on pitch 1, Marlborough against Whitchurch. The new boys of Marlborough who caused an upset when they held Kirkham to a 10-all draw with that final winner. Excellent counter drive by Wellington at the maul. But they've broken away. Dulwich have done well to peel away off that maul. Clever work from their forward pack to gain some metres.
Hands up! Hands up!
And now Dulwich will build through the forwards. Penalty advantage. Surely Dulwich will carve out their first score from here. Great leg drive and metres made. Good quick ball at the base of the ruck. They crash through the centre of the field once more.
That's forward, but there's no advantage.
Forward pass.
18 offside. Yep, I've got it.
Would Wellington be upset to not keep a clean sheet in their second game?
Yeah, we want a clean sheet, 100%. But I think regardless, we're going to be upset about this penalty count. It's really hurting us right now, as you can see.
Can't be in front of the back foot, okay? 18 was on this side, yeah.
Another penalty. Another line out for Dulwich College. Another opportunity for them to carve out a score. There is still 5 minutes to play in this second half. Claimed well in the air.
Broke away.
And a good counter drive by Dulwich, but the ball has broken away and they'll build once more through the forwards. Tough to do against this physical Wellington side. They go to the short side once more. And it's picked at the base again as they creep ever closer. Slow ball, crashed up once more. Marius is asked to keep his hands off the ball as Dulwich go darting once more. Short is the call. Again, they crash forward. Great counter drive. Back to the 5 metre. Dulwich are repelled. And this time they look for the back line. Direct running. The ball is loose. Still Dulwich possession inside the 22. Great tip down the line. Bit of space in the wide channel.
Advantage number, please.
And another penalty goes against Wellington.
Red scrum cap. You're fine. Time off. Captain.
Time off calls the referee.
Give me the mark after.
And you must be upset with the penalty count being this high.
Very, I think, you know, it's not unlikely we're going to see a yellow card soon, so the boys really need to cut it out. You know, it's the stupid mistakes, and realistically, if we hadn't given them away by now, we probably would have got another try.
Just here. Okay. Gents, penalty for a late hit. Time's off.
Late hit, the call by the referee. As on pitch 2, Denton go crashing over for another try against Hurstpierpoint. They are looking mighty tasty this morning. Shaping up to be a hell of an encounter later on this afternoon between the two leaders of Group A.
Yeah, it was a late hit. Yeah, okay. Gents, back you guys penalty for a late hit.
And Dulwich will look to the corner for a third time in quick succession. This final phase of the game, Wellington have found themselves camped in their 22.
Gold on the 5. Gold on the 5.
So considering it's the same chat from your previous fixture, too many penalties, why haven't we seen a change, do you think? Considering the penalty count remains as high as it did earlier in the morning.
I think after every game we have these type of chats saying to cut out the penalties. However, I don't know what it is, a mental thing where we just, it never seems to happen. I feel like it needs to come from the leaders in the group.
Excellent drive by Dulwich, brought down by Wellington, but still they go rumbling on as they reach the line. The back line have entered the fray. They're calling for it, but Dulwich will drive towards the post.
You've got it.
Turned over by Wellington, and straight away they look to play. And it's given to a fire in the wide channel.
It's a good pill.
Who's dragged into touch.
In touch.
But a great turnover on the 5 metre.
Good counter-attacking pill there.
Goal.
It's top pill. You know, we would have liked to score off that, but you know, getting out the 22 is massive. Huge from the boys.
Well, after all that sustained pressure, much like in their first game, Dulwich are unable to convert.
Blue numbers. 5.
Around 5 minutes left in this fixture as Dulwich look to carve their way into the fray. 17 points the deficit.
Hooker in. 9.
This result will leave them unable to qualify for the cup competition. They're fighting to stay alive in the upper echelons of this tournament, in which they have such a rich history, and it's an excellent turnover at the line out, and Marius comes away with it once more. You must be happy with that line out, leader.
Very, very happy. That's Joe Buxton, one of the lowest sixths, really stepping up. Usually leads the line out for the seconds, but got the call up for Joe's, and great play by him.
Big fend there as well. And Wellington have no interest in exiting. They simply want to play. Picked up at the base. Excellent bump.
That's Joe Pym, calls himself the Piminator.
Hold him.
Gets stolen.
Well, it was a very good running line, but unfortunately Dulwich in possession once more, and the penalty count grows higher. Well, we've been here before, gentlemen.
We have. Despite everything we do to exit, we decide to shoot ourselves in the foot and just return to where we were.
And Dulwich might not be on top form this afternoon, despite the tough start to the season. 5 losses from 5 coming into this tournament for Dulwich. And unfortunately, it looks like that record will be extended to 7 losses from 7. They do play a very high standard of opposition, as they will here at the St Joseph's College Festival.
Yep.
Ooh, no maul, interesting.
So let's go straight to the back line. Hitch kick from the number 11. And turned over.
Great
Fantastic
turnover
play.
from the lads.
And Wellington looks to go quick.
Really happy with that, really happy.
Holden.
Once again, Dulwich unable to cross the white line from a promising position. You highlighted there the decision not to maul. Do you think that Wellington's, considering the last maul almost made it all the way, interesting decision?
I think realistically we've got a decent maul defence. You've seen it throughout this game, but you know the last one they got so much momentum. I was a little bit surprised they didn't go for it. Draw a few players in, but hey ho, it's probably why they're 17-0 down.
15-7 the score on pitch 2. Denton go.
We got a ball. Oh, you got it.
Riding on at the top of Group A, which again highlights how key their clash will be between Wellington and Denton this afternoon. Perhaps one of the games of the tournament so far. Line out ball 1, under pressure, but Wellington will play away. Pressure is where they thrive. Offload out the back. Fantastic work to get it to
Langford.
Wonderful hands in the back line, and Wellington looks to break quickly. In defeat of Marias now, he claims ball well.
Advantage.
Penalty advantage of playing the 9. Harry Eckersall under a bit of pressure. And Anfield gets us underway. The offload is there.
To Buzzer inside.
Flicked inside, but the linesman flag is raised. We'll go back for not retreating 10 metres. And Wellington look to finish this game with a flurry, perhaps.
Be a card for that one. Not 10. Minutes go.
Is the maul the option in this final minute of the fixture?
I'd say we look to play some rugby out back, test their wingers with the likes of Will Spring on the pitch. I think why wouldn't we go wide?
Great support work from Henry Busby following Luke Anfield's quick decision, and he will find the corner.
22. Just inside.
So just a minute to go.
There you go. It's yours there.
In this clash of two well-established and historic rugbying institutions.
Last play, gents.
Wellington with their lofty ambitions. Currently 17 points to 0 against Dulwich. And they'll look to add some more as they go short to the line.
Gents, it's not straight, okay, but that's time.
Not straight from the line out. But Wellington won't be too worried as they finish the game 17 points to good. What do we make of that fixture overall, gentlemen, from Wellington's perspective?
I thought we played some good pill at times. However, I think with the penalty count was what let us down in the final few minutes. Been told to mention Noah Errington. He asked for mention, so he ought to know.
I think, yeah, realistically, should be a bit disappointed with that penalty count. Obviously, good result, but you know, we're missing the likes of Dan Head, Miles Wingate, etc. So maybe the discipline we're losing it from. Roshan not here. Some of the leaders within the group aren't here, and maybe that's why we can't follow this discipline.
Still scored some beautiful tries, however, as they take the win 17 points to 0. Don't go anywhere, because it's a big clash in Group 2 up next on pitch 1, Marlborough against Whitchurch. Thank you very much for joining me, gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed your time in the commentary box. We'll be back with, oh yes, more rugby very soon after the break.
Thank you very much.
All right, big win for Wellington there, 17-0. So they're looking pretty strong. And another team, they're looking pretty strong as well, Hampton, who opened up their campaign with a 7-0 victory over the home team, St Joe's. And look, the one thing that we want to do this year at St Joe's is bring you a little bit more from the boys. We've got the great and the good of the world of rugby here. We've got scouts galore. You've heard from Mike Friday, the USA Sevens head coach, already on comms, but we want to bring you the lads. So we've got Zach Gallatley, and we got Freddie Skinner of Hampton alongside. Just get a bit of a flavour of the tournament, lads. So you played St Joe's and you came away with a victory, but what I really want to know is, how did it feel running out with everyone cheering the other team and not you? Like, did you feed off the energy? What was it like out there?
A little bit. Obviously a little bit daunting at first, but you kind of get in the zone once you get going. Try and block it out as well. Obviously, I was kicking and I fluffed my first one, which didn't help. But just try and keep it blocked out as much as possible and then enjoy the experience. We wanted to take it to them and enjoy it.
Yeah, so enjoying the experience. And Freddie, for you, you're enjoying it for the first time. Unfortunately, poor old Freddie had COVID last year, so he missed out. And you were just saying to me that you can't get over the scale of it and just how many people and the buzz around the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a large event. I didn't quite realise, how big of an event it is, and the crowd's just amazing. I mean, the atmosphere was fantastic, and I mean, the nerves settled in, but I think I overcame them, and we came away with a good victory in the end. But yeah, it's a really great occasion.
Pretty good occasion. All right, let's talk about that match then. 7-0. They pushed you all the way. How do you feel? Can you play better, or are you happy with what you put out there?
I think our attack, we can get slightly better. I think we're a little bit flat. I thought defence was very good. We fronted up pretty well to the crowd and showed our character. So that's good to keep on that. I think we need to adapt to the wind breezing across in the second half as well. But I thought our defence was proper strong.
All right, Freddie, what's the ambition here this weekend at St Joe's, and who are the teams to beat in your eyes? You can step a bit close, boys. Keep on edging away, which is making me look bad here, okay? We'll talk to you, you not to me, okay?
Well, I mean, obviously the ultimate ambition is to win it, but I think, there are some big forces to reckon with here. I think, obviously, your Millfields, Denton, Kirkham, Trinity, they're your big schools you really want to beat. But first, we've got to beat Brighton and RGS, Wycombe in our group. So, obviously some really big teams here, and yeah, we just got to make it through the group first.
All right, and look, you probably won't want me talking about this, but you are undefeated so far this season. So how does that match up coming into the tournament? You must be full of confidence coming in, Zach.
Well, it gives us all the confidence, but also we know that other teams will now want to beat us. But it gives us more confidence to go and try and beat them and carry it into the second day. We'll take RGS, then Brighton, and then hopefully win the tournament tomorrow.
Boom. All aboard the Hampton hype train. There you go. Right, lads. Zach, absolute pleasure. Cheers, Freddie. All the best of the tournament, lads. Right, so good to hear from a few of the lads. As you can see, look, we'll spin around this way. We can have a look at just how many people are here at the tournament. All the concessions. We've got the big screen going on as well. It's all happening at the St Joe's National Schools Festival, the 36th edition. I mentioned that we're bringing in new teams like Marlborough, like Trinity, like Strathallan, who are going to be taken to the field soon, and we're going to be bringing you all the protagonists and mainly the players who are involved. So stay tuned to the stream. We're going to be bringing you the finest in schoolboy rugby all weekend.
So we are about to get underway here on pitch 1. Marlborough versus Whitchurch. Marlborough kicking off from left to right on, from receiving the ball, playing right to left on your screens. Whitchurch kicking off from left to right.
Okay, hold in front. Hold in front.
Joining the commentary box by Ronan, the director of rugby here at St Joseph's College. Close game for your lads earlier.
Oh, definitely, and actually we're going to experience the wind here with Marlborough from right to left here. It's a hell of a one behind us at the moment.
Knock on advantage.
Certainly is, so much so we've had to put up a lovely tarpaulin to shield us from the wind, and so that you guys can actually hear us speak rather than a whirling wind through the microphone. The ball just knocked on by Whitchurch there over on the far side. So it will be a scrum to Marlborough early on in this first half.
On the AR.
How much is the wind playing in these games at the moment? I mean, so far it's been strong all day, isn't it?
It's huge here, and you know, Whitchurch are going to struggle here a little bit because the ball's about to be 30-40 metres behind them, I would have thought. Oh no, it's a big scrum.
Certainly is. They've absolutely scrummed them away from that ball. Little kick through the back. Taken well by Marlborough, diving onto the ball on the floor. Securing it deep into their 22. They'll be looking to make sure they can clear their lines here, and surely they've got the wind behind them to do so. A monstrous kick.
It's a great exit.
Black 2, offside.
But it's gone into touch, and Whitchurch, number 2, Jack Seavey, unfortunately caught offside. So it'll be a penalty to Marlborough. Jack Sweeney, apologies, it's trying to decipher the handwriting here on the team sheet. Should give them a good position, far out, and that it does. Got themselves from within their 22, good 40 metres up the pitch, just inside.
Black, that's your mark there.
The Marlborough, the Whitchurch half.
Gents, on the AR.
This is a great opportunity now for Marlborough to launch themselves into the game. With a 5-man line out, hopefully with a set play, looks like it's set up with the 10.
Oh, stolen there by Whitchurch. Ball, but he's stolen back in the tackle. Pinch the ball from him there. And a monstrous hit there as well.
No!
Marlborough, not too sure where they knew that ball was going to go.
Release!
Trying to find some space now, lots of players in the way. But the number 10, really strong running here. Oh, trying for the offload, but perhaps could have done with looking before he made that pass.
Lost now!
It's just been passed straight into a retreating Whitchurch defender. So they have the ball now, marching forwards. The number 18, Isaac Godfrey. Passing it back.
Hold.
And the kick coming infield. It's up by the number 9. Yeah, good spot by the referee there. Ball just drifting forwards.
That's a great start from Whitchurch with their first scrum over in the corner. They've pushed Marlborough off the ball, and then with the line-out steal as well. Really impressed with the big, heavy boys, big, heavy defence as well. They've got themselves out of trouble.
Certainly have.
Gents, I need you to hold
keeping that
set,
pressure on.
Okay? No, you've got to hold your weight.
Referee just reminding both teams of discipline at scrum time.
On the AR. Gents, push back on the AR. Crouch.
See how
Bind.
their strength comes into this scrum now for Whitchurch. Or Marlborough expecting the shove and hold firm as the ball gets spun out. And they gain an immediate 10 metres. Pushing up the pitch now, nice little bit of footwork and a burst of pace. Brings them another 5 metres forward.
Push back.
As you say, with the small wins they've had at the set piece, they definitely want to try and keep putting that pressure onto Marlborough.
They're a big unit of boys, and they've got some great shape. They're not playing particularly expansively here, which is probably a well advised into this strong wind, but you know, they're set first, they're ready to go, and they're making big dents in the line every time they run.
Certainly are. Up to the 22 now. Ball's going a little bit loose. Losing a bit of ground because of it, but they've still got the ball, Whitchurch. Still pushing forwards. Maul is called by the referee. And Marlborough do well to just keep themselves falling down on top of that ball.
Marlborough have done really well there. They've had to weather the storm a little bit, and hopefully with the wind behind them now, they can find a way to work themselves into the game a little bit.
Yeah, exactly that. Clever in defence. And they're able to have their own platform now just outside their own 22. Plenty of ground in front of them, but again, with this wind behind them, just come over from commentating on the Denton game. 2 50-22s within the first 5 minutes in that Denton game by Denton, using that wind to their advantage. It's a real possibility here for many of these teams.
Stay there, 9.
That's another really impressive scrum from Whitchurch. It set them up for the turnover.
Great strength. And it's the number 12, Ben Spite. He's going through. Made some decent ground.
No!
A great opportunity here for Whitchurch. Can they get a reward for their hard work so far in this game?
Away, White!
Yeah, a strong tackle, but holding firm. And Marlborough seem to have stolen the ball there. In the tackle, just seem to have pinched it.
Stay back!
And now Marlborough have to look to exit, but they have got that wind behind them, and my goodness, that ball's gone. And I mean, if this goes into touch, this will be a 50-22, and then it will be. Goodness me.
That just shows exactly, you know, we've got Marlborough there defending for their lives on the line. They've managed to sneak the ball out again.
50-20.
When you think they're on the ropes, you think they're there for that killer punch, but they nick it, they turn it over, and look at that, it's a 70-80 metre kick, puts them right in position, ready to go.
Just shows you just how strong the wind is here. On your screens, you'll have an idea with the way that the flags on the far side of the pitch are fluttering, but unless you're here, unless you can feel that wind, you don't realise just how strong it is.
I'm hoping the scaffolding tower is pretty secure as well, if I'm honest.
I think we're luckily shielded by a couple of trees, so hopefully, as long as they hold firm, I think we will. So Marlborough now with the line out, 15 metres out from the Whitchurch try line. Despite being
through the 5.
under pressure in this first half, will they be the first ones to strike here?
Go for it.
Choosing to keep it in, going back down towards the blind side. Whitchurch trying to get the turnover, but the referee tells them to leave it. So that's what they do. Marlborough taking their time here. And they've now won the penalty. And not just straight away to go quickly and down to the far side.
Stay back.
5 metres out now. A real opportunity here for Marlborough. Can they hold firm? Oh, but it's been stolen. It's been stolen by Whitchurch.
Stay back.
It's a mirror of what Marlborough did down the other end.
This is a fantastic battle with both sides. I think they've nudged it into touch on the far side, but what a great play, to be fair, from Marlborough. They're stuck at it, they've got right down there, but they just need to get over that final line.
Yeah, they certainly have. They're trying to take their opportunities here, I think. They're trying to take every opportunity they have. They know they've been under some pressure so far. They've taken it down, but now they've got the line out on the 5 metre line. The steel not quite coming off for Whitchurch.
Medic or?
They'll be happy, to be honest, with their field position at the moment, you know, considering they've been under pressure at the scrum, they've been under pressure from the line out. There's a big, strong boys from Whitchurch have been making some big dents into their defensive line. So the fact that Marlborough are now 8-9 metres from the goal line with an attacking line out with maybe minutes left on the clock, it's a great opportunity for them to steal one, probably against the run of play, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that I'm not sure whether it's the player or whether it's the referee that's taken a knock to the head.
I think that number 12 has had a report in from the physio that number 12 needs to at least have some sort of assessment on the side, so they're making a change.
Yeah, he's just coming off here. Hopefully we'll be well looked after. I think he's looking a bit puzzled as to why he's come off.
I'm not sure where the calls come from there, but the referee's probably done the right thing to move him off, get him assessed from the medical staff, and then hopefully he's good to go, because he's had a good game so far and he's been pretty influential in them moving right down the pitch to have this opportunity.
Certainly. I think the referee just having an issue with his comms, with his earpiece at the moment.
Gents, you got a player on?
Either that or trying to steal a bit of the limelight.
Okay.
The young man from Oxford University.
Stay back.
And so we have another opportunity here for Marlborough. 5 metres out, and they go for them all.
Back foot.
Getting the initial shove on, but now a push back from Whitchurch. Oh, he's come straight through the middle and stolen that.
That is outstanding from that young man there. He's come right through the middle of the maul and destroyed that attacking maul in just with one man.
Certainly has, and then it's got into touch from Marlborough, so it will be a Whitchurch line out.
It'll be tough here, to be honest, for Whitchurch to get out. They've just had 10 minutes of the game now, and they've got the wind against them, and they need to see if they can clear this kick and try and give them a bit more breathing space between their try line and where they are.
Yeah, they certainly will.
Don't push him. Don't push him. Step across. No.
They've also probably feel a little bit down that they haven't been able to make the best of the opportunities that have been given to them. They've worked so hard in many of these areas. They'll surely be hoping to get something soon, so they've opted for them all.
That's one.
A strong defence by Marlborough. And they break from the base. Just need to get some go forward, I think, here. Whitchurch caught running sideways a little bit. You're that close to your line. I know they're just on the outside of their 22 now, but with this wind, you want to be as far away from that try line as possible.
No, not on the ball. Second player.
Marlborough trying to go for the steal there, but just not listening to the referee.
Hands of the ruck, second player.
Giving away a penalty.
1 minute.
You can see there the wind, the kick, not going where it wanted to go.
No, it's a good opportunity here as well. The fullback hasn't dropped back yet for Whitchurch. There's a bit of space behind. If they see it, the wind might be their advantage again.
Certainly is on this near side. Whitchurch dropped back now. There's only one man in that backfield. And the pass just not going quite to hand, going a bit loose, but it stays backwards. So we do play on here. Oh, monstrous attempt at clearing the man off there, but the ball was already picked up by Marlborough, so it is kept safe. Oh, strong two-man hit there, Christ.
Big hit.
It's hits like that I remember. I'm glad that I'm stood here with a microphone and not out there on the pitch.
No attempt to roll.
You think with Marlborough, with maybe the last opportunity here, they need to move the ball around a little bit and maybe get away from these big giants from the Whitchurch defence.
Yeah, they certainly do. As the referee just marches 10 metres forwards.
Sorry.
The original penalty for not running away after that monstrous two-man tackle.
I think they're called for a shot at goal.
Oh, I think they are. The tee is on the pitch.
Last play as well.
Well, with this wind,
no roll, then chat.
You have got the legs on the kick. Now, will it play havoc with the direction of the ball? That is the question. They've chanced it. I think they've decided here that, look, we've tried a couple of line-outs. We've tried them all, tried to move the ball around. Hasn't quite worked yet. But as you say, I think they need to move that ball around just a little bit more because they're keeping it nice and tight. But there's some of the players in Whitchurch, they're such big units that you're not going to be able to win in those tight battles.
No, you know, Whitchurch really want an arm wrestle, and they've shown from their set piece their coaches would be pretty happy. I would have thought at half-time that they're big, strong. They're almost bullying Marlborough a little bit. So Marlborough need to be clever and probably outfox them a little bit. But if they can get this one over, it's not a bad return for a real tough, hard work first half.
Certainly is. That kick just going wide. Just to confirm that the flag up from the official there was to say that the ball had gone dead, not that the ball had gone through the posts. Just to clarify. So we remain scoreless here at half-time. A really close encounter between these two sides. Whitchurch with some real dominance to begin with, but Marlborough bringing it back at the end of the half there, trying to get close to the line, just not being able to. So 0-0 here at half-time. And you're here for some of our partners before we crack on with the second half.
Muted it, yeah. Generally. I wasn't watching it, was it had gone drifting so much.
So, about to get back underway here for the second half.
Okay, hold in front.
Marlborough kicked off from left to right on your screens in the navy and white kit.
Gents, take the line. I need you to maintain this gap, okay? Is that gap okay now? On the line, but maintain
Which has
the
chose
gap.
to clear, and it will now be Marlborough's line out on the halfway line. Good hope and opportunity here for them to try and get the ball out wide and try and find some space. Playing into the wind now. They've got a much more difficult job than they did in the first half.
Yeah, I think Marlborough are going to have to try and move the ball, and if I was coaching them, I'd be encouraging them to try and get that ball away and get round these big Whitchurch boys and try and move them around the park a little bit. On the other hand, though, I'd expect Whitchurch to be using this wind to push Marlborough deep into their own half and deep into the corners and see if they can get their big line out or the scrum or the big maul moving along and bully them a little bit.
Yeah, definitely just taking a moment here to pause for an injury.
Calm it down, please. All right, yeah, no need.
The referee reminds both teams to just calm down a little bit.
Time is off, lads.
The restart will be with a penalty to Marlborough. Whitchurch not rolling away after making that tackle. Playing into the wind here, what do you think their option will be off of this penalty?
I think if I was them, I'd be trying to get the ball as far down the pitch as I can into the corner, but it's tough, you know. It's a lot more shaded here on the side of the pitch where all the fans are at the moment, but out in the middle there, they're really in the face of the kicker, and actually got to make sure he makes touch to start with. It's a big pitch out there, and if they can get to the line out, then hopefully they've got an opportunity to get the ball going and get a bit of tempo into the game, and I think that might be their secret weapon a little bit, and if they can get the ball moving around, then maybe Whitchurch won't be able to hold on to them too much.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a test trying to get that ball far down the pitch. I think they're good to make 10 metres into this wind, certainly with the central point of the penalty in the pitch.
I do think, though, Whitchurch will be pretty confident here that, you know, the wind is a 16th man. They know this kick's probably not going to go right into the corner. They know they're going to have an opportunity to get up and nick another line out like they did in the first half, or defend a maul aggressively. So if they can get their hands on the ball and their kicker can move the ball down deep into the Marlborough half, then they should be able to get themselves back in the game.
Exactly that. They know that they're going to have that support, and they will have an opportunity here to pounce where Marlborough weren't able to in the first half. Surely give them a bit of a spring in their step and be thinking, yeah, this is our time now. This is our opportunity to really push forward and get up into the game and get ourselves on the scoreboard.
Sir, are you happy for him to continue? Sir? All good for him to continue? All good for him to continue? So, yeah, where you are.
So he's
Time on.
deemed to be okay to stay on the pitch.
19, no roll.
So we get back underway. And here's that penalty. And yeah, they're looking to go for the kick to the left-hand side. As you can see, that ball being held up in the wind. My prediction fairly good, probably about 15 metres rather than 10.
He's done well there, though. It gives him a decent starting point. It's still on the 10-metre line, so Whitchurch are going to have to think about that, the 22 behind and the space. They have to defend a little bit differently. Hopefully Marlborough can get into the game here and win the line out and get going a little bit and see if they can dent the line.
Better gap, okay, keep it like that. Yeah, keep it like that last time.
What a great battle there.
It certainly is. And they've got an opportunity here with the line out just outside the 22. Gone even further than I expected, actually. So, ball not quite going to hand, but it is batted back.
Forward pass.
Oh. But the pass deemed to be forwards.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
Play scrum. Forward pass.
Interesting call from the referees. I think it might have been the pass back in the line out there. I think as it's come down and bounced, they've just got a hand to it. It's then come forwards onto the man that's in the line out. But we're a lot further away than the officials, so hopefully they've they've got that right.
Yeah, scrum here.
You'd expect Whitchurch here to liven up their scrum a little bit and maybe get the nudge on. If they can't win a penalty, then I'd be expecting that either their 10 or 15 seem to be lined up ready to punt this ball down as far down this pitch as possible and get them moving out of their own half.
Definitely. So that win behind them, definite opportunity. Just taking too much time to make that pass there out the back of the scrum.
Offside.
Another offside called. I think again a knock on, and he's in front and picked up the ball. Unfortunate there. And an opportunity here for Whitchurch to put themselves deep down into Marlborough's half, but kick stays in field.
That's a missed opportunity there to relieve a little bit of pressure and get an attacking line out.
Certainly is. Marlborough have continued on as they ended the first half, marching forwards, and they've had so much possession, just not letting Whitchurch get their hands on the ball. Flat pass and a hard running line.
Stop.
Yeah, there's a tip tackle there. It's going to be a penalty only, I think. Conversation between the referee and his assistant. And in case you wondered, they weren't using telepathy. They have got a little earpiece that they're chatting to each other on. So useful for the referees to be able to communicate with each other.
That's your mark there.
Marlborough seem to be having a quick conversation, try and tidy up their last line out a little bit. Hopefully they take this opportunity and they can get themselves into the game. They've done well to stick this out, especially into the wind.
Certainly. A little bit of a shake around, and they do end up going up at the front and gaining possession of the ball despite Whitchurch's opposition. They bring it back down this blind side here, trying to find some space, nothing coming forward. They take it into contact. Ball distributed once again. Another hard run. Couple of meters gained. Marlborough still opting for this one-up runner approach, really not trying anything out the backside. I know the wind is hard, but you'd think they have to try for something, surely.
Just a little tip or just a small pass, just extra 1 or 2 passes here should be able to move the point of attack enough that they can get around these big boys. But
yeah,
keep playing straight into Whitchurch's hands here, really, and running straight at these huge boys.
And the high tackle there. The yellow card has been brandished by the referee.
Penalties where you are. High tackle. Post called for.
Oh, they've gone for posts. That is brave. I know that normally this should be kickable range, but with this wind coming from the other end and facing into that kicker, it's going to be a tough challenge.
It's probably the most exposed end of the St Joe's pitch as well. You know, we were kicking in the week, building up to this point, and if he doesn't drill this and keep it pretty low, if he lets it come up, the wind will just keep it up, and he may not even make the distance in a probably normally quite comfortable range for him. He's going to probably struggle with this a little bit. So, not knowing the pitch, let's hope his gamble pays off.
Yeah, get the idea, totally understand the option, and on a normal day, on a less exposed pitch and with a lower wind, you'd say it was the perfect option. Put themselves 3 points ahead in a really tight game with a man advantage, but now he has to add the extras. He does keep it fairly low. He starts to hold up, but the strength of the boot carries through, and the gamble plays off. That takes them into the lead there. So Marlborough leading this game here with
5.5.
about 5 minutes or so left to go on the clock. Taking the lead for the first time in this game. Still a minute and a half left on that yellow card.
First man.
Early on, just getting isolated there and giving away a penalty.
Play on.
So a strange decision there. Hopefully, again, another one that might pay off, because it would have been sensible to put that ball in the corner and use that big pack again. But they're playing.
Certainly are. Oh, Gore, and they're trying to go for a bit of width, something that we said that Marlborough should have tried earlier on. They now have the penalty advantage. The outstretched arm of the referee. Max Bignall just running a sideways line there. They need to sharpen up their lines.
2 high tackles in a row, you go to the bin.
It's a big lad, but there is a yellow card being brandished now for Marlborough. 2 high tackles in a row.
Got a penalty here, or penalty over on the 15.
It looks like Whitchurch are going to try and use their brute strength and power. Oh, again.
Well, there was a little bit of commotion on the touchline where they should take the points. The kicking tee was nearly on, but the boys have tapped it, and they're backing themselves here. They're only 5 metres out.
Certainly are. Need some hard straight lines, and he's breaking through. Can he get himself over the line? Just short. Gone round the open side, still short again. Driving forward, and the try is scored. Great decision to bat themselves there. they will be certainly happy with that.
3.5 minutes.
Well, to be fair, that physical power that Whitchurch have been showing throughout the game has been there in the scrums, their mauls, their big, strong defence, and fair play to them. They're 5-6 metres out. Coaches are trying to get the kicking tee on the pitch for the penalty, but they've tapped it and gone, and they've used all that power, all that aggression to wiggle the way over the line in the end and take the lead with only 3 or so minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, last few minutes left on the clock, and they've taken the lead, and they will take every single second of this kick. Make sure they run down their yellow card. I believe he'll be back on at the end of this play. Marlborough still got another minute or so left on their card themselves. Matty Young, who adds the extras, the number 15 for Whitchurch, extends their lead to 4 points. 7-3 they lead here, with 2 minutes left on the clock.
That's a huge swing in momentum from Whitchurch being a man down, conceding a penalty, going 3-0 down, and then straight back up the other end, and they get the 7 points, and now they look like they're back to 15 now, so they've got the numerical advantage, and with the wind behind them, I'd expect them to catch this and be banging that ball right down the pitch again.
Yeah, definitely, and they've managed to take it. Now to see what they opt to do with it. Marlborough are very attuned to the threat of the wind. They've got 3 men deep back in their half.
Yeah, it hasn't made a huge amount of distance there, and this may give Marlborough one last roll of the dice with the line-up just outside the 22.
Yeah, not sure whether he was thinking back to that kick that never went into touch down the other side.
All done.
Potentially trying to make sure it was safe, but it does give Marlborough a little bit of an opportunity here as both teams make a couple of changes.
We all good? Time on! Let's go, guys.
The yellow card is yet to return for Marlborough, so they continue with 14 and minus a line-out option as well. And a tall number 4.
Knock-on advantage.
They're able to just get it to a knock-on from Whitchurch.
Advantage over for knock-on in the line-out. Off feet now.
He going forward, taking... Oh, what a hit.
No!
Oh, thought they were going to get the turnover there, but the referee says not, so they release. And Marlborough come forward once again. Struggling to make ground here, aren't they?
They are. They're still, you know, that little movement, that little tip then gave them an extra couple of metres. You just think if they can move the ball out just a couple of passes, they might find a bit of edge here, get their faster players into the game. They've now got a penalty advantage as well, so great opportunity with a bit of free ball.
Oh, nice offload. You can see he was ramping up for that little offload there.
Onside.
With the penalty advantage now, they'll want to do something here. I think that's another offside penalty advantage for Marlborough.
They're in.
There we go, back
a pass deemed to be forwards by the referee there, so they will come back for the penalty.
Stop. 2.
Time's been taken off. I think the referee just conferring with his assistant.
You've got a choice of penalties. You've got one over there for offside or one here for offside. Hang on. You go.
The referee's telling they've got a choice of penalties. They've got one closer to the touchline, which would make more sense to give them a top opportunity for a maul to head in, or one right in front of the post.
There and one more centrally, but further back.
You would imagine that they take this one over to the touchline.
Okay.
More than anything else, it's closer to the try line. They get more options.
Back here.
You'd think if they're not going to tap it, they've got to put this ball in the corner, and they've got an opportunity to maul, but it looks like they're going to tap the ball and have a go.
And they try and play Whitchurch at their own game. See whether they are successful here. Time is up on our screen, so this could be the last roll of the dice. And Whitchurch find an isolated Marlborough player and get straight over the ball. And the referee confirms that will be time. They tap it and boot it into touch, and that will be full time here. What a close encounter.
It was, and I think it's probably a fair result by the end of it. The big, strong, physical side that Whitchurch are, they dominated a lot of those big collisions, and despite Marlborough sticking in the game and eventually moving the ball around a little bit, I think they probably deserved the victory in the end.
Yeah, definitely. They had those opportunities. Eventually, they managed to take a hold of them, which was great. So it is a victory to Whitchurch here, 7 points to 3 over Marlborough. A really close encounter. As we now take a little bit of a break for lunch for these boys to recuperate, to make sure that they rest those bodies ahead of a heavy afternoon of more high-action impact rugby here at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival 2022.
Okay, righto. So I'm here pitchside with a couple new faces for the tournament. There we go. We got a mic there for Terry Gilmore, and we've got, unfortunately, injured Jamie, who can't be involved in the contest out there today. And guys, we're going to come on to you being fresh in the tournament. Let's talk about that game. Real tight affair. You led for long periods of time, and you had an opportunity at the end. How do you feel in the aftermath of that?
Obviously gutted about that one. We tried to run through the big boys, and went away from our DNA, which is running with the ball. So, you know, that's what happens though. Tournaments, it's a short time, and that's what happens in these games.
That is what happens. It's a learning experience for you guys, because it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? You haven't been here for over 20 years. So what is it about the St Joe's Festival that has made you want to be back here in the mix?
We've always been keen to be part of this festival, and you know, the door is shut a lot of the times that I've asked, and we're really pleased that we've got the opportunity for these guys to come along and play some rugby at the St Joseph's Festival.
Look, Jamie, I'm so sorry to hear that you're injured, but you've reassured me that you're going to be back and you're on the road to recovery. What is it about this tournament that you and the lads have been so excited about?
Well, I think it's just a different experience for the boys. Of course, it's not that full 75-minute match, 80-minute match. You know, some boys have properly stepped up, and it's just a complete different experience. I mean, teams that are ranked top 1, top 2, top 3 in the country. I mean, we drew with Kirkham, and they're ranked top 3 in the country, which for us is just an unbelievable achievement.
What's the feedback from the boys then, from those two games? I mean, Kirkham, tough outfit. Whitchurch, pretty hard as nails as well, and then you got Trinity to come as well. It's a gruesome group, but you must be buzzing to, as you said, to be playing these teams.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the boys are stepping up. Like you saw, we were celebrating that draw like a win, because I mean, it was a win for us. Because I mean, that outcome wasn't necessarily what we would have expected. But us boys, we played amazingly, and then with Trinity, we'll hope to do the same. Although they're big, they won the Daily Mail Cup. Doesn't mean that we can put points past them at all.
So how's the format of the tournament treated you? Because it's very unique, isn't it, to be playing this much rugby on Saturday, and I'm sad to say you've got to do it all again tomorrow as well, although like slightly shortened games. So what's the feedback been from your teammates?
Well, I mean, of course you kind of want to keep ball. Of course, if you kick it away, that's just like we that's just time gone. And also, if you get a penalty, you also want to take the points. But I mean, it's short, it's snappy. I mean, some boys get some needles and bumps, but it's class.
This format suits us to a T. It's quick and fast, and that's how we want to play our rugby. We've got a talented group of boys at the college, and you know, to give them this stage, and for all the kids that are watching us at this point in time at the college, is such a great thing for us. Schoolboy rugby, it could go anyway. Doesn't matter who you have in charge or who you have in front, should I say.
Do you know what? No more questions. You've ended on such a fantastic note there, Terry. Well, look, we're loving having you here,
Thank
Jamie.
you very much.
Looking forward to seeing you back in action soon enough. Thank you, chaps.
Thanks a lot.
For us, it is a small break from the competition, but as you can see, it is the young guns. It's the next generation taken to the field. We've got a little under 11s festival that's going to be played for the next 30 minutes while everyone breaks and gets some lunch. But just like my recently acquired and generously gifted Budgie Smuggler's bucket hat, don't go anywhere, because there's plenty of passion left to come today.
Well, the future of St Joseph's College and local rugby clubs is in front of our eyes. The under-11s competition is underway. It's a chance to see the future of what will be St Joe's in a few years' time. I remember my position a few years back. We did this when I was 5 or 6 years old in the 2010 festival. Tonight, that was the year St Joe's did come away victorious. The under-18s and the under 6s at that point. St Joe's have a 14-man squad here on the weekend. They all got presented with their shirts in the festival assembly on Wednesday in chapel in front of the whole school. And they've got the first team on the sideline supporting them. The drum is out. This is what the festival is all about. It's a brilliant try in there from Woodbridge Rugby Club, I believe. Seen the same physicality in the first team as we are in the under-11s for St Joe's. I'm here joined by an old boy, a former pupil. How special is this moment for these young lads to get that run-out key in Rothwell?
It's extremely special for all the lads. These under-11s here, you know, they're the future of the college. They're the future of the festival, so it's very important to inspire these lads and give them a taste of what it is.
as well as some of these rugby clubs that are coming. Obviously, in the festival, it's 15 out of 16 are private schools. In the rugby club, you see a mixture of all different people, and it's a great opportunity for them to get that showcase of talent on display here.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea. I believe this is the first year we've done this, and I think it's great to showcase the local talent we have in the area and give them some exposure and show that rugby at this level isn't just for private schools, it's for people of all backgrounds.
So Kian, you played last year, you played in 2019 as well. What was that feeling like for you?
Oh, it's an unbelievable experience, mate. You know, it's hard to sum up into words unless you've been there. You know, this year I'm very jealous of the lads. I'm jealous of the coaching setup they've got. I'm jealous of the crowd here. It's something that I would genuinely do anything to do again. You know, when you run through that tunnel and you look around, you see your friends and family, you know, it's a really magical experience.
When did you join the college, Kian?
I joined in the summer of 2015 as a 12-year-old.
12-year-old, so you would have been just a year older than these lot playing. When you were younger, you're playing those fixtures, you'd come back from your game and you'd watch the first team destroying every team in the local land. How inspiring was that to see them and then also have your own games, your own chance to wear that red and white?
It's extremely inspiring, mate. It's something you look up to and something that you want to achieve. You know, festival at this school, and I know across many other schools, is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby in the United Kingdom. And, you know, it's a bit of a controversial thing for me to say, but I'd say across the world, this is probably one of the best, if not the biggest, rugby schoolboys festival.
I think that's talking from a St Joe's heart.
It might well be, mate.
St Joe's working really hard here on pitch one. Split the pitch into almost a third here. Looking to go out wide, the drum beating. Hopefully some of these lads are free for a game later on.
I hope so, mate. I really do.
I mean, the new coaching provision brought in St Joe's has seen Mr. Wenham, Fred Wenham, take over Prep School Sport. He's enjoyed every moment and he's very proud of the squad at St Joe's and what they're achieving in their games, their fixtures.
I hope you don't mind me adding here, Will. You know, I think it's very important that the college provides this provision so early on here, because that's really where you set the groundwork for these players. I know they're only young, but you pick so many things up at this age, and it's just a great thing to embed into the college.
And this is a memory for life. I did this when I was 5 years old, bit of tag rugby on pitch one. 2010, I mentioned it, that's for the year when Alex Day lifted the trophy for St Joe's. You know, that was my best ever rugby performance, I think, for St Joe's. But, you know, it's those little opportunities. They stay with you for life. And I hope for every one of those young lads wearing the red and white and all those other different colours of the rugby clubs here, that this moment is huge for them. It's special. And I'm so honoured that they get to share this with the St Joe's crowd. They've got the first team watching them. They've got the drum beating. It's a brilliant moment.
I'm going to flip the questions on you here, Will. As someone who is here,
taking over.
I am. I know you were only young, but you know, what was it like to see the festival trophy get lifted that day by Alex Day?
The first thing that I recognised, I was sitting just in front of the commentary box here, you know, sitting with my brother. I just bought a ball from one of the stands. I believe it was a Coast stand. I bought a ball, and I watched Alex Day, and I watched him just lead that team. They all followed him. They all knew what his leadership was. They were just so strong. And I remember also seeing Lewis Ludlam when he played, when I ran out with him as a mascot in 2013. I remember walking over to him, just seeing how strong he was, confident. He was never shaking, never nervous. He was ready for that moment to destroy and win that festival. And that's what it is, that's what it takes. You've got to be nerves of steel, hold it in you. Some of these teams that come out here, when you watch them, when they are the successful teams, you know there's something special about them. You see it in every game, you see it in their faces. And I remember that moment, seeing Alex Day walk off that pitch one, being led, all applause from absolutely hundreds of St Joe's fans, going to lift that trophy. It was a special moment, and I'll treasure that forever.
I'm sure, mate, and I hope at some point in the near future, maybe potentially this year, we get to see that and feel that feelings once more.
100%. Well, the future is bright for St Joe's. I mentioned the new coaching provision. Director of Sport and Business Development, Anthony O'Riordan, has brought in plenty of plethora of coaches. I'm looking to my right here. Is that a rugby player for an under-11 team? Some of them are absolutely huge.
There are most definitely some units in this.
Are they playing for Kirkham?
Probably, mate. They'll probably sign them up. That's a fantastic carry by the Ipswich player there, and well turned over by Colchester.
It's a very nice kit for the Colchester lot.
We've had that kit for years, mate, actually. That's my boyhood club.
Boyhood club for Cian Rothwell. Who are you supporting? When St Joe's and Colchester play, the under-11s, who are you cheering on?
It's got to be the St Joe's boys, mate.
Good,
Got to be.
Good. What's your best festival memory? You've played in 2 festivals, you've watched plenty of them. What's been the moment that stood out for you the most?
Last year, yeah, it's a bit of an obscure moment, but to me, probably my best moment. We had a scrum on our 5 metre line. Millfield were attacking. I'm packed down at 7. They go wide, and I'm thinking here, if they score, we're really in trouble. I sprint from this scrum and I'll make this turnover, and probably the best turnover I've ever made. But it was definitely that moment there, and just the feeling that I'd stopped that try was better than scoring a try for me.
It's a lovely feeling, and crowd when it backs you up in that moment, it's insane.
The crowd's the best bit, mate. I remember coming on to make my festival debut as a 15-year-old when I was in year 11. And I've come onto this scrum. Wilf Kemsley, who is not far from me now, actually, is packing down at tight head. And I'll come and my hands are shaking. I remember him just telling me to calm down because you're so nervous, you're full of adrenaline, you're absolutely buzzing. You know, this is the proudest moment of my life, and I genuinely mean that. You know, it is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby at St Joe's.
And a game on the right-hand side for us has just finished. I believe Ipswich Rugby Club take the spoils, and that's close, tight affair. Some excellent rugby on display. Some really talented lot there. They know exactly the basics. They understand the full game. Big shot in there from Woodbridge as they keep going. They go over the line, try scored. Great bit of play from Woodbridge there. And that's full time in the St Joe's game. I believe Woodbridge Rugby Club take the win in that one.
Is this a round robin here, Will? Are they going to play each other again?
It should be a round robin. I don't know what the plans are for all of them, but as always, gracious in defeat and winning, and handshakes all round.
So, Will, I'm going to ask you another question. I hope that's okay.
That's absolutely fine. Go for it.
So, obviously, this festival is focused among the rugby, but as we know, there's many people behind the scenes making things work and tick along. And right next to you is me. Right next to me is you, sorry. Mr. All Space. Talk about the role that you have here and the big influence and the things that you do, not just online, but with the squad. And, you know, we often refer to you as the gaffer. You know, we're not wrong though, are we? What do you do? Go for your role.
Yeah, so I've, as always, as a young lad who's come up from St Joe's, I've been here since I was 2 years old. Now in year 13, the rugby festival, the rugby squad, it's always something you always look up to. It's something so inspiring. Seeing that team collect their shirts, seeing the hardest men in the school cry when they get that shirt presented to them. It's a moving moment. Honestly, watching some of those players, how taken back they were in that moment where they got that opportunity to play for St Joe's in the National Schools Rugby Festival, there's nothing like it. I always knew that I wasn't going to be the rugby player, but I always also knew that I wanted to be a part of the squad. And I found a way to do that. I made a documentary series in 2019, made the Instagram account SJC Rugby, and usually I find myself as a substitute team manager because the lads, their organisational skills does rely heavily on me. I won't lie.
I can absolutely agree on that. Without Stace, we'd be a bit lost, not just on the social media front, but in the front of just playing rugby, we would be very lost without you, mate.
That's very kind of you, Cian. No more flattery in the commentary box, please. Some big games today. How much have you had to watch, Cian?
I've watched a lot of rugby today. I watched Strathallan's first game bright and early this morning.
How did they get on? I think they beat Quags Wakefield 12-10.
They did. There was a last-minute attempt by Quags, and they scored. It was a fantastic finish from their winger. You know, he's dummied the kick and gone round, and it was a fantastic finish. One of the best finishes I think I've seen at Festival, and I've seen some very good ones. Mate, if there was a bigger crowd here, it would have got a much bigger reaction, but I'm very certain that will be up for try of the tournament.
Strong call from Cian Rothwell, obviously. Few people get a vote. Unfortunately, Cian, you don't, but I believe I do. I think I've heard that. I might get a vote for try of the tournament and player of the tournament, which I'm more than honoured about.
Yes, mate. Yeah, I mean, you absolutely deserve it. I know there's a lot of rugby yet to be played across the next day and a half, but that was a fantastic finish by the Quags winger.
So, talking on St Joe's, obviously there's been a change in fixtures here. Ipswich Rugby Club now taking on St Joe's, and you've got Colchester taking on Woodbridge. The two winners facing each other, I believe. A lot of rugby to be played, but in this tournament, who are you seeing as your outright winners? Who are you predicting to go the way and lift that De La Salle trophy?
It's an early call to make. There's
very early.
It's very early.
I think we've not even got through the second round of fixtures.
No, look, it's the Premier Schoolboy Tournament. Every team here is that I would suspect this is the most competitive festival we've had.
100%, definitely. That Trinity edition has been huge.
Trinity and Kirkham are definitely up there. I believe, I might be wrong here, did Kirkham draw their first game?
Kirkham drew their first game 10-10 to Marlborough, the new lads as well.
I think Marlborough, that's a great addition as well.
Woodbridge Rugby Club going over once again. They look brilliant. They've got a lot of pace in their backs.
I think as well, obviously last year we see this new format coming with shorter games. I think this is going to catch some teams out, especially the new lads. You've got about 20 or so minutes.
20 minutes on the second day, and it's 25 minutes on the first day, which is so short. And one thing we're always talking about is how crucial those conversions are. Those penalties, those little moments where you've got to make that decision, they are the moments that change every single game in this competition. And that's where it separates sides that are serious and not serious. I believe you're getting spotted. But we'll move on. Big cheer for St. Joe's. They go over. Great score in there by one of their young lads. Yeah, I was just mentioning, sides like Trinity, they've come in, they've completely adapted to the tournament so far. Obviously, they've played Kirkham, they've beat them. Really big win for them. But sides like Millfield, there's a reason they've got 7 wins under their belt in this tournament, because they know the tournament, they know what's expected of them. They're coached for this moment. Everything they do in their build-up is focused on this. Their season evolves around this festival, and then it evolves around the 10s and the 7s. They're focused on silverware. They're focused on winning. And Millfield, every single time we watch them, they always have that experience. We know that they're going to go for goal. They're going to get those 2 points. They're going to get those 3 points. They're a strong side, and that's for good reason. Always taking every single opportunity. St. Joe's stretching the pitch on the left-hand side of pitch 1. Lots of support in there.
Ipswich have turned it over on the counter-attack.
Running around the outside. Can't remember much from the primary school rugby days, but all I can remember, I was a very talented 9.
I'm sure you were, Stace. I have no doubt in that. Just like your brother.
Just like my brother. I think he ended up being a utility back in 2019 when he was used. That was used in sort of fullback, wing, 10, 9.
It's just testament to his skill, mate. It's testament to his skill. He can play anywhere.
He'll love that I've said that as well. But yeah, it's everyone's built up. You never stuck to a position. If you ask any of those under 11 lads, what position do you play? They'll tell you 5 positions. That's what rugby's all about. They get the experience, and when they're in the stage of getting older, their size changes, they're becoming the person who they're going to be forever. That's when they start to get that coaching and understanding of knowing, 10 might be my role, or a winger might be my role to my skill set, what works. Injuries affect it. If you have an injury as a young lad going through the school and the senior school, that can change your position. And in these moments, it's all about playing rugby, getting that experience, being the faster one, and unfortunately there is an element of give it to the big one, they'll run through and score. I remember playing a few games and watching every team just pass to their big man and they'll run through and score. But that's what rugby's not about, and you're seeing that in the modern world with modern rugby. You're watching these rugby clubs, the development of players is all about the pace, the backs, line speed, hand speed, and learning the basics and developing that in rugby.
Absolutely, mate. I think that's a fantastic part of the game these days. When I was younger, it was very much, oh, you're a big lad, you're a prop, or you're tall, you're second row. That can limit your skills. So I think, the way that they play rugby now through the grade age levels is much better, because every player's going to become much more skillful and not just rely on the big lad they've got on the pitch.
As an old boy, you're seeing more of the old boy view of the festival. No, excuse this, but you're in the beer tent constantly. You're enjoying your time. You're taking it easy this morning. He's all right at the moment, but I'm sure later on in the evening, you've had the old boys game yesterday, you played in that. As an old boy, as someone who's, looking back on their days fondly, how does it feel to be back here at St. Joe's and experiencing all again?
It's a very weird feeling being the other side of the fence this year. You know, the last 3 years I haven't been. I've been on this side of the fence and on the pitch. So it's definitely a weird feeling. You still have all the same emotions that you had when you played. You know what it's like to be out there, and at the same time you're very proud and you're very excited of all the festival squad. So it's a very weird thing, but I'm enjoying it. It's great to catch up with friends I've met over the years and teachers that have taught me and coaches. You know, that's another big part of festival. It's not just the rugby, which, don't get me wrong, I love. It's fantastic. But it's also about having a catch up with all your old friends, all your teachers, all your coaches, and you especially as you grow up, you learn to appreciate that a lot more.
I suppose one of the main things in the festival is when that St Joe's side runs out, you see that tunnel, you see the 1,000 fans around the pitch one. That's when it takes you back and you think, this is more than a rugby festival. This is more than just the best teams playing rugby. This is a communal moment in the Suffolk area where teams across the country, built up of talent, you know, some of those players, I'm looking at them, you're thinking they'll be the ones on my TV screen, on BT Sport, playing for Harlequins, playing for Saints, playing for Tigers, winning Premiership titles, playing for their international teams. And it starts here. It's this moment where at St Joe's, in Ipswich, in Suffolk, nothing more special than that.
Definitely not, mate. And you've got to remember this festival is where a lot of the large universities, all the Bucks Super Leagues team, the academies. You know, I got scouted for Irish Exiles under-19s playing at the festival. So performing at a festival is not just about the team success as much as it is, it's also about the individual success. And we saw that, you know, Marcus Smith, for example, he's played here. Mako Vinopola, he's played here. A lot of boys will get picked up here by academies, by universities, and that gives them another step into life.
100%. Woodbridge looking ever so dominant on pitch one. I'm sure there'll be some scouting going on for St Joe's.
I hope so, mate, because they've got some very handy players.
They do look strong. What are you up to now, Kean? You've left St Joe's and you're moving on, you're into a new life. What's life like for you now away from St Joe's? I know you've had a tough time sort of stepping away from it. You've constantly been on the phone with me, asking what's going on, seeing what's happening, asking for the score updates. What's life been like away from St Joe's? You know, not being a part of it anymore, but seeing it from a distance.
I think I described it to the head of Sixth Form just today. It's like going through a bad breakup. You've left and you want to go back, but you know you can't. You know, it was such a big part of my life for so many years and really shaped who I am today. And it's a path of life I never thought I'd follow. And I'll tell you what, I'm very, very thankful and very appreciative that I did. Because, you know, this genuinely changed my life forever, this school.
It's great to hear.
And also I do miss the rugby and the boys, hence the constant updates.
There's some great physical sort of battles out there on the pitch. I'm watching both pitches and no one's stronger than anyone. They're really, really big contests.
Yeah, and that's fantastic, mate. That's what we want to see. Some good rugby for some young lads who I hope are really enjoying it with this big crowd. I'm sure it's unlike anything they've experienced before. So I really genuinely hope that we've inspired them, not maybe to just come to St Joe's, but inspired them to crack on and play rugby long into their lives, because this is what it's about at the end of the day.
100%. And St Joe's managed to get the ball away on the try line. Elliot Tyler refereeing. He won't be a part of the St Joe's family. He'll be moving on to working at Ipswich Town Football Club. We wish him all the best, but he's making every moment here at St Joe's his best. He's doing the scores, he's refereeing the under-11 games. It's great to see everyone out here, members of staff, students, seeing the prep school community coming across, seeing those parents being here.
It's funny, Will, Mr. Tyler, or Elliot Tyler as you referred to him, he joined the school the same year I joined. He had no idea about rugby. I don't think he really understood what happened.
No.
I think he just thought it was a bunch of young lads running each other as hard as they can. And it's funny, I remember him reffing his first ever game of rugby. I'm now probably watching him ref his last game of rugby. So, you know, it's quite nice to see how he's developed as a coach, as a teacher. He's a top lad, and we really do wish him all the best in the future.
As a resident festival player, one of the main things you do in that festival week is at some point you'll go over to the prep school, you have a conversation with them at break time or something. This year they did it a little bit differently. They all went into the change room, tried on the shirts. Some of them actually fit them quite well, which is a little bit worrying.
A little bit, mate.
Not worrying for the future though. I'm excited for the future of St Joe's Rugby. But it's such a special moment. How did it feel when you went over to the prep school? You saw those young faces looking up to you and they thought you were royalty. They thought you were the best it ever gets. How did that feel, inspiring those younger ones?
For me, that's what it's about here. That's absolutely what it's about. And I remember last year, or the year before that, I was applying to become head boy, and that's what I spoke about in my speech. It's about inspiring the younger students, the younger people in the college to reach this level. You know, they've got the opportunity in front of them now to play this level of rugby, to enjoy this experience, whether that be in the form of a player or someone in the form of you, Will, because that just shows the opportunities across the college. You don't just have to be a brilliant rugby player to play festival. You can be brilliant at media, you can be brilliant at commentating. Anything you've got a passion for, you can probably get involved in the festival.
If you're really passionate about getting water on the pitch, I'm sure Mr. Winter will happily let you have a go at that.
Funnily enough, Anthony O'Riordan, who's walking towards me now, when I was 12 years old and he was head coach at Colchester Rugby Club, I would run the water for him. So I was very passionate about that. So that brings an end to our brilliant inter-club and school festival we've held here at St Joe's.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. All lads are very proud of themselves. Got a couple of games out of all of them. Congratulations to everyone who took part. It was a great little showcase to see the future of rugby in the Suffolk area. Thank you very much, Cian, for coming on.
Thank you, Will, for having me. It's been a lovely conversation we've had up here.
Lovely, thank you very much, Cian. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your day. But for St Joe's, it's a very proud moment for all those young lads to get out there, wear that red and white, wear the badge, look towards the future of what might be. Wonder what the stream will look like when these lads are playing. Hopefully I'm still commentating. But well done to St Joe's, Woodbridge Rugby Club, Ipswich Rugby Club and Colchester Rugby Club. Attention turns to what will be returning to the fixtures in the under-18 competition here at St Joe's. What a great moment to see the future of schoolboy rugby.
Hello there.
Which way are you going?
Hope you've had something to eat. I sure have. Lovely
Rob.
chili con carne.
Rob, can you take my back, please?
Directly from St
Can you
Joe's.
take my back, please? Yeah, on the halfway, please.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Hold on. Good to go.
An afternoon of action-packed rugby to follow what was a fantastic morning. Millfield versus Strathallan.
Tackle!
One of the favourites in this competition against one of the underdogs. And for this game, I'm accompanied by two men who you'd usually find in the middle of the pitch with a whistle. Who have I got alongside me today?
Alfie George and Max Marshall.
Alfie, Max, good to have you with us. And it's always nice to have a little edge on an element of talking about refereeing. And because it's not only a chance for these young players to develop and to push on, but also for you guys as well. So how have you enjoyed being at St Joe's so far?
St Joe's is one of our prize tournaments, I think. The London always supplies referees. It's a great weekend for us. It's nice to have, we get teams of 3 out. It's really good development for younger refs as well. Lots of coaches here, and also the quality of the rugby is so good with you guys broadcasting as well. It's always such a nice weekend.
Exactly that. Well, we've
Scrum, Millfield.
We've got a scrum for Millfield now. There's a good platform for them to try and work something off. How long have you boys been in the profession, Alfie? How long have you been refereeing for?
I started, what was it, just after 2019. So I went to Campion School originally. Yeah, so I played here against St Joe's many times and over at Campion as well. So yeah, I picked up the whistle. So just would have been summer of 2019.
Awesome. Well, there goes the whistle. Blown, penalty. Ewan Davis wasting no time. Ball's ended up with Sefa Carver.
Tackle! Roll 7! Good work.
Now through the middle they go.
6 away!
Millfield, up route 1, Davis. Dummies, deceiving. Good counter-rucking though from Strathallan.
Play on!
Referee calling it to be play on. Good to see referees making this a nice open game.
Well, we know that the boys want to play quick rugby. They're all young and fit. Give us a run around. But also, you can tell that's the way everyone wants to play here.
Play on!
Well, somehow we're still playing on. That ball was kept in.
Entry.
Now the whistle blows.
That's you. Scrum
But that was a frantic moment of rugby there. I think everyone almost had their eyes closed, fingers crossed. And, well, we've had the whistle blown and things grind to a halt now. And Davis has the ball at the moment, but I think it's going to be passed on to Tom Howlett, who looks to the corner. No, that's not Tom Howlett. My apologies. That's Owen Erasmus. The cavalry certainly arrived for Millfield.
Your numbers, please.
Some of their star players absent. Do you guys have any input in enforcing the half-game rule? How does that go about?
No, so it's mainly a directive towards coaching staff. The referees won't really get involved in enforcing that. It's a rule that the coaches stick quite well to. Quite a nice change, I think, to make sure that everyone gets a game. But no, that's not really our remit. We're much more on the field, I guess.
Tackle!
Sefa Carver and George Cotterill working nicely to bring Millfield into the 22. Erasmus out the back door. There's Carver again. Through the hands, Hall. Out wide now, that's Beasley. Heads back in field. Carver from the base. Johan Emmanuel. Davis down blind side. Beasley. Legs are pumping. So close to the whitewash there. Davis on the hard line. Emmanuel scores. First try there. Lovely build-up play from Millfield. Patient, and their patience is certainly rewarded. It's the brand of rugby that we're able to see at this sort of level. I mean, this could be passed off as sort of Premiership stuff, and we wouldn't bat an eyelid, would we?
Absolutely not. The physicality as well that we see with these boys, even compared to some adult levels of rugby, the size of these lads and the speed they play at, the physicality levels.
Yeah, I'd also say some of the offloading that goes around on both these pitches over the morning has been absolutely outstanding. Sometimes they don't always stick, but you know that's what you expect even at the highest level. But when they do, the way they can break the line is really good for them teams that can do it well.
Emmanuel eyes up the posts. Windy conditions have not ceased over the lunch break, and Stefan Emmanuel feels the full effects of that. It will be a 5-point gain. You guys are down on the floor usually, and potentially we can't appreciate the size of the impacts on screen, but it's happening in front of you. Are they really sort of that heavy? Are they really that big? At some points you're looking around going, oh, wouldn't like to be on the end of that.
I mean, if you can hear the hit from up here, then you can imagine what it sounds like from down there. Yeah, you know, these lads now, they're bigger boys. God knows what they eat for breakfast, lunch and dinner. but yeah, they're big and the hits are big. But you know, always legal.
Davis, his box kick charged down, but he'll have another bite of the cherry. The ball's bounced straight up into him.
Play on.
Referee calls to play on. Jack Lee has to try and get his dustpan and brush out and sort it all out. Maul was cool, but ball's headed to the floor. Out to Emmanuel, who turns on the afterburners straight through like a hot knife through butter. Emmanuel is racing away. Carves through the Scottish defence with ease and makes up for his misconversion with an added 5 points. Potentially, do you think after lunch we're sort of seeing fatigue slightly creep in? I mean, these boys, especially Millfield, Strathallan, they've had a long journey, both coming across from all different parts of the UK, get to St Joe's, and, well, that novelty and adrenaline slightly wearing off, and potentially we're seeing a few more soft shoulders out there.
Yeah, definitely, and we don't probably realise it as much up here, but you can see the flags down there, and on the actual pitch, the wind is really strong. So you know, Millfield going into the second half with the wind behind their back, I've just got a feeling that they'll keep pushing on.
I think we've certainly noticed last year that the difference between perhaps schoolboy rugby and adult rugby, as it just starts to rain, is that maybe for these boys, as it's such a big occasion, we get a bit of frantic rugby. And then once they've settled into this tournament, especially day 2, the standard really kicked up last year. Those impacts just got heavier.
Well, Emmanuel puts the icing on the cake and manages to get the conversion with little spared. Now this rain is horizontal. Mother Nature is playing all the tricks in her books. Has come out with horizontal rain for St Joe's. It was almost too... I took my coat off 10 minutes ago. It was that hot.
It was too good to be true.
What's going on? British weather, but I'm sure you wouldn't have to tell Strathallan how to play in rain. Coming across from Scotland, maybe can get slightly more accustomed to these wetter, wilder conditions. A big get off the bus from George Timmins, who won Millfield the tournament last year with his turnover in the dying moments against Brighton. Emmanuel dancing. Ball, though, falling right into the palm of Sean Norza. Strathallan get their first taste of ball, but decide that they don't want it anymore. Rankin tries to go for the corner. The wind, though, had other ideas, so back out for a scrum. All the way back where Rankin kicked from.
Just here, guys.
Who is our man in the middle, guys?
Referee
for this game is Harry Parsons. Originally from Hong Kong.
Oh,
moved here for university. Is now working in London.
Well, I'm sure he absolutely loves this weather and definitely is not missing Hong Kong right about now.
No.
8 in, please. Crouch!
Scrum time.
Bind!
It's been fairly even Stevens at set piece so far throughout the competition. We haven't seen too many bulldozering events, and Strathallan have actually come up with possession here, and they've decided a boot to ball's the best option, and this could run quite nicely. Is it going to go all the way?
Yep.
It will be seen out.
Cool.
I mean, forwards will be scratching their heads there at Strathallan's decision making, doing all that work at scrum time and then kicking it out only just to have a scrum a little bit closer towards your own line.
Yeah, exactly.
Happy here?
Referee's dream, that. Have to chase the kick just in case something happens. Then it goes down. Back we come. 70 yards.
Sorry? Oh. My bad.
All right, let's see if Millfield can make amends at take 2 of this scrum.
Crouch! Bind!
Davis with the put in.
Set! Guys, up please, we're unstable on this side. We're unstable on this side.
Referee not happy with what he's been presented with.
Say that
I think
again.
often people forget that at this level the scrum is a restart.
Keep your feet nice and
we're
forward,
looking for
don't overextend
safety as the
for
key
me, okay?
priority at the scrum time, whereas at seniors might be a bit more lenient to allow dominance to be rewarded, whereas here we really just want to see the ball out
Bind!
as safely as possible.
Set!
That wedge holding firm. Timmins at the base. Davis plays 10. Emmanuel out wide now to Matt Hall, who cuts back in field because he was running out of real estate out there. Tip back. Good pass. No one in particular, though. But here's Sever Carver out to Cottrell. Goes up the gears. Cottrell straight through.
What a try.
Excellent work off structure from Millfield. Right off the training paddock, and George Cottrell just went up into 5th and found the whitewash.
Just on the 5.
This may seem like another Millfield dominant, heavy performance. They won their first game 24-0. That was against RGS Newcastle. And we're already looking at maybe 19 points before the half. So Millfield slightly counted out as favourites because, well, Trinity, the hipsters, new boys on block, they have come in with all the swag, but you can never count out 7-time champs.
Oof.
Well, I'm going to have to be dismissed to the company of our 2 referees alongside me. Thank you very much, boys, for your expertise.
Thank you.
We'll see you out in the middle very, very soon. But for on the pitch right now, Millfield, the dominant force. Scotland's Strathallan scratching their heads. Millfield in full flight half-time score. Millfield 17, Strathallan 0. Welcome back. Millfield
Backwards off blue.
are going to ask for more of the same.
Millfield away. Thank you.
Strathallan
Hold there.
hoping that they can try and make their way back into this fixture. I've swapped two referees for one, and I've got Tom Reed alongside me now. Tommy, you caught the majority of this game?
Yeah, I've been able to watch some of it in the time that I've been off. I mean, those two lads just were begging me to come on to com, so I thought I'd give them a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit different. But yeah, as you say, Millfield, as expected almost, just being so dominant in the start of this first half. Now coming into the second half, I'm sure they'll be wanting more of the same.
Key to note as well that they've been resting a fair few of their players, so this is not necessarily a full-strength Millfield side, which is dangerous to think about, really. And away they go through the middle, the dummy. Little cheeky nudge over the top, and Baverstock is going to have to get back and try and clean it all up. He's not been given the ideal scenario, nor has Norza, who's brought to ground.
Holding on.
Penalty given. It was inevitable.
Advantage.
Millfield go quick as well through Osh Catlin.
You off, please.
And then yellow card's also going to be given for not going 10. Things going from bad to worse for the Scottish side.
Yeah, certainly that was inevitable, that yellow card there, really. Millfield doing really clever to take the ball quickly off the penalty, and not 10. Such close distance they are to the try line. It always had to be a yellow card. Not a penalty try, though. Plenty of cover.
Timmins through the middle, surrounded by blue and gold. Knees on floor meant that tackle had been made. Through the motions, still going. Has he got there? I think he has. It's George Timmins. Scores Millfield's fourth. And they're going at well over a point a minute now.
Inevitable, really, wasn't it? After that penalty and that yellow card, one player down, already 17 points down on the scoreboard. Yeah, the pressure was just mounting on. And Millfield took their chance when they had it.
Well, as I mentioned, George Timmins, who was the name in lights this time last year, he won Millfield the De La Salle Trophy with a late turnover in that game against Brighton. Came up clutch with the ball and kicked it out. Well, he's on the money again today. Emmanuel through the posts. Not that they needed any more points, but they've got them. 24-0 now, the score, equivalent to that they reached against RGS Newcastle in that first game. So you'd imagine that they're going to beat that score deficit and come away as one of the top teams out of Saturday.
Yeah, certainly they won't try and stop here, will they? They'll keep pushing. I think Millfield might try a few different things, try something different, put the boot to ball potentially a little bit more, try and move Strathallan around a little bit and take their chances where they can. May as well try things at this point in the game.
Well, Strathallan will not go down without a fight, and Townsend decides to go through the middle, nearly found an opening.
You're on the floor, stand up.
Penalty to Strathallan. Dummy again from Townsend. This time he left without the ball. Taylor stepping, checking himself.
Come off, Millfield!
Goes back the other way.
Ruck is formed.
Millfield trying their best to turn things over, but twice.
Ruck is formed, 22.
Just not quite getting there, giving the ball away in the form of a penalty.
Silly penalties to give away as well when they're 24 points up. I mean, it's a coach's nightmare, really, isn't it, Tom?
Certainly is. As a coach myself, as well as a referee, you'd be knowing that at this point in the game, keep it simple. There's no point taking any risks, no point taking any chances. If you let some sides get back into games, no matter what your lead is, if you open the door half the time, certainly a competition like this, the opposition will just take their chances.
Tom Reed, our jack of all trades.
Maul! 24, don't change!
Quick line-out option there, just not even going for the lift.
Well, Strathallan could get themselves on the score sheet here. Someone's in the middle of that wedge with a egg under his arm. Been given Millfield though, smothered in green, red and blue.
Guys, it's a competition. It's a contest.
Yeah, the referee making it very clear that it's been taken down by Strathallan themselves, so they had to do something with the ball. No way that was coming out of there because Millfield were just absolutely all over it.
Crouch!
Yeah, it's Catlin on at 9 now for Davis. That's in Millfield colours.
Set!
How will they set up here? Dare I say they may run this?
Oh. Sorry,
Oh.
that's my line. That's my line. Scrub, Millfield.
I will definitely be having Harry on that later. Because, the referee is a very good friend of mine. Indeed, spent my final year at university and housemates with him, and getting in the way of that is something I will not let go for a while.
8. I need
Well,
you in early.
I think
no train shots. Same goes
Ollie
here.
Wilkinson's one of the last people you'd like to
Crouch!
have in your way, or vice versa, coming straight at you at least. So I think Harry dealt with that quite well. At least he didn't fall over. That would have been icing on the cake.
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted he didn't fall over, to be honest, if I'm totally honest. Strong carry for Millfield, though, to give themselves a little bit more room to exit. But as you said, they're not going for the kick, are they? They're trying to run it.
Yeah, Tom Howlett was very much caught in two minds there.
Off feet.
And he's caused the penalty.
Captain. Captain.
Skipper's getting called over by Millfield. Don't think they know who their captain is.
That's 3 penalties, breakdown time in the red zone. We're on a team warning now. Mark's here.
No captain came forward. I don't think the team knew who was captain.
No.
So referee actually just went, you know what?
Everyone.
All of you can find this out. A little bit bored, I think.
Strathallan knocking at the door. Cromer. Maul was called. Brought down. Deja vu. Millfield scrum.
Totally. Millfield trying to rip the ball out as if they can go quickly. I would quite like to see a quick take and scrum, but I don't think it's possible.
No, that would be quite impressive to see such heavy forwards move so quickly.
So as you say, well, bit of deja vu here, isn't it? They're back in the just 5 metres out from their line, got another scrum. Surely again, they're going to try and run it. They split their attack.
I'm thankful you called it deja vu, because I thought I was going mad a little bit and replaying the same scenario in my head back and forth. It's been a long day. Now they go. The goose step out wide, trying to take on defenders. Well kept alive through Levenstein.
Advantage.
Advantage given Millfield, so now they have a clear opportunity to get rid of it.
Back. Move back. Move back. 5, too slow to roll.
Howlett will clear his lines. Effectively as well, straight into the crowd.
Sorry? Yeah, I understand, but you...
And a shout out to those two chaps who were commentating for me, because not only did they commentate, they went and filled up my water bottle for me as well.
Oh, look at that.
A little bit of ref family love there.
Yeah, guys, Strathallan, take the line, please.
Now it's Harry Beasley who's been given arrows duty. Let's see who rises highest. Strathallan do. They managed to get the ball. Through they go.
Great work from the boys in gold and blue there.
Heavy hits up the middle, Andy Clark.
That's it!
Sounds like he should be working in IT. You
never know, come off the pitch, pop his glasses back on.
Like Clark Kent. Anderson decides against using the players outside him. Thinks, oh, I might find something better on the blind. Only thing he does find is a plethora of big Millfield brutes.
I was waiting to see what you were gonna define them as there, but I think big Millfield brutes is probably absolutely spot on.
They are just that, aren't they? Absolutely ferocious. These boys. I mean, look at Josh Levenstein in inside centre there.
Set.
He's as big as my kitchen fridge. He very well might get the ball here, and he does. Levenstein tipped on nicely.
Scrum advantage. First knock on
Just unlucky there. It's a lovely little tip. So I think it's just Millfield trying these little options, trying to see what will work, what can we play with for the rest of this weekend. Looking forward to tomorrow. You know, they've got lots more rugby to play. Yep. They want to try and see what they can use, see what they can do against a real-time opposition.
Still got one more game left to play for them. They'll be
good to go.
Having a go against Quags Wakefield, who are currently playing RGS Newcastle. It's a high-scoring game, one way. I'm not too sure which way it's gone. Can't see from here, but I know it's 29-0. This game, obviously, 24-0. So two of the highest scoring matches, or highest scoring deficits, at least, that we've had so far.
You were held. He was held.
I'll just check the other live stream on Next Gen 15, which is over on Pitch 2. It's actually RGS, which are taking that high lead.
Ooh. So
a dominant display from them today.
It leaves it pretty much all to play for. I mean, first place is all but settled in this group. You'd imagine that Millfield will have a go against Quags and probably come up trumps. We're considering they beat RGS Newcastle 24-0. RGS Newcastle beating Quags Wakefield 29-0. I mean, you can do the maths. So it's down to second place, which of course would also go through to the cup and plate tomorrow. So it's really anybody's game between those other three teams who've had their fair old beating against this side, Millfield, who at the moment are doing some good work. And here we go. The Louis Vuittons are out. Handbags flying in.
Real shame that it's come this way. I know the scoreline is a little bit one-sided, but this second half has been such a good game of rugby.
Get back behind your 10-metre line now.
The match officials doing a really good job there, doing everything they can to separate these two teams.
Guys,
I think the thing that started it there, a little bit of a tip tackle from Strathallan.
Quiet.
Listening to the referee now and see what he has to say to his assistants.
All right, boys. I've seen 17 from blue, tip tackle, land on the back. That's what started this. For me, there's a yellow card. Now, I was trying to identify the Millfield player who proceeded to punch number 17 in the face. Do you have this number? 16 pushing his head. Yeah, as a retaliation, 2 hands like that. Millfield number 16. Was he the player that got tackled? Yes. Yes. Now, I have seen this player punch him in the face. Okay. You're 100% certain that 16 was the player that got tackled? Okay. Now, have we seen any other incidents that are worthy of a red card here? No? Okay, so what we've got, 17, tip tackle, it's going to be a yellow card. Number 16 from Millfield, punch to the face, red card. Okay, we're going to be restarting with a penalty to Strathallan. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
A very clear process there from Harry Parsons.
Captain 17 with me, please.
I'll tell you what, it's such a benefit having the referee's mic so we can listen in, because that process is so clear, very obvious.
17.
The initial tackle was a tip tackle, lands on his back, yellow card.
Everyone turn around.
But the reaction from the 16 from Millfield is just totally unacceptable. Understand he's going to be frustrated and upset that he's been tackled in such a way, but you have to let the officials deal with the issue.
Guys, let's calm it, okay? No, just move back, please. Yep, could you come with me, please, again? Yeah.
No, we're reconvening.
Another conversation.
Now. Clearly, I've misseen this number, okay? Did you guys get the number of the player who made that tip tackle? No. Okay. Regardless, we've seen a punch. We're going to be red carding this player, okay? Okay. Millfield, 16. Captain.
Right, so
Strathallan here, please.
Whoever made that tip tackle, due to lack of player identification, might be getting off scot-free. It was definitely someone.
Right, guys. I'm going to break
Let's
it down
listen
to you.
to this.
Guys, away, please. I'm going to break it down to you, okay? One of your players, okay, has started this by tip tackle, landing on the back. This would have been a yellow card. Now, we've misidentified the player. We saw 17. There is no 17 on the pitch, okay? Therefore, we can't card someone. However, what we have clearly seen is number 16, the player that got tackled, punch the Strathallan player in the face. This is a red card, okay? We're going to be restarting with a penalty to Strathallan.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Red card given. First one of this tournament. Always not nice to see, but necessary to make sure that this game and indeed this tournament
we're in the red.
stays
Guys,
well within the
on
rules.
10-metre line, please. It's going to be their penalty.
Yeah,
punch in the face.
real shame that it's got that way, but
I think
the referee team doing really well there to come up with the right answer. Unfortunately, not getting the number of the offending player, but that'll be full time anyway. I think the right option, really, despite them being trailing, they're not going to get much else out of this game. A real shame that that is the way that we have to end it.
Yeah, a bitter ending to what was truly a fairly sweet game. Millfield in full control, but the way that they went about it was absolutely glorious. Final score here on pitch 1, Millfield 24, Strathallan 0.
Bit of a controversial end there. Flash of red for one of the Millfield players. Oh, young man going through our shot there, but no worries. That's the kind of vibe that goes on here at St Joe's. Families, everybody's welcome in to catch the action. In fact, the action's building behind us because St Joe's are going to take the field for their second game in a moment. But I want to catch up with this man here because we've got the head of rugby from the University of Bath, who are in Bucks Super Rugby, the highest league university level in England, but also a whole range of other teams and other rugby playing opportunities. And Aaron, you're here, as you have been for many, many years, scouting out some of the fresh talent and trying to entice some people to Bath Uni, but also telling them a bit more about life after schoolboy rugby, aren't you?
Yeah, this is a great tournament for us to come to. There's a number of universities here today because this is their next step. Coming from great rugby programs, we're really lucky we get people from, well, the 16 here today that well coached and well managed, and we're lucky enough to get a few of them come to us in the next years.
So tell a few people at home about Buck Super Rugby, what it is and the other institutions that you're competing against and kind of what Bath bring to the party.
It's just a fantastic competitive product of sort of 18 to 23-year-olds that want to play rugby, that want to mix together from their various backgrounds that they've played, particularly schools, and showcase really some good attacking rugby with probably some pretty hard physicality, really. That's where it's got to, across England and Wales, and hell of a competitive, high scoring, with lots of ball and play time. Sometimes a nightmare for us coaches. That's why I've lost my hair. But yeah, it's a product that's gaining more momentum, across the rugby context.
It is a nerve-shredding league, and one that you'll certainly see players who you've seen in action here today. And also, it's a league that's quite similar to this. You get big crowds, big occasions, like all the people who are amassed here at St Joe's. You've got a big game coming up. You're going to be playing at the Rec very soon in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, we're going to play against Durham on the 26th. We got 6,500 last time at the Rec against Leeds Beckett, and I think we'll get more this year. So we also get great commentators in this Super Rugby competition as well, Joey.
Well, now I know you're lying. Now I know you're lying. Right, cheers, Aaron. Look, the action's about to kick off with St Joe's on the field. Enjoy this one, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 36th National Rugby Schools Festival. This is the definition of a crunch tie. Two sides desperately in chasing cup rugby, but the hosts, down to Hampton 7-0 in their first game, are now up against Brighton College in a must-win fixture if they wish to maintain some cup rugby. Alongside me is the man who knows more about St Joseph's College rugby than perhaps anyone here today. It's Will Stace.
Hello, welcome back to somewhat cloudy Ipswich now. We had a lot of sun in the morning, but we're back. St Joseph's College and Brighton are alike in their situation. Both lost their first games. Brighton lost out to 3-0. Lost to High Wycombe. That was a very close fought game. I believe 2 tries were kept up on the line. And St Joe's, that first game versus Hampton, that second half performance, they were very close to getting back into the game, but didn't fall their way. They faced a very strong side. But this is the moment that both teams need to take it further and get into that cup.
What a great start by St Joseph's College, not releasing. Gives Pierre Delafontaine a chance to throw in. Great start, Will Stace.
Yeah, good start for St Joe's. Great platform here to work with, use their system, see what they can do.
Overthrown, but it's gathered by Jake Barry. Thompson. Slatter. Into the new man, Mofi Abidakan. Short inside to Ethan Harris. Thompson at the base once more. Oh, the wind is really blowing here in the commentary box. As you can see, the leaves on the field as Delafontaine makes great ground. Excellent leg drive. Penalty advances. Thompson. Slatter beats the first man.
Still penalty
the momentum is with St Joe's with penalty advantage. Delafontaine. Another bump. Excellent leg drive once more. Quick ball for St Joe's. Slatter. Short to Harris. Great drive once more into the 22. Brighton are backpedaling. Hussey into the wide channels. Away goes Meinhardt. But dragged into touch. Great start for St Joe's, Will.
So energetic. You can feel the atmosphere here. You can hear the horn. You can hear the drum. This is what the St Joe's Festival is all about. This St Joe's team's come out firing. Just unfortunate there. Luca Meinhardt, the South African, has gone into touch. But we're seeing some great carries from Pierre Delafontaine.
Big moment for Archie Kane. Number 8 for Brighton.
Can you get a bit closer when we throw?
They've got some good height in there.
Point to note, this fixture is a reverse of last year in the group stage. St Joe's lost out in the final moments to a conversion that put Brighton through to the group. So there's a lot of history in this fixture, and there's a lot of added pressure to both these teams.
Great carry by Brighton College, and a good exit. Well, it's a difficult bounce for anyone to deal with. It's no touch by any player. Picked up by Meinhardt, who goes to nudge it into the backfield. Brighton call to leave it. It bounces unkindly. Mayhew under pressure. And this time it's cleared, but once again only as far as Woodley.
You've got to come back, thank you.
Woodley looks to turn on the afterburners, sprays it wide. Back into the danger zone, a big shot just inside the 10-metre. Still St Joseph's College possession. Thompson. Sagar comes flying out the line, but great tackle by Jack Barry. Slatter. Big fend by Jack Hussey. Good leg drive, but not releasing the call. Big moment for Charlie Spears and for Brighton College.
11 white holding.
It seems to be the way St Joe's get caught out. They're not releasing quite often. A couple penalties didn't go their way in the first half due to that. But St Joe's, good start there, coming out the box firing, but Brighton College here, the platform to work with.
This Brighton College's first real opportunity to play with the ball in hand.
Yeah, St Joseph have really come out. First 4 minutes, it's been all them. And they've got this chance now just off the halfway line. Great start from some of the St Joe's lads.
Kane with the throw. Great line out. Spun away by Gadmi. Into the back line they go. Excellent contact in midfield. Worn well by McKeem. Short ball inside. Swept up by Berkshire.
Don't leave him now.
Inside to Hewer. Great leg drive to get over the halfway. Dug out once more by Gadmi. There's one man over who breaks the first 3 tackles. Great possession this by Brighton. Bit of momentum as they break into the 10-metre. Forward carries once more. Sagar. Loose at the base of the ruck. Davis spits out once more. Brighton could be on in this right-hand channel. Quick ball once again into the hands of Mayhew. Into the 22 come Brighton.
Leave it now, White. Take a step in the middle. 4 White through the side.
And a penalty there.
Through the side.
It's Santos Ledesma who's penalised. Brighton go quickly. Hewer.
Penalty advantage, Brighton, not 10.
Not 10 is Slatter who makes the first intervention. Picked off the base. Brighton inches away.
Still penalty advantage.
Penalty advantage still. As Brighton pick once more. Driven back well is Alex Berkshire. Still only inches away.
Still penalty advantage.
It's flicked out into the wide channels. McKeem.
Sam Slatter's ripped that.
New penalty advantage.
Penalty advantage though.
Well, with one more penalty advantage, Brighton are really hunting for it now.
Advantage.
They come to the short side once more.
He's held up, we go back to the penalty.
It's a great defensive set from St Joe's, but 2 penalties in there in the red zone.
20, please. 20, he's lied over the ball and he's stopped there. Any sort of ball coming out, out you go.
That's a yellow card for number 20, Eddie Patterson, for illegally slowing down the ruck by lying on the ball. And to be fair to Brighton College, they could have been in there.
And it's very close for Brighton College, right on the line, testing that St Joe's defence. Shame to see Eddie go, but I'm sure these lads will try and do their best.
Eddie Patterson has left the field, number 20 for St Joseph's College. And Brighton pick from the base. Still short. Held up is the call. So St Joseph's College escape unscathed. A man down, but scores level. That's a big defensive set from St Joseph's College.
Those are the turning points in these fixtures. That's the moment where the games become crucial. Those are the moments if you hold it up, retain possession, all that 5 minutes of attacking Brighton pressure, it's all for nothing. That's what wins these games, and St Joe's with a brilliant piece of defence there.
A man down, but with the opportunity to clear with the wind at their backs. Slatter. It's well held in Brighton's backfield. An excellent take by Charlie Spires.
Release, no
Sorry, by Jack Mayhew is forcing down that channel. Great line once more by Sagar. Plenty of metres into the 10 Brighton go. Sahi. into the backfield now. Into that dangerous 13. Bowie once more. Flicked on with a man over. In goes Charlie Spires. Well, a man down. Great hard running by the danger man, McKean once more. And Charlie Spires can touch down for Brighton College.
It's great play from Brighton College. Using that advantage, 14-man St Joseph's College can see to it was great bit of hand speed, line speed from Brighton. Getting the ball out wide, making sure they find the channels. They found it out wide. They used their number 11. It was a great score at the end.
4 minutes. Yeah, you're all good.
Well, there was always going to be a hole somewhere. And it'll be the try scorer, Charlie Spires, to look to add the extras.
Big kick this, ever so important. Keelan Farrell.
That's fine.
The wind.
You've only got 20 seconds.
Is really testing everyone. The human tee is now used as the option. Chance for Brighton College to go even further into the lead. Slotted straight through the upright.
You've got 3 minutes off the yellow, so 3 minutes on the yeah, and then only 2 minutes on the yellow. Okay. When you're ready.
Well, it will be Sam Slatter to kick us off once more. There may be some confusion over the Brighton names, but number 11, Keelan Farrell, with that try. And Brighton look to break once more from their 22. Really dynamic running to break through the first line of defenders.
Penalty advantage, 22 offside.
Penalty advantage, number 5.
Offside.
Sagar once again with great running. Well, Jack Lassie penalised for offside. Not the part of the game when you want to be giving away penalties when you've just conceded them.
No, not what St Joe's wants at all. They've got a lot to work on in this, in the rest of this first half and in the second.
Fine, about 2.5 minutes to go in this first half. The yellow card will be over by the conclusion of the first half.
Yeah. Thank you, mate.
I believe it's 3 minutes on the yellow card in this format of the game.
Wait there, we've still got 2 balls on.
Well, it will be Brighton College possession from this line out.
Enough.
Picked out by Santos Ledesma, and St Joseph's College can feel momentum swinging their way.
Great work from the skipper.
Delafontaine breaks the first tackle.
Release.
Slatter, Hussey. Wide once more to Harris. St Joe's must be patient. Blacker.
Off feet.
Off feet is the number 6,
Off
George
feet.
Williams of Quinns.
Just don't need the appealing, please. Thank you. Santos, last play.
Pumped into the sky by the number 9, Jimmy Thompson. Last play is the call by the referee, so this St Joseph's College last opportunity.
Okay, it's just where we are.
The yellow
That's right.
card has now re-entered
On my
the
mark.
play. On comes number 20,
Wait
Eddie
there.
Patterson,
Hold
back
in there
onto
for me.
the pitch.
7, okay. You okay?
Last play, the call by the referee. This St Joseph's College last opportunity
Big
to
chance for St.
take
Joe's.
something away from this first half. Ledesma slipped through the hands. Knock on is the call,
Knocking in the line up. Here's your mark.
and he's playing the scrum.
Last play.
Kind of him.
Yeah.
Very nice of him. Big platform to St. Joe's to work with here.
There you go. Space and balance, please. Space and balance.
Come on, Alex, let's have it. Seconds.
Crouch! Bind!
This a real opportunity for St. Joseph's College, one they desperately need.
Far side. Here's your mark. We're going to have this play, gents.
Yeah. James Thompson, also known as Jimmy Thompson, part of the Northampton Saints setup, will place this one into for St. Joe's. Sam Slatter, number 10, will be on the receiving end of this pass.
Thompson with the feed. Clean ball at the base. Slatter. Back into the fray. Goes Harris. And it's turned over at the base. And Brighton will escape the first half.
Yeah, if you kick it out, tap and kick it out, then that's the end of the half.
Unfazed. Interesting decision to run back into where the back row have just broken off the scrum.
It's where the space was found, and as soon as he went in there, he realised everyone was there, but that is half-time.
Well, half-time here in the second game for the hosts of the St. Joseph's College Festival. 7 points down against Brighton College, but still well and truly in the game. We'll be back very shortly for the second half.
I haven't got used to.
Well, we're back for the second half of what is a crucial fixture for the future of St. Joseph's College 2022. Rugby Festival future as they hunt Cup Rugby. Both these sides lost in their first game. Brighton to RGS High Wycombe 3-0. St. Joe's by a margin of just 7 to Hampton, but away Brighton College will come once more. This is a barnstorming run by their number 13, McKeem, who's been absolutely fantastic so far. Great run there by Berkshire.
Ball's out.
The ball is available and St. Joseph turned it over.
No.
And that is a let-off for St. Joseph's College. Well, what a start McKeem was making to that second half.
It was energetic from Brighton. We saw the same from St. Joe's at the start of that first half, and Brighton have emulated that in the second. But St. Joe's here with a penalty and a chance to work with and get that ball into safety.
Well, the ball has not found touch, and Brighton will come back and play with it. Gadmi plays it into the wide channel. Great footwork to beat the first man.
First man.
But a turnover on the floor, and Woodley's come away with it. Through the forwards now they go. Powerful, dynamic running there from Aberdeen. Slatter, bit of space in the wide channel for Clack. Good shot in there by the Brighton back line, but St Joe's are up to the halfway. Ledesma tipped on well to Christopher, but turned over on the floor once more by the number 8, Archie Kane.
7 white holding.
And these penalties are going to kill St Joe's
way today, is it? Just feels like everything they do, they're working hard. There's moments of greatness from the St Joe's side.
They've made a lot of ground there.
Yeah, just need to find that moment of luck to get them going.
They turned it over on in their own 10-metre and travelled really quickly up the field, but not stringing enough phases together at the moment.
Hundreds here to support the red and white. All in full voice. Great to see such a great turnout.
They just need something to get them going.
Up you go, please, Brighton. I need a set first. Up you go.
Brighton possession on the 22. Cigar sets them all. It's at the back with Alex Berkshire.
No, don't take
Still
it.
rolling
From the side.
is the Brighton maul. Still moving. And break. But Brighton have retained possession. Good counter drive by St Joe's. It's slow ball for Brighton to work with. To Davies. And they look to go wide, loop round the back. But that ball is over the top. And Woodley battles with his opposite man. Spilled in the ruck.
24 white, never
illegally.
Released. 24 right,
Harry
never came off the ball.
Penalised for not releasing. And Brighton get another crack at the whip.
Tough work in the physical battle here. Both sides seem to match each other on power. It's a great contest to watch.
Brighton have momentum. Brighton use the back line. There's numbers in the wide channel. And that's where they go. It's into their number 11 once more. It's taken down by Woodley. Quick ball for Brighton to play with. Strong forward carry. Great meters as they creep towards the 5. Spilled
Scrum advantage.
in contact, and St Joseph's College come away with it.
Scrum advantage.
St Joe's know they have to play now.
No advantage
Knocked
coming.
on
First knock on by
the
Brighton,
attempted breakaway,
by White.
but it'll still be St Joseph's College
First knock
ball.
on by Brighton. Last play.
Last play for St Joseph's College, so they look to finish with a flurry.
Yeah, not been their day, but a try here would for sure instill some confidence. Don't know how the group works, but Brighton have lost one. This is a win. High Wycombe have won one, and they're currently losing to Hampton. So I don't know how this group will work if St Joe's managed to find a win versus High Wycombe.
St Joe's would need a big win against High Wycombe and for Hampton to demolish Brighton.
Early.
Then they have a chance of qualifying for the cup competition, but points difference will always matter. Thompson looks to get the game underway. Lovely line from deep.
No.
Penalty St Joe's.
Can't play the 9.
Going quick must be the option.
Taking the man without the ball.
But they look to go to the line out. St Joe's really need to get the game underway. This the last play. This their chance to get the crowd going before their final game against High Wycombe, which will remain a crucial one. What would a try do for St Joseph's College spirits here, Will? What would a try do here for St Joseph's College spirits, Will?
I truly believe that St Joe's need a try, get them back in the game. Unfortunately, the line-out hasn't gone their way, but this St Joe's side needs that confidence. Yeah. They've had some good fixtures leading up to the festival, but they haven't been tested, and this is their first test, and I feel there's a lot to come from this St Joe's side. The team in red and white, so much more to come, but it's not been their day.
Well, a disappointing first few fixtures for St Joseph's College. a 7-0 loss to Hampton and now a 14 loss to Brighton. This is exactly what Brighton College needed to get their festival back on track. It's crunch time in Group 4 as we close on to the afternoon. We'll be back with more rugby on Pitch 1 after a short break.
you want to be over there or do you want to be here?
So welcome back here on pitch 1 at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival 2022. This next game, the 2 unbeaten sides in this pool. Denton College versus Wellington College.
Okay, if you ever come right, let me know.
This should be a monstrous game.
Wellington ready?
2 of the Wellington injuries. Is that why you're not on there?
Yeah,
I mean, certainly one of you, because you've got your arm in a cast.
Yeah, I'm not hiding it.
Pretty obvious.
Option,
The ball just not going to hand there. But yeah, got 2 of the Wellington lads up here in the commentary box with me. Who have we got with us?
Got Johnny McFull and
Isaac Sprenger.
Yep.
Lovely. Johnny and Isaac, welcome.
Thank you for having us.
How's your day been so far? Wellington doing pretty well, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's been good fun. It's a lot of jouet rug, a lot of tries, a lot of scores. Yet to concede a try. That's a focus of ours.
So that's a big thing here, that you're hoping that Denton aren't able to destroy that little record you've got going so far on day 1.
Yeah, just came off a 17-0 win, so feeling pretty strong today.
Can imagine. A little bit bullied there, though, in that first scrum. Denton, we know, are such a strong pack. They pride themselves on their forwards. It's definitely be a test here. As Wellington look to try and get themselves out of their own 22. But Denton doing everything they can to stop it. Unlucky there, really. The attempted jackal there, not successful. Tackle and rolled away first. The ball goes into touch, narrowly missing a supporter.
Yeah, still on the mark.
A reminder again,
Behind the line.
The big number 15, the front of the line out here, is not a fullback. It's Anthony Chahota playing loose head, wearing the 15. Again, attempting for the steal. Not rolling away first. 2 penalties for not rolling away against Denton. It won't be happy with giving that away so early on. It's just gifting Wellington so much space up the field.
Yeah, it was a good clear out there from Joe Pym, otherwise known as the Piminator. That's how he must be referred to this weekend, so we'll carry on with that. But yeah, strong start from the boys. See how the line out goes.
Hold on, I just had to pick up there, the Piminator.
Yeah, it's a decision of his. It's not nothing to do with us. That's a personal preference.
Very interesting choice.
Yeah, we'll sort out later.
Yeah, I mean, he has to live up to that now.
Exactly, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders, big old shoulders.
2 things in schoolboy rugby. You have to live up as a good player if you've got a mullet, and you have to live up as a good player if you've got a nickname like that, especially if it's self-titled.
Yeah, self-acclaimed as well, might I point out.
Away 5 reds!
But it is Wellington who secure the ball off of their own lineouts, and they're making their way across the pitch now, trying to find some space. But as we saw in the previous games, Denton's defence, their line speed so aggressive, up in the face of Wellington, not giving them a single inch, and has led to them winning the turnover as well. And straight away, Wellington are back on the back foot.
Advantage over for the knock-on.
Oh, and it's broken through as Harry Clark, the hooker. Great platform now for Denton to try and attack off of. Ball being spun out wide. Oh, lovely offload there. Believe that 15 is the actual Joe Dixon, who's actually playing 15. This is the other 15, Anthony Chahota now. A big powerhouse. Being up, looking for the space on this left-hand side. And a score in the corner.
Great work, Dex.
I believe that's number 16, Max Cotton. But as we know, Denton numbers are a little bit all over the place. How will your boys be feeling after conceding your first? I think you've cursed it, to be honest, saying that you haven't conceded yet.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate start for the boys, but I'm sure they'll return with even stronger than before.
Yeah, no coaches. There'll be a few strong words in there, Mr. Dunn, but yeah, we'll go straight back at it. John Murray, known for his big flying tackles.
Let's work with
the ginger from South Africa, fast is his title. Tom Hutchinson as well, little 2 Saffers in this back row, coming out strong.
Let's just work with the wingers.
So you got a little bit of a South African contingent within the team
Yeah, a
then.
bit of link-up looking, hopefully.
As well as Lloyd, McEwen Peters, who's a bit of everything actually, Tom. A bit of Welsh, a bit of Scottish, a bit of Yorkshire. So I'm pretty sure we'll come back even stronger.
Sure they will. As Denton, Nick Galley looks to add the extras here. A wide out conversion. But I tell you what a kick. Literally on the touchline. Slots it as if he was just in front.
Proper nudge that.
I think it's good when the opposition are actually going, you know what, that was a decent kick.
Game respects game. So
it certainly does. So Wellington now, opportunity for them to kick deep. Well, just getting on to the 22. Opportunity for a competition there, but just gone forwards. And Denton looked to go to the boots to get rid of the ball. Ball being spun out wide now. Trying to find some space on that far side. A barnstorming run coming forwards. Oh, and he's just knocked it on. Oh, that must be gutting, lads. What a great run.
I know, I like to say when the going gets tough, give me Lloyd, McEwen Peters, and he nearly finished off there. That's heart-wrenching.
Certainly is. He just took his eye off the ball, decided that he was going to go for that fend off, try and get rid of that defender, but at the same time, just didn't keep hold of that ball.
Those big palms of his can't get around that breadbasket. That's for a shame.
You kick the ball away. Fellas, I'm not happy that you're right of the mark. So you get on the mark, and then we'll all be happy.
Referee making it very clear there that he wants them on the mark. Not near it, but on it.
Crouch!
To make sure that this scrum is as successful as it possibly can be.
Set! Stop!
Oh, just the power once again from Denton. And they have to stop at schoolboy rugby after a 1.5 metre push.
Timing!
For safety reasons.
Use it! Still in.
Using that wind behind them, they put boot to ball, and that is going to bounce and go.
Ball's dead, ball's dead.
He travelled a fair distance, not quite up to the 22. It's a real threat here, lads, isn't it? With this strong wind, is it something you guys have spoken about with your back three? Really thinking about the fact that 50-22 is on from anywhere in the field.
Yeah, we have spoken a little bit about it today, but like I said, I'm not too worried. I believe in my boys, and I'm sure they're going to come back.
You can't walk into the
They're lucky to have such staunch supporters in you two.
Guilty's charged.
Backwards.
A loose line out, but it has come Wellington's way. As once again the line speed from Denton comes forward. Just so unlucky there. Told a few times now your number 11 has really gone and gone, I really want this. Tried to take it up and just not had much luck.
Yeah, he gets unlucky in that left wing. Is strong carry down the middle from the Piminator, opening up down the wing, but couldn't finish it off, unfortunately.
The moment not living up to his nickname. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Expected bigger things.
Might have to change it for tomorrow. Come back to you now.
Well, we still got a decent amount of rugby to play in this game, so still got an opportunity for him to do something special.
We could get a vote in the chat for what nickname you should have for tomorrow.
Denton with a strong attacking opportunity, packing all of their backs onto the right-hand side of this scrum. One pass going just behind. Oh, looping into the right-hand side. Still going forwards are Denton. Such intensity, such speed. Wellington do well, though, to readjust their defensive line. Oh, the pass just going a little bit too quickly. Denton there, you thought initially could have had a real opportunity to threaten. But Wellington did well there in defence, lads.
Yeah, proper lifeline there. I was getting a bit nervous, getting a bit shaky, you know what I mean. That was, whew.
Say that again about the scrum.
Thankfully, knocked it on, saved ourselves.
That's 2 have counted now. That's 2. Have you've been getting these up beforehand, all these little references?
Yeah, I got a few phases in the book. I'm ticking off.
So time's back on now, and it will restart with a Wellington scrum. Couple of minutes left to play in this first half here.
Crouch! Point!
How do you think these lads are going to exit from here? Are you going to go for boot? Are you going to try and run it?
I think they'll try and boot, but we'll see. Never mind. Big carry from Lloyd.
Leave it, Reds!
Certainly is a big carry.
And I was wrong.
And now they've got a bit of space.
I'm not sure about that call there, Tom.
Well, the officials are much closer than we are, gents. As much as your allegiances may sway you one way, we'll have to say that the officials have probably got that right on that occasion. She was spot on there, right on the mark.
Let's go, ball's here. Take a step, get on sides, I'll manage it, you do your job. Get on the assistant, get on the assistant. Go back,
So
go back.
Clark
You're not part of it, go
throwing
away.
in once again. Going for ball at the back of the line out. A risk with this win, but something that's paid off, and a hard run up there from Henry Mountford. Really strong run, gaining 10 metres. Oh, ball not going to hand, but it has gone backwards, says the referee. So we come back. Oh, a monstrous hit there. Great tackle. Ball being brought out once again. Finding some space. Taking it forwards. Anthony Jahota once again pushing forward, but he's being held up, and what a tackle. Monstrous hit from your lads there.
Monstrous, Tom.
And that certainly, I mean, you've got a big lad like Jahota running at you. You need to either make a big hit, or he's going to make a big hit on you.
Yeah, and Lloyd's just said, come on, bring it to me, and I think he's repaid him even worse.
Certainly has. I think it's ended up with a turnover as well.
I'll watch it, I need you guys to
You won't be doing that
back.
again, going at Lloyd. That's for sure.
But you'd be hoping not.
Hold your weight.
Well, certainly you would anyway.
No, yeah. That's a no-go in training, that. You stay away.
Patience until the ball is in.
Known for some big hits, is he?
Blimey. Is he known?
Crouch. Bind. Set. Stop.
A strong scrum once again from Denton, but stop, says the referee, so Wellington still have it. Tried to dart through the gap. Oh, I think that big hit's put a little bit of wind up Denton.
That is not acceptable. You do not push a player's head. Number 10, foul play.
Good spot from the referee there. Penalty only, just pushing on someone's head, just trying to play a few mind games, and it's not going to work when Pedro Diogo's in the middle.
Use
Good name, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a strong name for a...
Time you're on.
He doesn't need a nickname. The referee does not need a nickname. That is a strong enough name
Funny
as it
Joe
is.
Pim had that name.
Denton clearing up the ball in the backfield. And it's Reaney that takes the ball up.
Take a step.
Jahota again marching forward. Just coming in quite upright into that tackle and getting held up initially. But the ball has come out the back. Little chip over the top by Ollie Reid. Will the bounce come off? It has. Oh, just unfortunate there.
One offsides.
The bounce was initially taken by Max Cotton, the try scorer. We come back now for the penalty. No advantage.
Gold one, offside.
Number 1 offside. Go on, dob him in. Who was it?
Oh, I don't know.
Luckily, I've got a team sheet in front of me. That should be Ralph Hawker.
I try my best,
Remember,
Ralph.
no charge down. No charge down.
Not going to get away from that.
10 metres, so go back. Go back.
And so Denton have decided to go for posts. This, you would imagine, would be the last play of this first half. Number 9, Nick Galley, steps up to take the kick. The flags go up, successful, so that brings us to half-time here. And Denton, it's been a close game, but Denton are currently in control, taking out a strong lead here at the moment in a tight game, 10 points to 0, though adding in that extra penalty at the end of the first half, that may make the difference in this game. So join us back after half-time for the second half of an absolute thriller here on pitch 1.
Guys, come on, let's go.
Okay, so about to get back underway here. The second half of this close, tense encounter between Denton College and Wellington College. Two strong teams.
Advantage, knock on.
And I've got two confident Wellington College lads next to me, confident that the second half could
Get up, get up!
Could help you guys. You've got the win behind you now, so you've got a good opportunity.
Yeah, that is exactly how you want to start. Come back, get the ball straight away, big hits. I've got faith in my boys.
That's good. And coming out to this near side here, we're being brought into touch.
For the knock-on as well.
The risky run by going out wide. Although plenty of opportunities now to pile on some pressure onto Denton.
Here we go.
They've got a line out on there,
I'll sort out the rest.
sort of 7 metres out from their try line. Good opportunity here still to put the pressure on, potentially get the turnover.
Yeah, I reckon has to go. No easy exit. Try to pile the pressure on. I'm seeing a little bit of Istanbul magic in front of me right now. I feel a comeback in my knees.
Move! Okay.
A strong take by Denton.
Use it, 9.
Ball's been used and it's been kicked forwards.
It's a good
Both
contest in the air.
jumping into the air for it, but it has come out in the hands of a Wellington player.
No! No clear release, 7.
Wellington look to push forward now. An early try in this second half would really do something for them. Be the ideal situation.
Offside, interfering with play.
And they've won a penalty. Denton caught offside. And it's inevitable, really, that offside penalty there. They've given away a couple of times where the referee was talking to them. I'm not surprised that eventually a penalty came Wellington's way. So again, turning to you lads here, Wellington expertise. You've kicked to the corner, got a line out now. Where are your strengths here?
Yeah, tends to go straight through the middle. That's how I play off of that. Look to go wide. Try and play a bit of get the ball out wide. Not keep it tight in the forwards.
You keep doing this, and I'll free kick you.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a side like Denton, such a strong, big, physical pack. You definitely want to make sure that you're going to get that ball out to where you're going to be more successful.
You left the line out. You left the line out.
That has not gone very well at all.
Leaving the line out.
A little bit of hesitation from the jumpers there.
Not the
and your number 4 leaving the line out, giving away the penalty.
Yeah, I think that's what commentators call a coach killer. Yeah, I think Mr. Dunn would be talking that devil's in the detail, boys. That's not the detail you want.
Line's yours, Wellington.
Exactly that. And now Denton have the opportunity.
Denton, let's go. Same warning applies. You take too long at the line out, I'll free kick you.
Very clear from Pedro, the referee. Both sides taking a little bit too long on the line out for his liking.
Maul!
No surprise, really. Denton have gone for the maul option here.
18, don't gauge!
Really strong.
Don't change, 25!
Already made 10 metres now, coming up to 20 metres. Oh, done well to just step over the top of Wellington player that had gone down to ground there. They're still going. Gone down, it seems, by their own man. And they've chosen to come out wide. Not being particularly successful here yet. But now the reinforcements come round, and it's the big number 4 that takes it forwards. Driving on. Oh!
Backwards.
It's gone backwards, says the referee. So we play on. Denton, a great opportunity here to extend their lead.
Hands away, Wellington!
Put them to within 3 scores. Oh.
You've picked up the ball, you're entitled to be tackled. 2 knock-ons.
Just knocking it on. A little bit tense, perhaps, for you boys there.
Yeah, it was. That was a big maul. How many metres did they drive?
They would have. I think they've driven at least 30 metres up the pitch there, if not slightly more.
Yeah, that was very tense there, Tom.
Is that something you feel that you guys have ever worked on, particularly looking at your maul defence, trying to see how you can stop teams such as that, especially a pack such as Denton?
Yeah, we looked into a lot. That's not the tactics we were going for, that move just there. But yeah, it didn't pay off. Need to do a bit more by the looks of it.
Yeah, perhaps not how you would have wanted it to go, but you have now got the ball back, albeit in your own half. And the winger putting boot to ball.
That's another monster hit from Lloyd, the multi-talented man. He's actually a singer, if you believe it or not, Tom.
Say again, mate.
Is this a singer on the coach back from rugby games, or is this a singer, you know, proper singer?
Let me tell you, Tom, he's got an angelic voice, many have said.
Are we talking choir boy, or are we talking...
Talking a bit of pop, a bit of anything, I reckon, really. Got a real husky, grovelly voice to him.
Yeah, I agree.
Sing me a sweet lullaby. That's
interesting. Maybe get him up in commentary later and he can sing us a little song.
I'm sure he'd be up for it, Tom. You should check him out on Welly Unplugged on Twitter.
So Wellington have the line out now. Opt to go towards the back, but just missing his man. And it's Clark that took it forward. The hooker ball spills out the back for Denton, but they managed to just get over and protect it just before Wellington were able to get their hands onto it. Moving it out into the wide channels, trying to find some space. Brought down though. Oh, they're slowing down a bit here, Denton. I don't know if they're running out a bit of steam. Perhaps you guys are hoping they're running out of a bit of steam.
That would be nice.
But there is being advantage being played. Penalty advantage to Denton. They're coming out to the right-hand side here. Good tackle once again. Wrapping him up, stopping him go anywhere. Strong carry forwards. They are making ground every single carry at the moment. Can they continue this?
Hands away!
Still driving forwards within 10 metres now.
Tackle! Still penalty advantage, Denton.
Still playing penalty advantage to Denton here. The pressure really mounting on. A real test here for Wellington in their defence. If they could see this out, give them a real boost in this game. Oh, but a try's been given. Reached round and managed to get onto that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of that. Just broke through the line. As we watch the replay here.
Pretty good positioning to spot that.
They took their time, looked at the options.
Yeah, thanks.
See here, doing really well, Wellington. But it's the big man, Anthony Chihota, and yeah, he did get it down. Really good spot by the officials who were caught on the blind side.
Thanks.
Anthony Chihota,
Yeah, just give me
the try scorer. The loose head prop wearing the number 15 shirt.
He's allowed to replace the ball.
Oh, the ball fell off, but decided to go for it anyway.
4 minutes.
So no added extras there. But it does push their lead out to 15-0 now with a few minutes left on the clock. How much hope are you having for your boys now?
I would lie and say I'm not worried, Tom, but I'm a little bit. But as I've said the whole way through, I believe in my boys. I've just seen we brought on some substitutions. Joe Buxton, the basketball player, actually. So we'll see how it goes.
Is that a rugby conversion from basketball to rugby, or is he a dual-sported player?
Yeah, I think he just loves a bit of basketball. I mean, look at the size of him. Absolute gazelle in the second row. So, yeah, good luck to him in that.
It's an option here. The replacement coming on for Denton.
High standards, we want space and stability. I'm just saying, same as the last one.
I think it's Anthony Chihota that's gone off.
Let's just go with this now, guys. I'll separate. So stand there, I'll move out your way.
done his job for this game.
Crouch.
And with only a couple of minutes left, perhaps the option to give him a bit of a rest might be a good one. Just had a bit of a messy scrum there.
Calm down. You can't step out, and you've got to hold your weight. Quick reset, let's go.
The referee identifying both sides at fault there. Wellington stepping backwards and Denton not holding their weight through the scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Great option. This roaming camera we've got here is just a great addition to be able to see the scrum from the side there at ground level. Oh, the ball just getting caught, I think, in the wind there a little bit and drifting away from the Wellington hands.
Take a step, take a step.
Just those small areas that perhaps haven't gone well for you guys today.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tom. It's been a frustrating game. We haven't matched the environment we're in with the wind. I'm not disappointed in the boys, but I think it's not the Welly we've seen before.
What are your thoughts so far?
Oh, I think Isaac said that perfectly. I think boys still be happy going into tomorrow, how the day's gone as a whole. I think we've not really had the ball to play with. I think that's the main frustration. Not had a chance to show what you can do. But yeah, something to work on for tomorrow.
Yeah, very true. Denton are a side who like to keep the ball, who like to keep possession, and they've done that very well here. Still an opportunity though for you guys to try and get yourselves onto the scoreboard. Giving away a penalty though just outside your 22. And now another 10 metres as well. Just frustrations perhaps coming through.
Frustrations, Tom, especially when I want to tell you a few more self-proclaimed nicknames. But I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon after today's performance.
I think there's lots to be good about there. I mean, your defence, to be fair, a strong, attacking and resistant team such as Denton, who have been constantly coming forwards, constantly looking to attack, to hold them to 15 points. And I think it shows the fact that at the end of the first half, they thought, you know what, we're not going to have an easy option here by going to the corner. We'll better off go for the points.
Yeah, smart play from Denton, but I'm a believer, Tom, and I believe in this team. I think we can go all the way still. I think there'll be a lot of excitement for going into tomorrow, and I truly believe we can do something special.
There definitely will be, and as I said, lots of things and lots of positives to take out of this game. As Denton push on, look to finish this game with a flurry, look to add another try, take them over 20 points. The referee's arm is outstretched for a penalty. And the try is awarded. I think that might be the final nail in the coffin there.
Policeman is entitled to place the ball.
And that is a try. That takes them to 20 points to 0. And I would imagine that that would be full time.
Just in line with me. Time is up now.
Yeah, confirmation from Mr. Diogo, the referee, that time is up. Your reflections, gents?
I just hope the boys go into tomorrow with a clear head and UTL.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us. It's been good fun. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And that will be full time here. Gents, thank you very much for your time. Sorry it wasn't perhaps as enjoyable a game as you might have hoped. But certainly, as I say, lots of promise you boys have shown there, and hopefully good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers.
Well, a strong game there, and Denton it is that come out the dominant winners. A strong 22 points to 0 win over Wellington College is something they'll definitely be pleased by. Lots of things to look forward to for tomorrow. Some amazing rugby on show. And we'll have more games coming for you here on Next Gen 15 very soon.
Right, what a game and what a result. What a statement result from Denton. We got Ollie and Henry here who are right in the thick of the action. And lads, it's not every day you beat Wellington College 22-0.
No, it's not. I mean, we came into this game, we had the energy, we had the fuel. Boys were ready for it, and, you know, we went from the get-go. 3 wins on the first day out of 3. I mean, it's great. We've all got smiles on our faces, just prepping for tomorrow now. So, yeah, in the cup, and we feel like got a good chance to win this, I reckon.
I think you're not the only ones here at St Joe's who are saying words like that. So what do you reckon? Have you come here with that ambition? Did you look at the group and think, do you know what, we can take 3 from 3 on the first day?
Yeah, we have the self-belief in this team. We love the underdog story. It's Denton, we love being underdogs. We just got to go get them and just see how it goes. The self-belief in this group's unreal. The amount of talent we have, it's just there. And we just want to win. We love winning together.
That's interesting you say underdogs. I always back you guys. I always back Denton, always back Denton. But do you feel like that? Did you feel coming into this that you're underdogs?
No, we don't, but everyone else does. So we just play to it, then we show them we're not. We just play it as the team, as Denton, just go out and show everyone why we should be here.
All right, okay, so you guys have been involved in this tournament before, so you know what it's all about. You can't win a trophy on the first day, but you can make a big statement. So what have you got to get right tomorrow? What have you learnt from your years here at the competition, and what have you got to master? Because it is a bit of a war of attrition, this tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, 3 wins again tomorrow is what we're looking for. I mean, it is the cup. We've put ourselves into the hardest section, and we know there's going to be big teams up there, Millfield, Trinity. I mean, we don't really know what's coming, but, you know, fuel's going to build up overnight. We're going to come here in the morning, ready for some more game time, ready to get boshing again, I reckon. So, yeah, confidence.
Love it, boys. Enjoy this evening. Rest up. We're looking forward to seeing you in action tomorrow. All right, there you go. Brimming with confidence, Denton. But 2 sides who are pretty good, who will want to make their way into the mix. Come over here. Have a look at this in the background with me. How about this for a bit of passion at schoolboy level? All to play for. Cup places on the line. Here we go. Pitch number 1.
Well, welcome back to the St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival. It's time for some Group 3 action. It's a group decider here on pitch 1 in Ipswich. Kirkham Grammar School take on Whitchurch. Kirkham yet to get a win. They're one of the favourites for this tournament. Whitchurch have destroyed, and they've made teams nervous. I'm joined here alongside Gareth Rise of Ealing Trailfinders. Welcome, Gareth.
Hi, Will. It's great to be here, and looking forward to the business end of day 1 at St Joe's Festival. And 2 pretty powerful sides out here, and I've seen Kirkham play today. They were, you know, a side that always deserve respect in this competition, and this is going to be one to cherish, I think.
Yeah, it's a special game. Kirkham need this win. So do Whitchurch. Both teams in line to go through to the cup if they win this. Great play there from Whitchurch to clear.
And in some of the earlier games today, it's that accuracy in the set piece that Kirkham probably have just missed from their previous years. And this first line out is a big marker for the guys to get a foothold. And Whitchurch are going to want to spoil, and there's some real talented players in that Whitchurch backline. If they get ball, they can be dangerous.
They always are. They're never on this circuit. They're on the Welsh circuit themselves. So it's a time to watch them take on the English and sometimes Scottish giants here at the St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival. Gareth, could you explain to people listening at home a little bit more about your role at Trailfinders?
Thanks, Will. So Ealing Trailfinders have a growing academy and a partnership with Brunel University, and my role as academy manager is to work in that programme, deliver it with the coaching staff and the professional staff to give guys opportunities to utilise university rugby to further the pathway on their career, whether it's professional rugby or just to gain a degree. And we're big fans and big supporters of the St Joe's Festival, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Number 17.
Great to hear Kirkham with an opportunity here to put the ball into touch and get a line out close into the Whitchurch defensive half.
And you see from that first line out, there's great accuracy in it, and probably the culture that Kirkham is, that forward dominance, backed up by sort of high accuracy backs. And they nailed that in that first set, and Alid, the coach, Alid Trahan, will be looking for exactly the same here to get a foothold in the game. But can Whitchurch stop it? You know, there's some strong men, strong lads from the valleys get amongst it.
Not only is this festival focused on the teams and how well they are doing, we are focused on the individual talents as an academy person working with these young people. How big is this weekend to see them? As Kirkham look to go over, they reach the line. Kirkham Grammar School, they need a win here. And they've gone straight over in the 3rd minute of this fixture. What a brilliant score for Kirkham Grammar. An ever-strong Maul striving towards that Whitchurch defensive line. They get over, and it's 5-0 to Kirkham.
And that's exactly the start they wanted. And in response to your question, the ability to see players of this calibre spread over 2 pitches is just a great opportunity to identify talent and support them towards the next level. And that's why we're such big fans of this festival. And you see some of the attacking rugby that's been on show throughout the games today, but also some of those more structured components of the game. We see there from Kirkham going over for that early score, which is going to be massively important. And you know, in these shorter games, it's the fine margins, and this kick's a big kick already in a pressure match.
Wills Austin with the score for Kirkham, the number 8 going over, and it's Ollie Davis who will look to get over this one, send it through the post and put Kirkham into a stronger lead. And every point matters. The short format games, the kicks have 1,000 times more pressure. And that one just goes wide. Kirkham will get the ball off this restart. So one thing we've seen a lot of today, something that's come into the tactics of the festival, is that 50-22 kick. We've seen it be used by Brighton. Denton have used it quite a lot this weekend. It's ever so strong. What do you make of that rule? How do you think it affects rugby? It's the first full season of it. What do you make of it?
I think it's a fantastic rule. I think obviously we've seen the 40-20 in Rugby League and Rugby Union bring it in, and it has 2 effects for us. For rugby is essentially it means teams can set up footholds in the opposition 22, but sides have got to be wary of it, so they've got to leave more guys in the backfield, hopefully open up more opportunities for the first and second phase attacks for the backline to be successful. You know, I think it's been a great addition to the game, and it's good to see schoolboy players exploring it as well, which is really important. You know, sometimes with schoolboy rugby we can get a little bit focused on, you know, the driving maul or, you know, those sort of high phase set games, but giving guys the opportunity to execute, you know, exciting attacking sets is what we want to see in rugby, and fantastic to see these schoolboy guys executing it. But foothold here for Whitchurch, and we'll see what they can deliver.
Yeah, a few loose hands from Kirkham. Draw out a scrum ball for Whitchurch. Going through the phases. Max Bignall going over. Number 9. Matt Baldwin slotting the ball, finding his teammates, searching for that gap in the Kirkham defence. It's rare you'll find one. It just goes up wide.
Offside!
Offside is the call from the referee, and Whitchurch have 10 metres distance to work with here. They choose, as they should, to go towards the corner. In this sort of situation, I look at it and think, how valuable is the 3 points? How much do you have to back your kicker? In the short games, the short format, how important is those 3 points ticking over in the penalties?
I think in any game where you want to get the win, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But in a cagey match like this, the ability to set your stall out and show that you can respond to a team early is also a powerful part. You know, rugby's a huge game of momentum, and what Whitchurch are looking for here is to respond to that early drive-in maul from Kirkham, switch the momentum back in their favour, and maybe enjoy a bit more pressure in the next set.
Whitchurch ball very controlled, straight out. Number 1 keeps going. Tackle! Driving forwards. Clear out is good. Whitchurch building nicely here.
Tackle!
You know, we can see here Max Bignall's power off the back of that into that carry to set a good midfield ruck for Whitchurch. Is what they do here is really important, and they work off the ball to build some shapes and opportunities, because Kirkham have got a good defence set here and are physically getting stuck in, as we see from that tackle there. And that's those opportunities you talk about. Maybe they go for 3 and they get those points, they stay in the game, but they execute. And those are gambles you've got to take in these pressure games and these must-win matches.
Nothing coming, 17-7.
Penalty made. Kirkham now have a chance to get a hold of the ball, get some safety.
Lads, make sure you're back foot, please.
Looking at the future of Ealing Trail Finders, being an academy, you're looking at it, you're also thinking there's more to it than just the championship. You know, the club's building, you're looking at going further, you're playing the quality of rugby that is for the Premiership standard. Obviously, there's a few issues with getting up there last year. How do you feel that when you're future planning as an academy director, you're looking towards the future, but you might be looking towards creating Premiership players? How's that feel?
Well, that's the beauty of a university program, is that if guys are ready to step up to professional rugby in year one, we can modify their education and give them that opportunity. But at the same time, they have that 3-year journey to extend post 18s to keep developing. And Buck Super Rugby is such a fantastic competition to operate within. And as well, we sit in a really good position. There's loads of rugby clubs around us. You know, they can go up to the first team, but there are also guys getting loan opportunities at other champ and National 1 clubs. And that's what it's about, really, for young men and young players, is exposing them to rugby that pressures them, develops them, and keeps moving forward to that professional standard.
Watching Ollie Davis for this Kirkham side, he always sells that first dummy. He hasn't done that time. But Kirkham are through on here. Offload is brilliant. Through goes Oliver Corkish, goes over the line. Try scored from Oliver Corkish. Kirkham Grammar excelling into an even further lead. It's the second try of the game. Great offload.
It comes from a great break from Josh Gilmore. I've seen him do that a few times today. You know, it's real quality rugby, great timing onto the pass, and he shows his high quality there by executing that pass as well. And that's good build-up play, but obviously just good rugby IQ to pick that gap and run onto that pass. You know, and that's what Kirkham have got. And probably we've seen Denton, we've seen some of the strong teams, Trinity, go really well. I think it's always tough to keep, you know, sides like Kirkham or Wellington and Millfield out of your mindset when you're looking for a winner of this tournament, because they know how to play the tournament so well. Day one's important for a marker. Day two is when you bring the trophy home. And they get the win today, I think they will be happy to get out of the group and stay in the cup.
Conversion is good, and that pushes Kirkham to a 12-0 lead. Whitchurch almost had an opportunity to get back into the game, but Kirkham, they turn that ball over, and a few phases later they are through.
When you're ready, 10.
And they've got that second try, and that bigger lead is really scary for this Whitchurch side. But Kirkham yet to get that win today. They did get drawn. Marlborough held them to a 10-10. This Kirkham side needs a win. All the talk's been about them. All the words have been said, and Kirkham are proving their points.
First man, he's fine.
This is a real important moment in the game. You know, with 9 minutes gone, approaching 10 minutes, how Whitchurch respond now is important. They've got to stay within touch. You know, whether it's a penalty or a try, what they need to get is stay in the game, stay close, and let that momentum shift back towards their part of the game. And they need to nail this. And the kicker there has got in the corner in a good position. Let's see what they can build from here. You know, the last one, they look for that off the top, back peel. Maybe see they're driving more power here, because there's some big guys in that pack of forwards.
5 calls.
How has your season been this year with Brunel Uni? I've seen a few good results. I've seen the seconds getting run out, getting the thirds getting run out. I see all of it come up on my Instagram feed. How have the lads been doing this year?
It's been a real good season. You know, we worked very hard in pre-season. Pre-season for us is an important opportunity to play some sides probably a bit of a higher level. But as we see here, you know, the play from Whitchurch kicking back in and setting a target there, and maybe linking into some of the set plays they've worked in their off-season, but Kirkham have turned it over.
Brilliant work from Kirkham to turn that ball over. Such a strong side. There's communication, but they did find the kicker, number 10, Ollie Davis.
Sorry.
And as we set for the line out here, you know, for us as a programme, picking up on your previous point, it was great to get some wins against some of the bigger universities. One of my favourites was to go to King Coyd and win at Cardiff Met. That's a tough place to go. And the players really showed their potential, but we've started the league season well with a couple of wins across the board. The programme is growing, you know, the women's programme as well is starting to kick up, and we want to build a rugby environment which is one of the best in the country for players, and that's across, you know, both the male and female game. And yeah, the whole programme is buzzing, and we're looking forward to the rest of this season.
You called 6. You called 6. 6 in, please. 6 in.
6 in was the call, and Whitchurch haven't got the 6 in. Making sure that's all fixed, ready to go for this line-out. Chance to work with here for Whitchurch.
That's a maul, lads.
That's a maul. Striving forwards.
No!
Simply pushing Kirkham.
No, play on. Out.
Meters keep ticking over. They use the ball.
Hands away!
Whitchurch flowing through their phases, but brilliant work from Kirkham in there. Their defensive line, that number 8, Wills Austin. He's been brilliant, but Whitchurch kicked through. Can't find a Whitchurch man. There's space to work with here for Kirkham.
Leave it. Place to the ball, thank
Not
you.
releasing
First
is the
man's
call.
there.
Ollie Davis held onto the ball there, and Whitchurch with a huge opportunity to get back into the game from this set play.
And that's a big turnover from Yestin Hutchins there. And probably a moment there where that bounce goes the other way. Whitchurch are through under the post, but also it goes towards the Kirkham player. He almost breaks out. But a big turnover puts Whitchurch back into the 22, and they've had some sustained pressure now. And they've really got to convert it if they're going to get themselves back in this game, because at half-time, a 12-0 lead is a strong place to be. And that is a strong wind coming across the pitch, and Kirkham certainly will ensure they play to that forte.
Get the ball off. Oh.
How many festivals have you been to now?
St Joe's festivals are all festivals.
St Joe's Festival.
Start recaling my music festivals, James, which we don't want to do. This is my 6th St Joe's Festival, and this is my 3rd time I've been involved with the Ealing Trail Finders Brunel Academy. It's getting better every year, you know. It's gutting to have that miss in the pandemic, but the quality of rugby has been excellent this weekend.
I suppose what we saw last year was the first real time we've seen these teams back in after that COVID period. And to be fair to them, the quality wasn't of the standard they've set in recent years. That's not due to any fault of any coaches or anything. That's due to the fact that they didn't have that time to prepare, they didn't have that time to train, they had no match experience. Some of those year 11s would have been in year 9 and year 10, and they've come up to play with the big lads and be in that first team. And we saw teams that we didn't see before. There's no lads that have had 2 seasons, it was just 1 season players. So it's strange to see, but this year we've gone back to what we've seen in the years before, and it's a high level of schoolboy rugby we always expect here at St Joe's.
Yes, 100%. I think last year's tournament we saw a different type of rugby, because guys, you know, were probably maybe not in the conditioning position they should be in size and mass. The game was a bit freer. This year you're definitely seeing guys that have been well trained and they're in pre-season, and you can see these structures coming into play, but also guys that completed that, you know, conditioning period to ensure they're pretty robust for rugby. But I think the tournament only gets stronger for me, and I'm always amazed at how well it's run, and it's a credit to the staff and all at St Joe's to deliver such a great tournament. We love being involved with it.
Yeah, I was looking at the pitch 6 weeks ago. I quote Pete, our head groundsman, it looked like the Sahara. We've come from a long way. It's great to see what's going on. This festival is always incredible. Not only just for St Joe's, but the Suffolk community and the schoolboy rugby community, seeing that coming together, seeing old boys, people who used to play in the festival, people who used to be cheering on their mates in the festival. It's a great communal moment to sort of bring rugby to life, and I'm sure all of you at home enjoy this festival every single year.
You see Jack Sweeney break down the blind side there and get close to the line, and you know, Whitchurch are right on an edge, and I'd love to see what this backline can do. I think you know, the centres of Ben Splitt and Yestin Hutchins look dangerous. With this opportunity now, maybe they set a line out, they look for that opportunity to give these guys some ball and see what they can do against this strong Kirkham side that are holding out at the moment.
Captain is called of Kirkham. Whitchurch really putting something to test Kirkham here in the late parts of this half.
Still last minute.
And what Whitchurch have to do now is apply pressure on that warning, and execute here, nail it, and get that ball over the line, and put the guys back under pressure.
Time back on.
Tactically, as coaches, throughout the day, your situation on each game will change. How do you think these teams deal with it? Oh, it's brilliant from Kirkham. They've got the ball back. That should be the half. Our clock's deep into red.
I think as coaches we want to make sure we execute in the right areas, and that will really be a frustrating moment for the Whitchurch coach. But life after that, and see what they bring in the second half.
Well, it's been all Kirkham in this first half. We've seen glimpses of what Whitchurch can do. It finishes 12-0 in this half. We'll join you once again for the second. Well, welcome back. Kirkham Grammar School, more of the same. What we're used to seeing at this school. They've come back firing 12-0 in the first half. Whitchurch had their moments, but it's a chance for them to tell the story differently. But Kirkham on their way into the cup competition as such.
Next passage of play is going to be huge for both these sides, and what happens in the next 2-3 minutes could determine the output for this game.
And Whitchurch has started brilliantly. Knock on from Kirkham. They've retained possession from that kick. Whitchurch
advantage over now from the knock-on.
Searching, looking to find the options. Brilliant offload, but it's just knocked on. Two knock-ons, both advantage. Another knock-on for Kirkham.
First knock-on was by Whitchurch, scrum Kirkham.
Bit of pinball in there from both sides.
It'd be interesting to understand what the messages would have been at half-time. You know, I think Kirkham would have been saying, let's play in the right areas, let's control possession, let's get hold of that ball. When we've had it, we've scored tries. I think Whitchurch will be saying, look, we've got to nail our opportunities. Really got to get those visitor 22 executed. I think it's going to be an exciting half for rugby, and pressure's going to build in this moment, I think.
I mean, I was on Kirkham Trinity, and when I was watching it, I was thinking, this is the best it will get. This is the top of schoolboy rugby. And it's a Sedbergh away from being, you know, the best of the best. And that game, when I watched Trinity, some of their tries were at a ridiculous level. It wasn't scrappy, it wasn't just mauls that were working, it was brilliant work from the backs and forwards, finding spaces. It was all tactical. It was two class teams going against each other. And games like this, Whitchurch, we're seeing them getting into the English setup in these games, playing these sides they wouldn't usually play. It's great to see how it works tactically, because the game's evolved into a different level in the recent years.
I think Trinity have got an excellent side this year, and they're very well coached, and they have a lovely balance of power and pace and structure. But, you know, it's about making it work, and that's where Whitchurch are at the moment. They've got to make this opportunity work and nail those sets. And that's it, those small moments here, you know, you see now that Kirkham have got the foothold in the 22, sorry, in Whitchurch's half, and this is where the game can be won and lost now. Is you can see a good old-fashioned Kirkham driving maul off the line out and execute into the middle of the pitch and look to get to the edge to put the guys under pressure. And the throw here, this is a big throw for the player here, and Whitchurch have got to get up and put pressure on it, and they almost got close to it, but yeah, it's a well-built driving maul.
Brilliant effort from Whitchurch, but Kirkham Grammar, once again, they were clean from that line out. Keep going, keep driving. It's the same maul, calls the referee, and they're making huge meters here towards the Whitchurch line. Still going Kirkham on the 5 metre. Brilliant work from Kirkham from that line out.
I think Kirkham are now into their set. When they get in that 22, they love that pick and go play. The guy set on the edge, looking to get to C and put pressure on and suck the defenders in, and they're almost unstoppable here. Sign of a well-coached forward pack here, but they give it some air. And a powerful carry, and will he get over the line? It's great defence from Whitchurch.
They're holding up well, but Kirkham Grammar keep going at them. Ever so strong, their eyes light up anywhere near the try line. Almost over, they are. I said more of the same from Kirkham Grammar, and it continues into the second half. This is the Kirkham we've been missing all day, and they're back to being in their stride. 17-0.
Yeah, 17-0 with the kick to come could be mounting too high for Whitchurch to climb, but you never know in schoolboy rugby. They're going to have to throw caution to the wind, into the wind, and pull out something pretty spectacular here. But you see there from Kirkham, once they get in that 22, their execution rates are excellent, and it's not giving teams opportunities, and inability for Whitchurch to execute in the middle of the pitch, and then a penalty where they got the line out, the drive sets them up and they get over. And this is a big kick as well. This puts them well ahead, more than 3 scores.
It's a chance for Ollie Davis to send his Kirkham teammates into a bigger lead. This Whitchurch side, to be fair to them, they haven't had a bad game at all. They've shown signs of what they can do, but this Kirkham side is just so strong in defence and in attack. It's tough to deal with, and the kick is good.
I think it also puts that performance today from Trinity into light, where you see Trinity find a lot of space and actually match up Kirkham for power as well. It was a real quality game, probably the highlight of the day. But we've got sort of 7 or 8 minutes to play. we're all to play for, and hopefully Whitchurch can create something, put some pressure.
It's never over. The St Joseph's College National Schools Rugby Festival isn't afraid of a weird ending, but Whitchurch need to make a big shot straight away.
That's a tackle now.
Well collected there by Oliver Corkish, and now setting up the guys to carry off the 9 and build an opportunity to exit.
Back, back, back.
Kick is the option used.
Hold foot.
Ollie Davis, big kick, and it's tough to deal with for Whitchurch.
Knocked on there. Yeah.
Referee goes back for the knock-on.
It's always a tough skill to take, but that's your bread and butter as a winger. On the back foot, nailing that gives you the opportunity to attack a broken field, but unfortunately,
6 and 15,
well, we seem to be given a little bit of indiscipline here, which now gives Whitchurch that foothold and that territory to get back into St Joe, the Kirkham half of this St Joe's Festival.
Lads, you've got to be behind the kicker, please. You're offside. 6 and 15 offside. Back 10, please. Not now, thank you.
Trailfinder's been one of the headline sponsors for a couple of years now. What makes you want to support the St Joe's Festival?
Like as you say, it's a great rugby day. The ability to see players, you know, we as a club, we're growing. We want to get our name out there, and you know, being able to be involved with these type of events shows what we're about and highlights people towards the club. You know, maybe people that have never heard of Ealing Trailfinders or the Trailfinders Rugby Academy or Brunel University. And we're out there, and we want to be getting our name out there and giving the fans opportunities to learn about us. You know, we've got a number of players here today. We've got guys, coaches out, you know, watching games. Yeah, of course, it's about identifying talent, but it's actually about engaging in the rugby community, which is massively important for us as a club.
Scrum ball, and Whitchurch have the put in.
Height, lads, height. Use it.
Told to use it, but it's
same ball again.
Scrum was going round in circles.
Scrum,
some real powerful scrummaging from Rob Doherty there.
Both props.
On the Kirkham side, he's getting great engagement. His foot speed across the line was excellent there, and you know, something maybe that doesn't get looked at under 18s rugby due to the laws, but it is good to see festivals like this. Like Roslyn Park's a big favourite of ours, but this festival means we can see scrummaging, we can see line-outs, we can see mauls that maybe we don't get to see in sevens. It's important to see that part of rugby. It's important for us to be able to identify talent in those areas as well, as much as the free-flowing attacking play we see in the matches against Trinity and in some of the tries today.
You do your job, and I'll watch it, all right? Both of you, height. Crouch! Yes!
That's the second try at this scrum. Still Whitchurch put in.
Free kick, you're in third.
Free kick for Whitchurch is the call. Time on the clock, and Whitchurch have an opportunity here, but Kirkham are high off their line. Whitchurch find a way through on the wing. They go all the way over.
That's an unbelievable offload out of the tackle there, and a great finish. And the left wing there,
Sol Rees.
Sol Rees, he's done a great job after that little error under the high board. He's come back strong and shown great resilience, and that's what we want to see from young players. It's not just about skills, it's about highlighting your resilience and your ability to adapt under pressure. But is this too little, too late for Whitchurch? They've got to have a big start off this next kick-off. They've got to nail this kick as well.
I'm not sure how this group will work. I think Whitchurch, I don't know what their second game result is, but I know that Kirkham, with a draw and a win, they should be on their way to the trophy competition. But in some groups today, we might see points difference come into play, which is always heartbreaking.
Yes, it is, but it's competitive sport, it's competitive environment. We want to make sure these young men get opportunities to play, but we also want to make sure they learn, the importance of festivals and tournament rugby and performing in those pressure moments. It's across the board, and unlucky on that kick. It just missed. The score's 19-5, and we get to see if Whitchurch can continue responding to that pressure, or if Kirkham can get out of the ball and close this one out.
What did you make of the under-11 showcase tournament today? Obviously seeing the future, it's your job, but also here we got to see the local rugby clubs get involved as well as the St Joe's under-11 side. How special do you think that moment is? And those lads will remember it forever. This is the best days of their life, being young.
I think what's really special is seeing the guys come through that St Joe's tunnel, and it was great to see the senior first team players of St Joe's, give respect to the young players that give that to them every game they play. Under-11s rugby is just about enjoyment. It's just about enjoying the fundamentals and getting out there and enjoying rugby with your teammates. but I think they'll definitely have a memory for the rest of the season. But they're probably off now having a burger and not worrying about it.
No, it is good, and what I've certainly noticed is there's a slight change in sort of youth rugby. It's not pass it to the big man, let him run through and score. It's now the elements of learning the basics of passing, learning tactics, learning little bits like that. You're creating the future players. They're learning everything. They're learning multiple positions. They're never stuck to a position. I said earlier, if you ask any of those under 11 players what position do you play, they'll tell you about 5 or 6. And they'll always be between the forwards and the backs. They don't care, they don't mind. It's what makes that rugby special, learning for the future.
Well, we all love a collision in rugby, but rugby is an evasion sport, and it's about attacking space, and it's about finding those opportunities. And as we see from this attack there, it was really unlucky for that second pass not to get out to the outside back, because Kirkham certainly had found an edge there, and there was an opportunity for an exciting finish. But we're here now. Nailing this kick probably does fully hammer the nail into Whitchurch's coffin.
A chance to make it 22-5. Ollie Davis standing over this one straight in front of the posts. I mean, this Kirkham side and many of the talented sides are making the ball boys run everywhere after these conversions. That one is sent long and straight through the uprights.
Yep. I think it went through both posts. Does he get double points for going through both posts?
I don't think it will matter for Kirkham.
Yeah. But on that, you know, the Kirkham coaching staff will be really happy to see the response after the last game against Trinity. You know, I know both of them are both competitive men, and they'll want to see the guys respond. And it's like back to that resilience that I mentioned earlier. It's good to see it now. But the beauty with schoolboy rugby is it's not always just about the scoreline. We're really able to see guys just express themselves and enjoy playing rugby. And hopefully Whitchurch get the ball. They've shown their attacking ability, but a great catch there. But now it's been turned over. Knocked on, and it gives Whitchurch another opportunity to set an attack, and let's hopefully we see some of the attacking rugby that they've nailed in some of the games so far today.
Here's the mark.
It'd be great for them to finish on a 40. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Lads, keep it positive, please, both teams. Thank you.
Another chance for Whitchurch to get another consolation try at this point in the game, put in at the scrum. Line set very deep.
Stay behind the ball, please.
Oh, we've got wraparound play. Double pump. Got to the double loop. That's lovely play. Great to see it. And they've got to execute the edge here. It's good rucking. Let's see if we can set up a shape off this and give guys an opportunity and execute to get to the other side of the pitch. But once again, great defence from Kirkham. And that's the game. And Kirkham would be real happy getting that win, you know, making sure they go through that trophy.
Well, that's the difference between the two sides. We've seen that physical, strong Kirkham Grammar School once again. Thank you, Graham, for joining me. It's been a pleasure. The honour is all mine. Thank you very much. But Kirkham, there they are. The team that we were all thinking about before this tournament. They made it tough for themselves, but according to our scoreboards, they are through to that cup group tomorrow. And Whitchurch may be into the bowl. Kirkham 22, Whitchurch 5.
All right, here we are in one of the sponsors' tents with a couple of the Kirkham lads. We've got Darren and Cameron, who are out there doing the business in the last game of the day. And a bit of a shock result on the other pitch, with Trinity being defeated 6-5 by Marlborough. So we're going to have some mathematicians in the background just confirming that you guys are going through to the cup competition. I'm pretty sure you are, and I think you've got Denton. So hopefully the people who are in my ear are going to confirm that either way. But lads, great performance, and unbelievably your first win, like, kind of come here quite fancied as a side, and obviously the back end of last season you won the Sedbergh 10s. So how have you found the going today?
I thought we didn't start off the best, but really found our motions in that last game. I thought we came together as a team, and we started off kick-off really well. I thought in the first 2 games we were kind of like struggling to get like to our max intensity straight off that first whistle.
I think we just struggled with the format a little bit, because we've gone from 70-minute games to obviously 20-minute games here, and a lot of the lads were not expecting it because they've not been here before. But as we eased into it, we got a lot better with it, I think, especially by the last game.
So you feel it requires a big adjustment when you come and play this tournament format. What's the main change for you, because you've played here before?
I feel like the intensity is just a lot higher. Like, every game you have to be up for and ready for from the start. Like with Clifton, for example, we started quite slow, but we had time to ease into it because it was a 70-minute game, whereas this, if you start slow, there's no coming back.
Yeah, what have you found the 3 games? So I was talking to someone about this earlier today, that I think one of the challenges of St Joe's is that you can almost have 3 seasons in one day in the tournament, that you can't kind of get your teeth into a style for the whole day, because you're going to play someone new each time, and they might drag you into a different area of your game or ask you to play a different style that you're maybe comfortable. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Especially in that last game, they were more physical and up front, whereas when we played Trinity, they like to go out wide and go through the edges.
Yeah, I feel like, as Darren said, it just chops and changes with each game. Trinity played really wide. We struggled to cope with it as seen, whereas Whitchurch played very direct, and I think we took them on well up front.
Yeah, so do we feel there's more to come from Kirkham? It's interesting, you said, you said you found your emotions in that last game.
Yeah, definitely.
Explain to me what you meant by that.
I just felt we came together as a team and actually performed, whereas the first 2 games, it took time to get into the game. Whereas in that game, just from that first whistle, we're straight into it and playing as well as I thought we could.
All right, we're going to presume that my maths is right and that you're going to be playing Denton tomorrow in the Cup. How do you feel about playing Denton? They obviously knocked you out in the competition last year.
So that'll be interesting to see what we do, because obviously we played them last year and lost, but yeah, go into it confident.
Hey, Cameron's eager to say something here.
I feel like all the boys who played last year will be very up for that game, because it was a very close game, as we've seen last year. Just a few little mistakes. Hopefully we can fix them tomorrow and hopefully take the win.
All right, lads. Well, look, thanks so much for joining us. We love seeing you out there. We're looking forward to seeing a bit more of you tomorrow. We'll let you jump off, because I think the game's starting. I've got someone else to come on. So off you pop, lads. Thanks very much. Recover well. And we're going to bring Freddie Wenham in, who is head of sport for the prep school here at St Joe's, and we were treated to the under-11 tournament at the midway point in the day when we broke for lunch, which is something new, Freddie, that's been brought to St Joe's.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic opportunity for our young boys to showcase their talent, but also be exposed to the festival. They're hopefully going to be our squad in 5 or 6 years' time, for them to have an experience and see what it's about and see what it's like, not just from a spectator's point of view. It's fantastic for them, but it also makes, what an opportunity for an 11-year-old to have, what an attraction to that is for prospective parents, and really shows off what we're about as a prep school in our sports programme.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't quite catch it, it'd be worth tuning back in. You'll see when St Joe's play, famously, the rest of the school form a guard of honour, a tunnel for them to come onto the pitch. It was a really nice moment. The first team formed a guard of honour for the under-11s to come on.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see, and it's what we've really tried to do this year, is connect the prep school and the senior school, and we have a real through college, and we want to create the next athletes, the next generation of rugby players and players across the college in all sports. So for them to have that buy-in and be recognised by the seniors was an awesome experience for them.
Yeah, well, what was the buzz like in the prep school then? Because they know this big day's coming, and I feel like this event courses through the veins of St Joe's. So for the youngsters, they're getting on that hype train as well.
Yeah, exactly, and they've been really fortunate, and you know, Roland Winter's been really supportive with integrating them. They spent Friday afternoon with the senior squad, had some photos of them, put on their shirts. It's such an aspiration for them when they join the college to run out through that tunnel, like you say, in a senior shirt. So for them to have the experience at this age, it's only going to heighten that.
Mate, absolutely, we absolutely love to see it. Hopefully we see more of it in years to come.
Appreciate it.
Cool, right, okay, right, guys, there's action going on the pitch, so we'll throw you back to the commentators right away.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back. And it is crunch time here in Group 3 at the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. This is the decider to see who will be playing Cup Rugby come Sunday. It's RGS Newcastle up against New Boys Strathallan. And it's been all Strathallan down the end so far today as they look to exit. Great counter from RGS Newcastle, who have been really impressive, especially in their dispatch of Quags Wakefield. They put 36 points past that side. And they look to go wide straight away. Cook to Stevenson. They've got an overlap right at the beginning of this fixture. Dragged down in the wide channel. Still Newcastle possessions. They build through the forwards. Goes to ground. Turnover. Christopher Kelly there, just unable to retain possession. Well, it's been a up and down day for Newcastle. They were the unlucky first to be singed by the power of Millfield. 24-0 was the end of that game. A really impressive Millfield side. Strathallan started off well. Quags Wakefield with a really strong effort against them, but 12-10 it went in their direction. Millfield then dispatched Strathallan. And RGS Newcastle really woke up and took notice when they put 36 past Quags Wakefield. That's the highest scoreline of the day. So this is the decider. Millfield School are through. 3 points each for both these sides. Penalty advantage Strathallan's. Got their number 9 out of trouble. Hamish Chisholm. We've got team sheets as they were last updated. Strathallan with an opportunity to clear.
See you guys here.
It's great to have teams like Strathallan in the competition. Always love to see new blood get threaded through. Academy players from all over the country made their way through this Strathallan side.
Red. There we go.
And it'll be their pool to play with. It's line out just inside the 10-metre. Claimed in the air by Henderson. But knock on is the call. And what an opportunity this is for Newcastle to lay down a marker. They've got scrum possession inside the 10-metre channel. Well, we know exactly who we're looking out for Newcastle. Dan Stevenson and Ali Cook in the centres have been ruthless. So that was some Nath had a great afternoon. Will Ponton's been devastating with the boot, especially with the wind in their favour in this first half. Great drive by Strathallan, but it's that man, Stevenson, spills the ball. Cook can spread it wide. It's into the hands of Ikwe. Old.
Keep your feet.
Picked up at the base. Good meters made. Quick ball for Snaith. Penalty advantage for Newcastle as Hannant takes contact. They look to the short side. Cook at first receiver. Flashes across the face. Lovely footwork by Old. Strathallan in the red zone early on. Dean. Snaith. Kelly. Still penalty advantage as Snaith plays it to Ponton. Great line. And there's Stevenson. Who else? Who else to make the difference for Newcastle than Dan Stevenson? He is, in fact, Newcastle's star player today. He had an absolute blinder against Quags Wakefield, really made the difference. And he sent Newcastle on the road to Cup Rugby come Sunday. Lovely ball by Ponton, really well timed. Excellent footwork, dexterity to spin and
those offside lines generally, lads?
Put the ball down. Top work from a really impressive individual. If Newcastle do anything in this tournament, Dan Stevenson's got my vote for player of it. Will Ponton with the conversion, and Strathallan are in need of a response. Nil-nil on the other game. Quags Wakefield just
time run, lads.
Fighting as hard as they did against Strathallan. They'll give them a game. Impressive performance in their first of the afternoon. Cook. Newcastle happy to play with it straight away. They found an overlap. Excellent work by Cressy. Shrugs off another defender. Brought down by Robertson. Snaith. There's an overlap once more. Cook.
Happy with that, Harry?
Excellent running line by Hannant. He's tipped it on, but forward pass. Hannant did fantastically well before being shotted out the sky by a Strathallan man. All legal, but one hell of a collision that's left both players reeling.
Yeah.
There are a couple of hits in the lead up to this, where the initial hit, the timing was okay. There's a secondary move.
Beyond.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just about
Taylor Hannant won't have to wear any harder than that this weekend. Referee's just discussing the legality of such a contact. Hopefully we get the all clear. But let's not forget that after this game it's crunch time again for the hosts. Desperate need of a win to keep their hopes of Cup Rugby alive, which are on if scoreline between Hampton and Brighton College is big enough. As with the scoreline between RGS, High Wycombe and St Joe's in St Joe's' favour, then they'll be through. As is the openness of this tournament. This is truly one of the most open and unpredictable St Joseph's College tournament. There was lots of chat in the background about Denton, lots of negatives coming in the ears of those close to them, sources left and right, but they've come and they've absolutely blown away the opposition. And I say it now, quite enjoy a Denton Maiden Festival victory. An excellent turnover in this crucial game, of course.
6 blue, holding on.
Zach Henderson has been called for holding on. And a very mature decision to go for post. Will Ponton.
Okay, there you go.
With the wind at his back, direction will be key in this important intervention. 8 minutes gone in the first half. And RGS Newcastle look to extend their advantage. Champions in 2018. Ponton looks to carve their path to the final with his right boot.
Guys, 3. Guys, you can't charge a penalty, yeah? We clear? Cool.
And once again, Strathallan will be getting us underway. Newcastle just starving them of possession. A great turnover right in their half. They've come a long way, Strathallan, take part in this tournament. Certainly gave a good account of themselves. Cracking game against Quags Wakefield. Newcastle look to turn up the heat. Veterans of this competition. Excellent feat. Great work by Dykins. Snaith comes on the short side. Lovely tip play, but the ball's been picked up.
Knock on in the tackle, lads.
Just a knock on in the tackle, nothing illegal there, but Strathallan thought they were away. So 10 points to nils. The Royal Grammar School of Newcastle leads Strathallan. And it'll be scrum down for Newcastle. We've seen them pull off some great set-piece moves so far.
Binds. Set. Oh, no. Gone early, boys.
Great scrum by Strathallan, got the shove on, but early is the call, and Newcastle are keen to get it underway. Through Cresson, who beats his first man. Great work by Cressy, great physical contact. Lovely tip to find Dean. Great KBA, but that last ball just goes to ground. Ponton's happy to play with it. And just one pass too many for Lucas Jessup. Plenty of these Newcastle players have been at this tournament before. They know exactly what it takes to succeed. Not too long in the memory that they are victors themselves.
Cool, same. Crouch!
Scrum down, Strathallan on the 15 on halfway. A good platform for them to build.
Set! Oh, no. Played it.
Strathallan ball. Great work by their number 9.
Advantage.
And lovely footwork by Anderson. Great leg drive as well. Penalty advantage, Strathallan.
Hold him out for me, Rob. Cool.
Good contact by Newcastle. Still Strathallan possession. Lovely step inside by Henderson. No advantage coming.
6 binding, yeah? Cool, thank you. 6. 6 binding. Stay bound, please. 6 red binding.
Our referee not happy with how Newcastle's back row are bound. And this offers Strathallan their best opportunity of the game. Lovely work to keep the ball in play. Not to the referee's liking.
Red.
Knocked on in an attempt to keep it in play. Strathallan won't mind that at all. The scrum's been dominant so far. Powerful front row of Cooper Chisholm.
Crouch. Binds. Set.
Scrum controlled by Strathallan. Anderson. Intercepted in midfield excellently well. Stevenson is onto it, and Newcastle could be away here. Lovely defence in that midfield. And away come Newcastle. Well, they won't be happy with the final result, which is a line out on that far side, but that is half-time here as Newcastle fought their way back down the field. Well, perhaps just a little bit of energy lacking from both sides here in this deciding fixture. This game, of course, picks out who will be playing Cup Rugby tomorrow out of Group 3. RGS Newcastle or Strathallan. It's advantage Newcastle at the break. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this crucial fixture, right at the back end of the first day of the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. Well, we're underway here in the second half of the final fixture for both these sides. Penalty Strathallan right at the very start of this fixture. RGS Newcastle lead 10 points to 0 in the game that will decide who will play Cup Rugby come Saturday. Try from who else but Dan Stevenson in that first half. That kick does not reach its intended target. The touchline is what separates the two sides, as well as a penalty and a conversion by Ponton. Great line speed by Strathallan. They float to the gate. Newcastle come away with it. That attempted tip-on has not gone to hand, and Anderson can clean up at number 10. Turnover, Strathallan very early on. Henderson. Option on wide, but great line speed by Newcastle. Picked up at the base by Strathallan's scrum half. Now they come back the other way. Spilled and gathered by Newcastle.
Onside.
Change of possession once more. Newcastle keen to get the game underway. Fizzed across the face by
Scrum
their man at the moment. Stevenson.
Scrum called.
Scrum down, Strathallan on the 10-metre. They're keen to get right back into the game. Both these sides have felt the wrath of Millfield going down 24 points. They've both beaten Quags Wakefield. RGS Newcastle by the much larger margin, which means a draw is enough for Newcastle to make Cup Rugby tomorrow through points difference. Strathallan, only a win will suffice.
Crouch.
The Strathallan scrum has been on top so far, other than one free kick for early engagement. But Newcastle stolen it at the feet of the hooker. That pass has gone back, but Stevenson can sweep up. And he'll choose to exit against the wind. Swirling ball for Strathallan to deal with, and it's dropped Newcastle's way. Excellent hands, and away come RGS. Flick back inside once more. Great KBA to keep the ball aligned, and it's eventually with Cook. Cook with the defenders driving to the line. Short 5 metres. Dykins comes up short.
Leave it. Let it come. Lost.
But Strathallan defending on their 5 now. Penalty goes Newcastle's way. That was fantastic link-up play with Maxwell Shield and Zach Old. Fantastic work from the two of them to eventually free up Ali Cook. Short from the tap and go and stripped in the tackle. Picked up by Strathallan, who now look to break. But just a foot in touch there. Linesman's flag is raised. Referees let play go on.
Sorry, lads. Got a flag over there.
Sean Norse's foot did just creep over the touchline as he looked to exit.
Cheers.
So RGS Newcastle will have another bite to the cherry early on in this second half.
Here we go then.
What great work to
Who's at the front? There you go.
chase down that kick.
6 call,
Great
boys.
KBA to keep the game alive. Callum Roberts with the throw.
10.
Dykins. Clean ball into the hands of Hannant. Hannant breaks early, going to the short side. Good meters made, just outside the 5 metre. Penalty advantage for not rolling away. RGS Newcastle will play through the forwards. Great counter drive by Strathallan. Newcastle looking for that killer blow. Another penalty in the red zone against Strathallan.
Wait. 8 rolling, and then number 2 around the neck.
Ali Cook has the ball in hand, and he'll kick for the corner.
Good.
On the other pitch, 5-3 between Millfield and Quags Wakefield, a very close game.
That's 3 now in here, careful.
You can hear the wind
Neck
is
roll,
really
and we've got
blowing a
8
gale
rolling
now.
Okay.
So if Strathallan can turn this over, a clearance would be comfortable. Roberts with a throw once more in the blustering gale. Dean and Dykins, the options. Dykins down to Cook.
Straight, lads.
Down to Ponton, sorry, he's moved to 9. Cook's now at 10, but the throw wasn't straight. And Strathallan opt for the scrum.
Sorry, yeah, eyes on. Eyes on, Harry. Okay, 2's in.
What a big scrum for Strathallan.
Crouch.
On their 5-metre line.
Lines.
Desperate to clear their lines. Plenty of green grass on these beautiful St Joseph's College pitches ahead of them. Picked at the base. Tumbling on goes Andy Clark. Pulled back. Under pressure is Adam Armstrong. Anderson, sorry, brought down. And the penalty goes Newcastle's way.
Time off. Captain, please. Captain and 12, please. 12.
Stan Brodie could be in trouble here for the referee. Well, what a mix-up.
Okay.
Adam Anderson was
already given you guys a warning for
the
too many
ball.
penalties, and then he's cynically holding on, so he's getting 4 minutes.
Holding on. Following the collapse of that attempt to kick means that Strathallan will be down to 14 for the next 4 minutes. Off goes Stan Brodie. Scrum called by RGS Newcastle, the safer option than the line-out, especially with one player to the good. Likes of Sam Wardle hugging that touchline.
Flankers. You both stay bound and you don't interfere with each other. We clear?
Plenty of space in these wide channels now for RGS Newcastle.
Bind.
Will Ponton with the feed.
Set.
Tom Cressy hungry for it at the base. There he goes, Cressy, tipped on to Ponton, who goes for the line himself. Stripped in the tackle.
Release.
Great work by Sean Norza. But loose ball. And Callum Roberts has touched down to score for RGS Newcastle against the run of play there, considering the ball was just turned over. Strathallan have really done it to themselves there. It was great work by Newcastle to get down here, but Strathallan just failed to clear time and time again. Great work by Norza to win the ball back here, but then at the base, just spilled. And when you're on your 5-metre, you can't be... see, there's just a miscommunication between 9 and 10. Allowed the hooker, Callum Roberts, to sneak in and score. Unlucky from, well, Ponton, good effort, but no extras at it. So 15-0 will be the scoreline. Strathallan still a man down with 5 minutes to go and 3 tries needed if they have any chance of playing cup rugby at the St Joseph's College Festival.
Thanks.
Next. Tomorrow even. We'd love to see them next year.
Yeah.
All eyes are on the tournament today with the wind, just hooked just 10 metres. Excellent take by RGS Newcastle, who know that maintaining possession will be enough to win this game for them now. Stevenson. RGS Newcastle hunting for more. Crescent all the way into the wide channels, dragged down on that far side. Foot in touch. Turnover. And the ball will be Strathallan's to play with.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
3 minutes to go in this game, calls the referee. Strathallan have an opportunity to break out of their lines or clear, which has been their Achilles heel in this fixture, their inability to clear their lines. Excellent turnover at the line out means that Ponton can latch onto it. Looks to play the ball wide. Cressy, Stevenson, All the way out to Wardle. Wardle's got a man outside, but he'll look to go himself. Flicked back in field.
Backwards.
Flicked again back in field. This time gathered by Norther.
First one by Red.
But the first knock-on was RGS Newcastle's. Well, he had Zach Old on his outside, did Sam Wardle. Went for the corner himself and was unable to keep the ball in play.
Sure. Fine. Time on.
In the closing moments of this fixture, Newcastle have Strathallan right where they want them. Buried in their 5-metre. As of yet, unable to clear their lines. And Newcastle can sense Cub Rugby right on the horizon.
Sorry, yeah, their ball.
Strathallan to feed in the closing moments of this fascinating encounter, in which Newcastle have really stamped their authority on the game. Picked at the base. Clean ruck ball for Strathallan to play with. Booted long, but gathered cleanly by Newcastle once more. Away goes Wardle. Dragged down excellently well. Strathallan kick chase. RGS Newcastle have possession, great line speed, but a lovely offload. Could set Newcastle away here. Here's Hannant. Hannant had one man outside him. The referees called that ball as a knock-on. Well, Strathallan have exit well.
Ben can come back on.
Climbed up to the field as the sin bin is reintroduced.
Ben can come on.
Brody's back onto the field at 12. Just in time for Strathallan to launch one of their very first attacks of the game.
There's 1 minute left. Ben, come on, he's on already.
A minute left. Strathallan to feed the scrum once more.
Crouch. Binds. Set.
Clean ball at the base for Strathallan to play with. Excellent work. Gliding run from Anderson. But it's been knocked on in contact. And that was perhaps Strathallan's last opportunity to get some points on the board.
Yeah, it's off play, yeah.
Last play. Cup rugby secured for RGS Newcastle, where a side of their stature deserve to be.
Okay, boys, twosome.
Millfield have put Quags Wakefield to bed. So those two sides will be progressing into the cup competition tomorrow on opposite sides of the draw. Picked at the base by Cresser once more. Puts the hammer down. Excellent run. Fantastic work by Tom Cressy. But turned over at the base.
Number 8, holding on.
Excellent work by Oscar Baverstock. Number 11 for Strathallan.
Number 8, Red.
And perhaps Strathallan will have one more stab at it. One more opportunity to put points on the board. And that kick is making its way towards the touchline, and in the end, an excellent kick, but not out on the full. So the referee has called time.
Apologies, lads.
I'd imagine this line-out is going to be played. Referee's called time, but...
Yeah. Apologies, lads, that's my mistake. We will play the line-out for a penalty.
Was a penalty, so the line-out will happen. Strathallan have one more go. Continue. Securing some points.
It looks like he's up. Cool. Cheers. Take the line, guys. Take the line. Fine, no problem.
One final opportunity for Archie Chisholm to throw in for Strathallan. And they will finish Saturday with a try. That's what they hope. RGS Newcastle clean for their second clean sheet of the day.
Yeah, release!
Ball's taken to ground as Strathallan are short. Just on the 5, flicked up once more, and Strathallan looks to carry it over the line. Short once more. A high carry allows Newcastle to drive them back. Still Strathallan are in possession.
Advantage.
Penalty advantage
Scrum advantage.
for
Leave him.
Strathallan.
You've got the advantage, boys. Use it.
To the 10 they go, and excellent line speed means this game will carry on a little longer. Full time on the other pitch. Millfield 17, Quags Wakefield 3. Quags Wakefield getting the best results against Millfield of any side today.
17 red, roll away.
Good fight from them right to the last. They'll still have more rugby to play tomorrow. Tap by Strathallan. Short once more.
Play it.
There's plenty of space out wide. If Strathallan looks to use it, they'll go through the forwards once more. Held up is the call. And that will spell the end for Strathallan and RGS Newcastle on this Saturday, the first day of the St Joseph's College Rugby Festival. Newcastle will progress through to the cup competition. Strathallan will still have plenty of rugby to play come tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, because up next, it's the be-all and end-all for the hopes here at St Joseph's College. A must-win against RGS High Wycombe. A win that could, if results go their way, propel them into cup rugby. Stay where you are. We'll be back in a moment's notice here at the 36th annual St Joseph's College Rugby Festival.
All right, well, I'm delighted to say I'm here with a couple of the Strathallan lads. Your debut in the competition, boys. We got Murray here, who was featuring on the field. We got Curtis, the piper, who's been adding a great deal of atmosphere to the St Joe's Festival so far today. Murray, I'm going to start with you, old boy. How have you found it today?
Oh, it's been an amazing experience. It's been hard rugby, really physical, really fast, but it's been a great test for the boys. A big thing before we came was to grow as a squad and grow as a unit, and then go back down to Scotland with some pride in the jersey and show English rugby what Strathallan and Scotland are about.
Yeah, I love it. It's all about showing the old enemy who's boss, isn't it? Well, I lost my programme down there. Well, look, so go on, tell me, how have you found the opposition that you played today?
Oh, it's been great to play. Teams like Millfield, it's been amazing. Like, every game's been a really tough game. It's fine margins at this level, and we've just had a couple of inaccuracies that's probably cost us, but we're definitely looking forward to the rest of the tournament and what lies ahead tomorrow.
Well, you mentioned fine margins. Fine margins, right? Have you ever played these schools before? It's all completely new, all of the opposition?
Yeah, all completely brand new for us. Nothing like it. Just kind of, we've been going between the teams in Scotland. This is our first time venturing out to play English sides.
Okay, so what was the motivation for coming to St Joe's and featuring in the festival?
To push ourselves outside our comfort zone and really try to improve as rugby players and improve as a group. And work on what we've been working on in Scotland in our conference matches and in training, and really take that here and play our style of rugby and show people what we're about.
All right, okay, look, I'm going to bring Curtis in, because it's a bit of a chilly day to be standing on the end and not saying or doing anything, but you have been doing plenty here, Curtis, because Curtis, as you can see from the paraphernalia that he has in hand with him, is the piper. It's the piper. So tell me a little bit about this, please, Curtis, because you've been piping the boys on for each match.
Yeah, I feel like it's a great way to bring the Scottish boys into the game. Piping since I was 5, so I feel like it's a good bit of motivation for the boys. I think everyone was a wee bit buzzing when they're going in, so I carry on doing it throughout the next day as well.
All right, so you're clearly piping at school. Do you do it for all the games as well?
Whenever I can at school, yeah, I'll play the pipes. Sometimes I'll bang a drum. But yeah, it gets the boys going anyway.
So like a one-man band for the rugby team?
Yeah.
But certainly if there's a tour involved and you get to travel south and get away with the boys, then you're picking up the pipes and you're coming down to St Joe's?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Of course. Okay, so look, we're going to have St Joe's. We're due to be having St Joe's out here, and we did have Curtis to add a bit of piping into them emerging, but I don't really see the tunnel just yet. So I'm not sure. You give us a blast now, or do you want to save it for when St Joe's are coming out? We save it. All right, okay, so we've got Curtis on the pipes. We're going to get him on camera. We're going to get Jacob nice and busy when they're coming out. Murray, it's great to have you boys here at the tournament, and we're looking forward to seeing you later on, tomorrow in the comp. All right, boys? Good to have you boys. Right. So there you go, the timing wasn't quite on for Curtis to be piping St Joe's in, but fear not, there'll be plenty of atmosphere. It's going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be the noisiest, the most raucous. St Joe's desperate to get a victory to sign off their day one, but who isn't desperate to sign off their day one here in what has been a really glorious days, a typically glorious days rugby here at the St Joe's Festival. So stay tuned. The hometown heroes are going to be coming out soon. You heard an air horn. We're going to get some pipes. So have the tunnel. Come and join us back in a moment.
Well, it's finally here, the be-all and end-all for St Joseph's College. Only one option for the side currently running out through the tunnel. It's win or no cup rugby come Sunday morning. There will be rugby for the home side to revel in regardless of the results. But here's what needs to happen. Brighton College, currently playing Hampton on pitch 2, need to be firmly dispatched by Group 4's runaway leaders. And on this pitch in front of you today, Wycombe are in need of a good hiding in order for St Joseph's College to start it out into cup rugby. It's still on through point difference in what has to be the most open and unpredictable St Joseph's College festival in recent memory. But up now on pitch 1, it's St Joseph's College versus RGS Wycombe. I'm joined once more by Will Stace.
Hello, welcome back. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been a tough afternoon, tough day for the lads, but this is the moment where they've got to prove themselves, show to the crowd why they support, why they wear that red and white, why they wear that badge on that shirt. This is their moment. They've got to take it in, take the moment, use it to their advantage, and try and get a big win here versus RGS Wycombe.
Santos Ledesma. Easing off in the centre circle with LJ Ekendal, number 8 for RGS High Wycombe. It's been a mixed afternoon for both these sides. RGS High Wycombe, a big 3-0 win over Brighton College, what's keeping cup contention alive. RGS High Wycombe in the same spat, a win here and a loss for Brighton College would propel them into cup rugby. St Joseph College, of course, beaten by Hampton and Brighton, 7 and 14-0 respectively.
Captain Blue, are you ready? Captain Blue.
And Hampton saw off High Wycombe 14-7. By the same margin, they beat St Joseph's College. Slatter will get us underway. Hooked into the wide channel. And right away, Kieran Salima has seen off High Wycombe. And the line out will be St Joseph's College Bulls, just shy of RGS High Wycombe's 22. The start that we needed, Will.
It's a brilliant start for St Joe's. Confidence.
The start they needed.
Send your gap in the back. Good.
It's a brilliant start they needed. Yeah, I'm keeping neutral. Good job there's no camera on me this year.
We're neutral, we're staying neutral all the time.
We're
you are
always
in full St Joseph's College
so neutral.
gear.
I'm not full kit, the shoes aren't.
Great take by Ledesma.
Oh, that's a good sack. Back.
Legal sack.
That's in the tackle.
Difficult ball for Slatter to deal with. High Wycombe are up in the line. Hussey swings it wide. Difficult couple of balls for St Joe's to control, but there's an advantage for offside. So St Joseph's College yet to register a point in this year's competition.
Offside, gentlemen. Give me another 2 steps.
Perhaps going for post would not be
2 steps.
a terrible idea, although St Joe's do need a high margin of victory in order to secure the win.
Post is the call. James Thompson standing over this one. Northampton Saints. He's 16 years old. He's a young lad. He's in year 11. He's doing us proud. He's worked really hard in pre-season, and this is his moment to make a difference to put St Joe's ahead.
Well, this is a big moment for Jimmy Thompson and for St Joseph's College.
Okay, that's when he hasn't started.
Pierre de la Fontanelle being the human T. Wind is very harsh on James Thompson here.
3 points scored for St Joseph's College, and the lead is taken. Over on pitch 2, a big moment. Brighton College held up over the line by Hampton, who currently lead 3 points to 0. So so far the tide is turning in St Joseph's College favour.
That's exactly what they needed. Thank you, Wilf. St Joe's in the driving position now, in the driving seat. James Thompson kicks it over, 3 points to 0 for St Joe's.
Kusera puts St Joseph's College into the corner. Hard running from Harris. St Joseph's College in possession as Slatter looks to exit, hung high into the blusty Suffolk sky. Great footwork on that wide channel. Back into the hands of Slatter. He'll hammer another kick downfield. Back in High Wycombe possession. Stonehouse plays it wide to Caesar, who's wrapped up. Stonehouse out the back door. Lovely driving tackle there by Blacker. Lloyd puts it to the boot. Bit of a mix-up between those two players, but Harris could be away. Flicks it right to Slatter. Slatter's herring down on the try line. One man to beat. Puts it to the boot, and well gathered by High Wycombe. But a turnover on the floor. Not releasing is the call, and suddenly St Joe's find themselves in that bottom corner with a penalty. Jimmy Thompson standing over to kick it behind.
This is pure emotion. They've had a tough day, but they're coming out here, firing out the blocks. They're ready for this game. They're ready to prove a point, show who they are. St Joe's with a brilliant start to life in this game. This atmosphere is building. It's really special, isn't it?
How it currently stands. Santos Ledesma takes the ball down, but it's been stripped.
Good strip play.
And it's been kicked clear by Ekendal. Swept up by St Joe's. Great tracking back by High Wycombe. They're swarming. That's the first man in, but great work by St Joseph's College to retain possession. Thompson through to a forward runner. Excellent drive by Pierre de la Fontelle. Thompson with it once more. Slatter. Great tip on, excellently held by Christopher. Christopher Herring down. He's beaten one tackle, beaten two. Takes contact just inside the 22. Thompson through the forwards once more. Ledesma, Blacker. And a great turnover once more by High Wycombe. And Lloyd can clear. Player down for St Joe's.
Injury.
The injury was too close to the period of play for our referee.
Ethan Harris down there. He's been struggling for the first part of this game.
Say that again,
so
please.
hopefully he can receive some treatment. Make sure he is on his merry way. Not the sight you want to see for St Joe's, though.
Harris recently back from injury, I believe.
Yeah, he's had a tough time this season. He's had a bit of game time, but he's not had the most. But yeah, that might be a repeat of what we've seen before.
Is the side on show currently what you believe to be the strongest St Joseph's College 15?
There's elements of these players that I absolutely love.
Have we made a
strongest is something we don't know yet. We don't know the strongest 15. We don't know this team at all. It's very new. They've had 2 or 3 games realistically to get going, and there's been injuries across the shop. There's been 3 or 4 injuries in this 25-man squad. There's a couple of lads who have been injured who won't have the chance to play this weekend. Lex Walls and Sam Gibson, the ones to mention. So it's not the strongest 15 St Joe's will have to field this season, but in all, St Joe's in the Rugby Festival is always going to be the strongest. They always want to go.
Well, it'll be a St Joseph's College feed from this scrum on the 22, where play was stopped, with Luca Meinhardt in possession.
First scrum, chaps. Let's set a good standard both sides. Be patient. Hold your weight. Come together, both sides come together slightly. Thank you. You're outside, White, you're outside.
Big news across the pond on pitch 2. Brighton College lead 7-3 over Hampton.
Well, that makes it very interesting.
As it stands, Brighton College will top this group with 3 wins from 3. Sorry, they will not from points because they lost this morning. We'll figure it out later. St Joseph's College are on the ball. It's made it into the wide channel. Dragged into touch. As it stands, Brighton and Hampton will go through on 6 points. Hampton will top the group on points difference. St Joseph's College will finish bottom of the group on points difference alone, but will enter the same stage as RGS High Wycombe tomorrow.
I'm sure we will debrief each group in the after-day show, which Joe Burns will present, and he'll be alongside myself and Wilf, as well as Tom Reed.
Excellent break through the line by RGS High Wycombe. They look to go wide to find Caesar. Caesar brought down 5 metres out.
Back foot.
Lovely work by Sammy Sinclair, linking up with Ted Hooper. And suddenly High Wycombe have the wind in their sails.
Backwards.
Backwards is the call from the referee at first. Unfortunately, Jack Chappe has spilled it.
I don't want celebrations like that from you again, okay? Calm it down. That came forward off blue. Forward off blue, we'll have a white scrum.
Well, St Joe's have gotten away with one there.
Yeah, it's really great cover work in there by St Joe's. They managed to find a way to relieve some pressure and get the put in at the scrum.
What a big game on pitch 2. When thinking about the future of this tournament, not just what's going to happen tomorrow, but in terms of which teams could be pushing on to the final. We saw last year that Brighton really got going on that Sunday.
Crouch. Bind.
Jimmy Thompson to feed the scrum. High Wycombe get a good shove on. Slatter is able to clear.
Ball high in the air.
Hunted down by Meinhardt, but penalty advantage.
Blue, penalty, white. I warned you to keep it quiet. In the front row, I heard inappropriate language. I'm not go.
Well, that is a really silly penalty to give away, and now RGS High Wycombe are right where they want to be. Spilled in the contact, but only backwards.
You play the ball on the ground.
Playing the ball on the floor, that's 2 decisions that have gone against St Joe's in the red zone.
White 1, playing the ball on the ground.
Didn't get back to his feet before attempting to recover the ball.
I need a decision, gentlemen.
And High Wycombe are going to
time off, Lace.
kick to touch.
Time off for the Lace.
Time off while LJ Ekendal does his laces. That's tough, those 2 penalties. One for back chat, which is a really stupid penalty to give away, and then slightly unlucky with playing on the floor.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. St Joe's need to keep their cool, keep calm and collected, and just get through the game. They're playing well. There's no need to spoil that, and they're doing it to themselves. So St Joe's need to keep concentrated, keep calm, and get through the game.
RGS High Wycombe with the throw. Adam Buda, the target.
There's 2 balls being thrown at him. Let's reset. On the line.
Jude Pearce will have another go at throwing in this line out. Once again, Buda is the target, and the maul is set. Great counter drive by St Joe's, causes Ekendal to break. But it's still High Wycombe possession.
No, leave it!
Lloyd. Good footwork from Cusera. Good tackle, but it will be High Wycombe once more.
White 4 not rolling.
Ledesma this time penalised for not rolling. 3 penalties in the 5 metres conceded. High Wycombe really ramping up the pressure. Too many penalties in this area, Will.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. They need to be careful. There's no sin bin ability here.
This time they opt for the tap. Lloyd finds Chape.
Advantage, high tackle.
Penalty advantage for high tackle. That's the 4th in this area. Across the face of goal.
High tackle. We'll come back for the high tackle.
High tackle is the call. De La Fontella's effort to recover that ball, not illegal. They'll go for the tap once more.
Not going for the points, and it's costing them
Lloyd,
time.
Chape, driven back well.
Good. He's through the middle, that's good.
Lloyd. Sinclair, good footwork.
Roll away, White 6. Good.
Spread wide by Cusera. There's numbers over.
Guys, that's forward.
But forward pass is the call. It was spilled in the wide channel by Gibson, but forward pass will allow St Joseph's College an opportunity to exit. They are really under pressure here.
Time and time again, we speak about game management in this festival. Take the points when you can. They would have got level and time to spare. That's 6 minutes of attack from RGS High Wycombe, and that won't be useful to them at all. St Joseph's College with the put-in at the scrum, and that is RGS High Wycombe's work completely undone.
A win for High Wycombe, and defeat for Brighton will drive High Wycombe right into the cup competition. But at the moment, Brighton looks set to turn over Hampton. Half-time there, the score is... There's been a break in play there for...
Gone early, Blue. Early.
Whatever reason, the score is currently 7-3 to Brighton. Early push in at the scrum means that St Joe's have the opportunity for exit, but Meinhardt is hunted down, but not held to get straight back to his feet. Offload to Slattery. That was a great tackle by Joe Caesar. But once again, as we've seen time and time before, St Joseph's College unable to exit.
This is really scrappy, and both teams, the emotion is really getting to them. Not being able to hold on to the ball, both
From
sides.
That free kick, obviously the option was to kick and clear, but attempted to take one outside, and what a tackle that is by Caesar.
Got back up straight away, Luke Meinhardt, but Sam Slattery, when tackled in there, ball ripped from him, caused the knock-on.
Having defended so valiantly for so long, to let RGS High Wycombe in like this straight away must be disappointing.
It is, but St Joe's will continue to work hard in this defence.
Lloyd with the feed.
Hold the push now, hold. Stay bound. Okay, guys. We'll have to reset.
Does it speak perhaps to the slightly younger demographic of the squad, some of these decisions?
Thank you. Yeah.
It does. It's the maturity. It will come with the time they have and experience. It's 6 year 11 lads in this St Joe's squad. I mean, St Joe's are future planning. Let's be honest. You know, this team isn't the be all and end all for this for this school. The future is certainly what's on their minds, and this new range of coaching has massively improved the school, and we can't wait to see it explode and see what it does in the seasons to come. But I'm excessively proud of these
Kicks to Lloyd, shotted by Slatter. Still high Wycombe possession. O'Shea takes contact. Lloyd to Chappe. But it's spilled. St Joseph's College have survived the onslaught from RGS High Wycombe that threatened to undo their plans for Cup Rugby. It's still on the card, but a turnaround is needed in the second half, most notably a couple more tries in St Joseph's College direction. Brighton still in the lead on the other field. We'll keep you updated with all the action from both pitches. But here on pitch one, we'll join you right after the break. Welcome back to the second half of the biggest game of St Joseph's College season. They are so keen to take a win into the Sunday, even if it doesn't guarantee them Cup Rugby. The momentum will be there. 3-0, of course, the scoreline that RGS High Wycombe saw off Brighton earlier on the day. Brighton currently lead 7-3 against the undefeated Hampton, who are 9 from 9 this season, including the games they've played this morning.
Hampton are a special side. They've proven that in this group, but St Joe's have a lot to prove in this second half. They've got the 3 points. They've held RGS's High Wycombe very, very hard attack, and they've got a big second half here.
Kusera will get us underway, and with the wind at their back, St Joseph's College choose to exit. Mature decision from the boys in red and white. Excellent chop tackle from De La Fontelle.
He's through the middle, he's good. No, they're through the middle, look good.
Chappe. Great work to brush off the first defender.
Backs.
Lloyd still in possession for RGS High Wycombe. Through the forwards they go once more. Lovely tackle by De La Fontelle again. He is some player. All the way back to Rufus Russell-Cox.
Pushed RGS High Wycombe back here.
Liam O'Shea forcing the exit. That's an excellent kick, and it's sat up really well for RGS High Wycombe, who get the offload in to Sinclair. Sammy Sinclair with a strong leg drive all the way up to the 22. Lloyd. Ekendar, the captain, finds Buda. Lloyd once more, show and go. put down by De La Fontelle,
That's a good steal.
who affects the turnover for St Joe's. And an important intervention by Jimmy Thompson.
Injury. Thank you, chaps.
Well, it looks to be De La Fontelle, which is down. Would be a huge loss for St Joe's. He's been St Joseph's College's best player today.
You got a bit of South African type rugby chants going on in the background. It's great to see all instruments out in full play. This St Joe's crowd enjoying the moment.
Exactly what we want to see from schoolboy rugby in this country, and exactly what Next Gen 15 will bring you across the season. We've had some cracking games broadcasted so far. Clifton, Kirkham, Millfield, Clifton, another great game. Every game said we're involved in on Next Gen has been a cracker. As the wind is blowing, Ronnie Thorold will be throwing in for RGS High Wycombe. No easy job in weather like this. Still time off for the injury. Pierre De La Fontelle still down.
Yeah, could take him off, yeah. Thank you. Okay, we'll start it as soon as he leaves, guys.
De La Fontelle will leave the field.
That's the shoulder that was a slight issue before the festival, but I'm sure
guys,
with a load of ice on it tonight, he'll be back tomorrow. He's put in a huge shift today for St Joseph's College, and to see where he's come from, he's learned a lot of English. He's really made steps in becoming a great part of this St Joseph's team, so well done, Pierre De La Fontelle.
Harry Simmons-Smith on the field for St Joseph's College.
1 second, I'm on.
Picked up Jack
Head
Darville.
advantage, white offside from the line out.
Offside
White
from the
7.
line out as Cusera takes contact.
Hand advantage, white 7.
Lloyd.
Offside.
Thrown across the face to find Sinclair. Powerful direct running. Lovely offload as well to the captain. And away goes LJ Eckendal. Well, it's a fantastic score. Sammy Sinclair has glided through St Joseph's College defence, and what a ball into LJ Eckendal, and what an excellent finish.
What a great run there from RGS High Wycombe. Just going to watch it again.
This is great footwork.
Really high.
There's 1, there's 2, round 3, and then darts back inside, knows he's going down. What a line by Eckendal. Really fantastic camera work to follow him through. Ledesma busting a gut to get back, but excellent running lines, and Joseph's College unable to track down the High Wycombe skipper as Lloyd adds the extras. In other news, which is good news if you support RGS High Wycombe, Hampton have taken the lead. And with a fantastic conversion, the score is 10-7.
When you're ready.
If my maths is correct, which it so often is, this win will take RGS High Wycombe into the cup competition come tomorrow. A massive, massive statement for High Wycombe.
It's a huge statement from RGS High Wycombe. Most people put them bottom of the group in their predictions, but they've come out here and they've shown their talent.
RGS High Wycombe could go streaming into the cup competition. Penalties in Joseph's College, though. The hosts will not lie down. 10-8 on pitch 2. Hampton are 2 points in front. A monumental conversion by Hampton's goal kicker right from the touchline has put them in the lead by 2 points, and that result will send High Wycombe into the cup.
Take a step, guys.
What an unpredictable... I've said it a few times on the stream today, but really this tournament could go anywhere. I couldn't pick a winner, which is exactly what we're going to have to do in the post-game show with Joe.
I'm sure we are, and I'm slightly worried about what I'm going to have to say, because I'm so clueless to where this tournament's going to go. You can predict your Millfield, you can predict your Trinity, but there's so many strong sides who will be in that trophy competition, and if they're on it tomorrow, from right from the off, they can have a huge chance of winning.
Simmons-Smith's first throw of the day. Over the top of Ledesma,
Forward.
Spilled eventually, though, by High Wycombe, and St Joe's have managed to carve out a platform.
Okay, forward up blue, gentlemen. No, I'm happy.
Well, that's convenient for St Joe's. A big platform here. Ball went over the top. Rufus Russell-Cox on the throw. First of the day, just loosening it up.
New faces, gentlemen.
St Joe's got straight back on it.
Standard, okay? Keep the standard
Eddie Paxton there.
Thank you. Let's go down. 8 down, please.
Well, this is a big opportunity for St Joe's to ruin High Wycombe's day.
Fine.
As things stand, St Joe's will be heading into the second tee competition. Plenty of rugby sort of play, but they could drag High Wycombe down with them with a win, which is absolutely what they want. Slatter. Excellent running line. Great movement. But a turnover on the floor.
Too many steps. 2 movements. 2 movements.
Just
12, 2 movements.
Excellent work.
They're not releasing there. St Joe's, they've been caught out all day by that. But RGS High Wycombe, they'll gladly take the ball into touch.
That was a real opportunity for St Joe's. They just couldn't capitalise. That kick has not gone to plan, and it's been gathered well by St Joseph's College once more. Into the wide channel they go, flicked inside to keep it in touch, but flag is up. And the line out goes St Joseph's way. They've got another opportunity, Will.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity. It seems to be going their way in this game. But they need to take the opportunity they've got here, take their chances. This is huge for St Joseph's College and the National Schools Rugby Festival to prove a point, to show their class.
Numbers.
They found their way through, and RGS High Wycombe must feel unlucky.
Good.
Into the hands of Ledesma. And a penalty.
Not straight, gentlemen. Would you like to scrum or line
Oh,
up,
not
blue?
straight is the call. Referee's arm has deceived me there,
Scrum
and
call, 15, blue ball.
once again High Wycombe have the opportunity to exit. St Joe's not content to use the chances that is handed to them on a platter.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be their day. I've mentioned that once before, but they've got opportunities all over the shop to make a game out of this between them and RGS High Wycombe. But High Wycombe here with a great platform to run down the clock, which they'll want to do.
Set.
Eckendal, lovely offload out the back door. Put down by St Joseph's College. Lovely leg drive by Chape.
Inside.
Still inside the 22, so an exit could be on the cards here. Penalty St Joe's, not releasing on the floor.
Blue 7, holding on.
Sam Lee penalised.
James Thompson stands over this one. He's been great with the boot all day. Kicks to the corner.
Surely will.
Got to take this chance now.
Or
Got to take this chance
of asking. What a great turnover on the ground.
Here we are, chap.
Surely now St Joseph's College must take the opportunities handed to them.
This atmosphere is special. Wilf, you remember it. How is that feeling?
It's great to have so many people behind you. You know, I played 2 festivals in tough years. I was at Kirkham's very first festival when they stormed the competition and gave them a good try of it on the Sunday morning, overthrown, and once again St Joseph's College not content to use the opportunities handed to them. But we played Kirkham right at the start of Sunday morning in the cup competition, and it was no crowd in at 9 o'clock, so we didn't have that support, and we were undone by a really talented Kirkham side, and this crowd really does make a difference.
It adds 2 inches to your height, 2 inches to your size, and a bag of confidence as well.
Another opportunity from the set piece for St Joseph's College. Ledesma claims possession, swung away excellently well by Thompson under loads of pressure, but that ball's gone loose. But it's been gathered by St Joe's, now back on the halfway, but still with possession. With just under 4 minutes left in this game. Lovely work to break the first defender. Thompson, Slatter, Clack. Oh, dinked through. The right idea with the wind at its back, but straight out on the full. Means a turnover, and St Joe's back inside their own half.
Your mark is here, White. Let's go, Blue!
I mean, the chances have been handed to them, and St. Joe's just haven't got a hold of them today.
Just close that gap, thank you.
Final score
Take a step.
on pitch
White
2,
10, take 2 steps.
I believe means that a win here for RGS High Wycombe will put them into the cup competition, as their driving maul brings them up to the 10
He's through the
metre.
middle, he's good.
Good work from St. Joseph's College to disrupt.
That's off.
Kusera's kick is deflected, but still in the hands of Lloyd. There's numbers in this wide channel. Flung wide once more. Oscar John went streaming away, but forward pass is the call. Still on for St. Joseph's College.
It still is. They've spent a half in this position.
Are you okay? Yeah, time off.
St. Joseph's College ball once more from the scrum. Thompson to feed. Slatter at 10. Harris is back on the field in centre.
Just over. Well done, you're doing well, guys. Keep it going. Good stuff.
Woodley waits on the far channel
Time is on.
with Meinhardt in the hole.
Okay, maintain the standard, guys. Hold your weight. Wait for that ball to come in. Crouch. Bind. Set. Okay, guys, it's gone. It's gone.
Messi at the scrum.
3 step, please.
Just a minute and a bit to go in this fixture.
Okay, that's it, yeah.
A win would bring such confidence, wouldn't it, to tomorrow, wouldn't it, Will?
Oh, it would. This St. Joe's side, if they see silver around their sights, no matter what the level of it is, they'll want to win it. They'll be confident. They'll be strong. So any more points on the board here instills a lot of confidence into this St. Joe's side.
The secondary competitions, there's still prizes to be won. Great pickup by Slatter. Spilled by Meinhardt, only backwards. Great pickup on the second time of asking. Good meters made.
Yeah, penalty advantage, Blue off his feet.
Penalty advantage for St. Joe's to play with. Through the forwards they go. Stripped in contact, but penalty St.
Come off
Joe's.
your feet. Mark is on me, chaps. Blue.
With the wind, the corner is the option once more, but the line-out has not functioned as St. Joe's would want it to.
Fantastic kick there from James Thompson.
Thank you.
We've been here before in this fixture. We're right at the closing stages now, and St. Joseph's College have yet another opportunity to turn the tide, to keep High Wycombe out of the cup competition and to take Sunday's games with a win in their back pocket. Into the arms of Ledesma, and the maul is set. The maul is rolling on towards the 22. The ball is available at the back. Use it as the call from the referee, but it's been locked in by High Wycombe.
Take it in by White, gentlemen. It's not used.
And it's been turned over. And RGS High Wycombe have come to Belstead Road and turned over the hosts. And I believe they may have secured themselves some cup rugby come Sunday. What an outstanding effort to beat Brighton and to beat St. Joseph's College. We'll have to wait on other results. We'll have it all confirmed for you later, but for St. Joseph's College, they will have rugby tomorrow, as will every other team who's been in action today. We'll leave you with celebrations, jubilations. We'll be back very shortly for our digest show, just to go through everything that's taken on today, our thoughts on what might occur tomorrow, and run you through exactly what rugby will be played and when. Don't go anywhere on the Pitch One live stream. We'll be outside the bar for the main show. Joe Burns very soon.
What a day to open up the 36th St Joe's National Rugby Schools Festival. Some dejected souls out here, I can tell you that, after suffering a few losses and heading into the plate when everyone who came here today had dreams of cup competition on day 2. But as it is, only 8 can progress, and we look forward to seeing the best of the bunch in action tomorrow. But as Wilf quite rightly said, there's rugby for everyone tomorrow. Rugby for all the boys who've taken to the field here today. And there'll be rugby for you here on the stream, starting bright and early with the same format. 2 pitches, going hammer and tong all day, but with only 8 sides remaining in the running to lift the De La Salle Trophy. That's right, we have loved bringing you the action. We've got a bit of a wrap-up show coming for you, but for now, we're going to take a brief break. And don't turn off the stream, because we're going to be back in 5 minutes with the commentators as a special guest to review the day's action and look ahead to tomorrow's finale. I bet you missed us, didn't you? We've been bringing you the action all day long, and we've been keeping you company on the stream, but you're here, you've made it to the after party, and I use the word after party precisely because, as you can see, there's a bit of a vibe here at St Joe's. In fact, I think, if my ears don't deceive me, they're playing a bit of Gangster's Paradise. So you really know that they're getting the party started in homage to the late, great Coolio. But anyway, enough of my record collection, because all we want to talk about is the hits from the 36th St Joe's National Schools Rugby Festival today, and I've got the finest men that I could amass to talk about it. We've got Will Roberts, we've got Will Stace, we've got Will Kemsley, who've been commentating on the commentary all day today. So they've seen every match, they know all the runners and the riders and the stories to be talking about. So lads, we'll start with you, Will.
Go on then.
Yeah, go on, let's go on. Give me your appraisal of the day's action that we've enjoyed today.
Oh, I mean, we came into this Joey's competition saying that it could be about sort of 8 or 9 teams that could give it a real run, and we sort of say that in our most positive and sort of grateful way possible, and yet we actually got that today. We got games coming down to single points. I don't think we got many draws though, which is quite nice. So all games were decided out on the field. Nothing left out there by players. And yeah, I think we've seen some real runners, some high flyers back at their best, some dark horses, and some fairly underwhelming performances. So you can take everything from that.
Oh, pantomime villain Will Roberts pipes up with the underwhelmers. We'll come back to that in a second, because I'd like to go next to the least impartial commentator in the business. We've got St Joe's 26th man Will Stace here, who has called fantastically throughout the day, I must say. And Will, what's your hot take on the action today?
So last year was the first year we got since that COVID rugby, and we did see sort of a decrease from what we're used to in schoolboy rugby. They had a really high standard. That was the highest we could get. It was lads that hadn't played rugby for almost a year in action, and then it came to it this year. We've seen that schoolboy rugby take another level, and some of these players are playing out of their skin, going right to the touchline. They're doing everything they can to try and win these games. There's some teams that have really shocked us, some teams who haven't. I'm sure we'll go through all of them, but with the quality today, it's been insane. Some of these teams are really doing well, and we've been shocked on some of our predictions.
Oh, okay, and Will, former head boy of St Joe's, but now carving a career on the commentary circuit.
I said in the live stream a couple of times just how unpredictable the day's been, and that's absolutely the case. There's plenty of teams like RGS Wycombe, I think, sneaking into the cup in the last game. That's so impressive. Marlborough's draw with Kirkham was the first game that I watched today. That was really unexpected. Kirkham on the whole I've been pretty disappointed with, to be honest, because I watched them down in Clifton the other week, and they beat Clifton College, who then went and battered Millfield, and yeah, Kirkham, losing out to a couple of teams that I think they could have done better with. But my standout have really been Denton, and I said on the live stream there was a bit of patter about Denton. There wasn't a lot of humbug about them going to the tournament. We didn't think, oh, Denton are one to watch out for. They've blown us out the water today. Genuinely outstanding performances. When they took apart Dulwich, who themselves didn't have the greatest day, I was so shocked by how comprehensive that was. And then that Wellington game as well. What a shock, really. Denton, I would love to see a Denton side who have been such great servants to this tournament and have given so much entertainment. I'd love to see a Denton side go on and win this.
I always back Denton. Myself, so maybe you and I should have a chat next time, Wilf, and I'll give you the inside scoop. What about our fourth Mikeman of the Commentaryopolis?
Yeah, no, I mean, Will stole my bit there. I was hoping that he wasn't going to mention Denton at the end, but he did. So, unfortunately, yeah, he stole my thunder a little bit. But Denton definitely, I think, have been the strongest team today. I mean, certainly when I've seen, they've just got such intensity. And we know, I mean, if you know anything about Denton, you know that they've prided themselves on their pack, pride themselves on their forwards, and they've just shown that throughout the whole day, that they can really bring that intensity. And I think a lot of teams haven't been able to match them. I think that's the biggest thing here, is that Denton really have pushed themselves forwards.
Okay, so I think the overriding message here is that we all love Denton. We all love Denton, and we think that they're going to go on to some pretty great shakes tomorrow. But they are in a very, very tough half of the draw. We're going to talk about that, but we're going to go through it group by group. And I'd like to touch on a recent champion, Wellington, who came second, and they got dispatched pretty handsomely, 22-0 by that Denton team. They've come second, so they will be playing Trinity. More on them in a moment. What do we make of Wellington, who are going to be going through to the Cup?
I think Wellington have had a tricky start coming into this. They had both Rory Taylor and Harrison Hall, two of their sort of link men at 10 and 12, been withdrawn from this competition. So to lose your sort of key players such as that so late on probably changed their tactics ever so slightly. But nevertheless, they've been able to come up with some really good running rugby. I think you'd be hard to find, if you just watch the games without thinking about scores or numbers, it'd be tricky to sort of post these guys as a second place team. I mean, they looked in patches like they could be real title contenders, and to play Trinity in the knockout group tomorrow, I mean, that's going to be an absolute humdinger.
Well, yes, so they meet Trinity, and they have been the talk of the town. It's their first time here at St Joe's, and they've been desperate to get involved in the competition for a number of years. Finally, they've been given admittance, and they've, of course, won the National Schools Championship last year. So they come with a great reputation, but they haven't gone through the whole day unscathed, lads. So what happened in that last game against Marlborough, who, yeah, they're not in the Cup competition, but wow, did they put in a good performance? And Marlborough missing a number of their first team players as well, as I understand.
I've been impressed by Marlborough all day. When Marlborough came out and held Kirkham to a draw, I think that really shook them off their rhythm. And then Marlborough's number 10, who we must grab the name of, his kicking off the tee and out of hand has been fantastic. He had an opportunity in this game against Trinity to win the game from penalty, and he missed, which happens, you know, at this level and at every level. And then he got another one from 20 yards further away and slotted it with ease, and it was a great moment, and Marlborough was so happy. And I think that Marlborough are going to do a job on whoever they come up against in this this secondary competition. I really think they're my favourites for the plate, which is still a really important competition. We want everyone to tune into. Loads of good rugby to play. But yeah, I wouldn't hold that result against Trinity too much, because I think there was just so much passion going on. Trinity have still got so many dangerous players, so many really big players who they can rely on when things go, you know, right to the line.
Now, Tom, your misfortune of being fourth in line and at the end is that all the other boys have given their analysis and their feedback, and we've sort of covered every team. So it means that I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you who's going to win those games between Denton and Kirkham and Trinity and Wellington tomorrow. Who's going through in the gruesome half of the draw?
Well, I mean, I definitely think, as I say, we're quite fans of Denton. I think that if they keep that intensity tomorrow, hopefully they haven't burnt themselves out today. They started to show a little bit of flaking in that last game that they played, perhaps not as strong as they had been to begin with. So as long as they can keep that intensity, I think they've got a real good chance of continuing through the competition. And the second game, remind me of those two teams again. Just
Trinity and Wellington.
Trinity and Wellington.
Couple of heavyweights in hoops.
Definitely. I think Trinity really, as we said, up and coming. They're coming through the ranks, done so well last season. They've had a little bit of trouble in these games. They had that really close game against Marlborough, as they said, and all it was the penalties in the end that paid against them. So I think that it's really, really tight. Perhaps for me, they might just edge it out, I think, over Wellington. Just about.
Ooh, do you agree, boys?
I do agree. I was watching Trinity today, and my main cause of concern is when new teams come into the festival, how can they adapt to this format? They've got 25 minutes to make a difference. It's about taking every opportunity. Game management becomes different. Penalties become that more solid option. So for Trinity to come through today and just shine out of that group, it's what was expected, it's what they've done, they've delivered. They're an impressive side, and there's no reason why they can't go on to lift that De La Salle trophy tomorrow.
I just want to say, I think a real key point about Trinity, and it's a name that I want to keep on mentioning, because he is, for me, I called it at the start on the Next Gen podcast. I said Josh Bellamy will be the player of the tournament, and I will stand by that. Trinity's number 10.
Haven't seen anyone better yet, no?
No, not yet. I think that in the highlights that we just saw on the screen, his passing ability, assists, he scored the first try, he's converted pretty much every one as well. When they've usually taken him off for one half and brought him on for the other, and they look like two completely different sides. So So I think that he will get a bit more of a run out tomorrow in the more crucial games, the more crucial moments, and former Dave Allred's kicking cup champion. So if it does come down to the boot, then Josh Bellamy's got it.
Do you know the guy running that competition used to coach me how to kick?
Really?
So, you know, it doesn't say everything. It doesn't say everything. No, I'm only joking. A fine competition and a fine bit of silverware to have on the mantelpiece. You want to say something, Wilf?
I'm keen to talk about the next set of games because I've got your player of the day, and that's absolutely Stevenson from Newcastle, the number 13.
Dan Stevenson, yeah.
He's been fantastic. He's done everything. He's been everywhere for Newcastle. Newcastle started off the day pretty poorly, 24-0 loss to Millfield, but it was early, and Millfield have been fantastic, so I'm not going to hold that against them. But however, what I will say is that Stevenson's impact has been massive, and I think he really is the player of the day for me.
Well, there you go. We see him in full flight here. Nice little line and then some footwork and a little bit of a roly-poly and an ungraceful finish, but a finish nevertheless. So that's a glimpse of what that man can do for RGS Newcastle. Tournament winners here 3 editions ago, I think.
Well, Dan Stevenson, using his rugby league background, rugby league player by nature, so coming into this sort of format where breaking the line and sort of heading those one-up runners is more frequent and more important, then I think it bodes really nicely for that Newcastle back line, which impressed last year, and it's pretty much the same one this year. So take of that what you will.
Well, Wilf, you've successfully hijacked my running order, and we seem to be on Group 3 now. And I'm gonna hand the mic down to Tom, because Tom's gonna get first crack at this, even though Wilf sort of sullied it a little bit with some RGS Newcastle chat, who came second, and they'll be playing Hampton in the knockouts. Let's talk about the group winners, Millfield, the famous hoops of Millfield, reigning champions, they're competition animals. They're at the Rosslyn Park Sevens final last year, and they've been in countless finals here as well. So I'm sure they've impressed you, as they've impressed everyone.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, throughout their first 2 games were dominant nilled performances where they didn't allow their oppositions any way into the game at all. Came up with that last fixture and it just had a little bit of a few cracks showing, a few mistakes, a few knock-ons, perhaps a bit of tiredness towards the end of the day. But as soon as they could, they really brought it on, and they came through with 3 tries in the second half to just really see out that game. They did so well. So yeah, constantly moving forward. I'm sure they'll recuperate tonight and come back tomorrow even stronger.
And how will they go against RGS High Wycombe, who we saw in action their final game of the day on pitch number 1, defeating St Joe's, I'm sad to say, chaps?
Yeah, St Joe's, it's not been our day. The school's currently in a transition period. It's what we're calling it. There's a new development of coaches that have come in. You've got Ronan Winter. He's got a wealth of experience in Nat 1 and the championship. And then you've got Lee Soper, who's got a range of experience in the Army. He's been part of that Army team, being the coach there. So these lads that have come in as coaches, they've really adapted to this environment. They understand the schoolboy element to every single piece there is, and they've really taken a chance of it, taken a hold of it. And I'm sure that we'll hear from 2 St Joe's lads to speak on that coaching, to speak on their day. It's not been our day, but I'm sure.
Oh, there you go. Do you know what? We don't have enough lads in this shot, so let's bring a couple more. We got a couple of the St Joe's boys, and chaps, very, very sad to see you not quite manage to register a victory today. I know there's a lot of expectation, there's a lot of build-up emotionally for you with the festival. How was it for you out there, guys?
Yeah, it's still brilliant. You know, getting the opportunity to run out with these boys on these famous pitches, it's just amazing. Win, lose or draw. Had a really more younger team this year, and those boys have really just taken those shirts with both hands and not let go. The results might not have gone our way this year, but I can tell you for sure that the future is very bright at this college.
Yeah, I think the first and third games especially, we gave our everything, to be honest. We didn't come away with the goods at the end of the day, but I think we showed a heart on that pitch that we should be proud of the performance for.
Yeah, no, so I look at how the group finished up with Hampton up top and RGS High Wycombe in second, and you know, you only lost 7-0 to Hampton, and it was such a tight affair right there against RGS High Wycombe. As you said, fine margins, and there must be a real sense of, I know that it's youthful and you know there's future ahead, but there must be a big sense of, oh, do you know what might have been, and we were so close.
Not really, no, because we have a whole season ahead, and this is just as big as the festival is. It's just another chance for us to grow, and we don't like to focus on the losses or the things that could have gone our way or the passes that could have gone to hand. Just look to try and build upon it, and we've still got a lot of rugby ahead of us in this season, in future seasons, tomorrow. So yeah, we're just buzzing to go again, really.
Yeah, building on from what Sanos said, obviously it's disappointing not to get the victories or potentially go through to the trophy competition. But obviously we still have 3 games of rugby tomorrow. We still have the, is it the bowl to compete for, the bowl and the shield to compete for. So we're going to come out, give it our all again, and hopefully bring home some silverware, yeah.
I've got a question for you, lads. You've had this week of preparation. You've been sort of the royalty of the school. What does that truly mean to you to play for St Joe's, wear that badge? And while results may have not gone our way, you've impressed a lot of people. Those young lads running about, playing rugby in their mini games, just so inspiring to them. How does that make you feel? And if you've got a message to them, the future, you've seen them, the under-11s, what's your message to the future of St Joe's?
Personally, so I joined the school year 3, I was 7 years old. I hadn't even played rugby at that point. My first festival, I came here and I just wanted to play it. And finally coming through, playing last year, playing this year, it's honestly the best experience of my life so far. Spending the weekend with your brothers in the hotel, all around boarding through the week, and on the pitch as well, it's simply amazing, to be honest. It's what I've dreamed of doing, coming up through the school. Every year you come to the festival, all the age groups here are watching us, and when you finally get that chance to run through that tunnel, be on a pitch 1 in front of everyone else, it's a special feeling, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, in all honesty. I joined the college slightly later in year 8, and then we're coming to my first festival only a couple of months after I joined, and seeing at the time what they were, these absolute monsters of young men run out onto that pitch 1, and I knew that then on, that is what I have to do. That's why I've come to this school, because that's what epitomises it. We all come together as one huge family, and to now have the opportunity last year and this year again to run out there and to lead the boys onto that pitch, it's just amazing to know that maybe if it's just one young boy or one young girl which I can inspire to go play rugby and just be a part of the St Joe's family, that is more than enough for me.
Tell you what, fine words to end on. I admire and we appreciate that positive mindset, lads, and we know that the red and white will be bouncing back plenty strong tomorrow, boys. So I'll let you get off. You've got a long evening ahead. You've got a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Thanks so much for your efforts today. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to call the boys back on if they can hear me over there. There they are. There they are. Yeah, look at Tom. He's right in to try and get himself a better spot on the line. He's been shunted out by Will Roberts. Will comes in last place. It's sort of like a commentator Mario Kart, isn't it? Yeah, Tom throwing out the red shell to scupper Wilf there at the very last moment. All right, okay, look, let's crack on. Wilf, you're in the unlucky seat now, so give me your predictions. Hampton versus RGS Newcastle, Millfield versus RGS High Wycombe in the Cup. Who's going through from those two?
I think High Wycombe played really well in that last game, and to grind out a 3-0 against Brighton is no mean feat. But Millfield look unbelievable, which, you know, is a classic St Joseph's College festival thing. Millfield just come and they turn it on. You know, following that Clifton result the other week, and you know, their results coming into the tournament weren't perhaps as strong as people would consider, but the opposition they choose to put themselves against are so strong. So when you put them into a tournament like this, where we're not all Sedbergh, they turn it on. They do, and they just are so ruthless every time they're in the red zone and scoring points. So I can't see them. I can't see anything but a Millfield win in that game. And in terms of Hampton versus Newcastle, I've been really, really happy with Hampton so far. Interesting enough, in pre-season, in 15-minute, 15-a-side games, Hampton came out on top against Wellington and Trinity and times like that in pre-season, and they're undefeated. Giving today's results, they're 9-0 this season, which is pretty impressive. But I'm going to stand by Dan Stevenson as my player of the tournament, and therefore I think Newcastle have enough in them to go through it.
Oh, big call. Anyone disagree? Anyone want to say that Wilf doesn't know what he's talking about?
Wilf knows exactly what he's talking about, I think.
There we go, yeah. So it's unanimous, is it? RGS Newcastle and Millfield.
I think so. I mean, we always go on, Wilf.
I think RGS Newcastle is a controversial shout. I actually think Hampton look fantastic, and they're working their way towards being a very impressive side. They've had a few injuries though, and I just think
if my player of the tournament shout is to be correct, Newcastle have to get to the final.
I think that we always come into these sort of competitions pushing Hampton to be one of the favourites, and by just pure example of last year's St Joe's, you can look at sort of Sedbergh Tens and Rosslyn Park as well, that Hampton don't seem to fare well in these sort of competitions. They're doing amazingly in the 70-minute format, and potentially that's where their strengths lie, but I think that they are sort of classic sort of banana skin and will slip up, and RGS Newcastle might just be that very team.
Interesting. Is that going to be a bit of motivation for the Golden Blacks?
Is it punching bags all over again? Is it punching bag gate?
Is it punching bag gate? Well, look, we're seeing them here.
I mean, this score from Williams was class, and it set up a really nice finish for them in that RGS High Wycombe game. Their back line, I mean, the players that they have on offer, even though they've sort of lost Jamie Brownleader, he's out injured, but bringing in Max Cardosi at 10, they've got Zach Gellety. These guys, Henry Wiseman as well, these guys are good, strong rugby players, but I just think that the physicality that Newcastle can bring just sort of gives them that little bit more of an edge as you go further into this competition.
Okay. There are, of course, 8 more teams still in the competition. We're going to move on to the plate because all 16 teams are as important as the next. Of course, we want to crown a champion, but there are plenty more juicy games to go. So let's have a look at, let's talk about Hurstpierpoint, Dulwich, Marlborough and Whitchurch, who will be in the mixer for the plate competition tomorrow.
I watched Hurstpierpoint earlier on in the day, and their day started off really tough. They seem to have the quality in there. They genuinely have a really strong side. But some of the fixtures just didn't go their way, and I believe it's Wellington. I watched them in that first game. They completely held them off. They got their first points of the game, sat back. For the rest of that first half, they were out of possession. And once again, Hurstpierpoint, some of these tries you're watching. Dulwich, they haven't come out as the usual Dulwich side we've always seen at the festival, and Hurstpierpoint took reward of that. They had a brilliant game versus Dulwich, and I'm sure, who was on that? Who commentated that one? Tom, did you have that one?
It might have been myself, I think, yeah. And I mean, Dulwich has seen this morning, it's that first game against Denton. Denton came out really strong and they struggled a little bit there. But I think that there's opportunities for all of these teams to really surprise. It's a 2-day festival. You know, where you play on day one, okay, you may not get into the competition you want to be in, but actually a night off and an opportunity.
So just correct you because you're covering the antenna there. We want to hear you, Tom. We want to hear Tom. So don't cover the antenna.
Apologies, but yeah, I think that there's plenty of opportunities for all sides. This is a 2-day tournament. You know, it's so easy to get hung up on day one and how they perform. And yeah, of course, that's massively important to moving forward and how they can come forward in the rest of the competition. But some of them having a night off, having the time to recuperate, perhaps look back over some of the games, the way they played, have a look as well at some of the other teams and how they've been performing and their kind of way of playing. Actually, you can really help yourself and go, right, we've got you for day 2.
Yeah, quite right. I wonder if the teams are going to be locked in watching replays of the stream to look at some of the opposition that they've got ahead of themselves. I certainly know that I would be if I was in their position. Now, 4 remaining teams that we need to find out about that position are Quags, St Joe's, Brighton former champions as well 4 years ago, and Strathallan, who can count themselves very unlucky to not find themselves in the cup competition. The Scotsmen coming here for the first time in their history.
So Strathallan, there's a fun fact in there. Their head coach, Nick Hill, he was here at St Joe's. He wanted a new challenge. He chose Strathallan, and we agreed for them to come to the festival. We missed, you know, that Scottish side being in the tournament. Strathallan had come in. They had a great performance versus Quags Wakefield, but when you're facing Millfield, you can't expect much. They had a really tough afternoon, but they've shown some impressive rugby, and it's great to see that Scottish side. They had the bagpipes going, they had plenty of tries going over. Strathallan really came into their own on the first day of the festival, so it's nice to see that Scottish side taking that chance in the festival again. Brighton, one to mention, they've not made it into the cup. When was the last time that happened? I cannot remember. Ever since they've joined, they've been the strongest side in the tournament. They've been one of the strongest. You're thinking about them winning. But we haven't seen that Brighton College side. They fell short in that squad, in that group, and RGS High Wycombe came out and they took charge of it.
It's a Brighton Marlborough plate final for me. I think that Quags might have their heads down after quite a tough day today. But for me, it's a Brighton-Marlborough final. I think Brighton are definitely a good enough team to be in that cup competition. You know, taking Wellington all the way to the end. They were leading that Wellington game right up until a fantastic conversion put them over the line. Wellington, that is. And I think Brighton have got too much quality for the plate competition. In the same way that I think if Marlborough can give it to Kirkham and can give it to Trinity, then there's no reason why any side in that plate competition is going to be able to give them a game. I really do think it's going to be quite straightforward in that regard.
I think Brighton is such an interesting subject at the moment, and you sort of look at how have they ended up in this position. As Will's mentioned, it's not usual that we'll find them in the plate. And for me, you've got to look at their back row and their lack of their real talisman, Toby Vander. Now, he's been out injured for the majority of this season and won't be back. They thought potentially could be back for the festival. They've managed to get Ethan Dando back, their skipper, but not Toby Vander. They had Johnny Smith last year, the Harlequins man, who basically single-handedly sort of took them to the final, sort of turnover after turnover after try, sort of really sort of marched them forward. And I think without that leadership and that go-forward ball from a back row threat such as Vander, then Brighton have really lost their edge and can't get out to those sort of Galbraith Gibbons, Keelan Farrell, these guys who've got wheels on the wing, because there's just no front foot ball for them at the moment.
Knowledge bombs dropped from Will Roberts, everybody. Okay, what are we saying, Tom? Highest calibre and most competitive St Joe's yet?
Yeah, I think so. I think the big thing is that we're all mentioning different teams that we thought should be right up there, and they haven't been, and they haven't been able to get the same success. And perhaps that's down more to other teams stepping up their level, stepping up their game, going, you know what, we're not going to have a normal year. We're not going to let you walk over us. We're not going to let the big guns take over, and we're going to break our way in. And I think a lot of these teams have tried to push through that way. As I say, we've seen Brighton, some close, tight games. They've been unlucky to an extent, but just the other teams just having that extra edge. That Hampton game at the end there, just edging them out, just holding on. And Brighton had the ball for most of that game. They were able to continually go forwards, and actually it was Hampton that were able to keep them out in defence, so it was great work.
All right, chaps, as I've just caught a glimpse of myself in the big screen, and not only are we all shivering like penguins, but I think that my toupee might blow clean off and go all the way back home to southwest London from here, the gusts of wind that are going through. So, in reverse order, my boy band of commentators. I would like your cup champion and your plate champion, please. Plate champion, then cup champion. We'll do it in that order.
I think Marlborough plate champions. And I think RGS Newcastle. RGS Newcastle,
you
Millfield
are really
final.
backing this player of the
RGS
tournament, Shao, aren't you? You're letting it cloud
Millfield
all of your
final.
impartiality.
Dan Stevenson scoring the 25th minute to beat Millfield.
All right, then. That's a tough act to follow, Tom. Come on, then.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marlborough, yeah, potentially have got that little bit of edge, potentially in the plate competition, but I mean, I've been really liking them. The first game I watched them, Denton are just so strong. And I think that intensity, if they continue that for the rest of the competition tomorrow, got a real good chance of going all the way. It just depends where they can keep that steam in the tank.
I'm going to go for, in the plate, which is now called the bowl competition, I'm going to go for Brighton College. It's a boring answer, but I feel like their quality was shown here today. I don't think the results showed exactly who they are. I think Brighton will come out firing tomorrow morning in the early parts of Sunday, and they'll fire out. And the winners, I think it's going to be an 8th competition win for Millfield.
That's a good shout. I'm going to go left field with my bowl and down the middle with my cup. I think Whitchurch for the bowl. I mean, we've not spoken about them yet, but they played some really good rugby.
God, no, you're right. We haven't spoken about Whitchurch. Give me your elevator pitch for Whitchurch now.
I think that a real key loss, they lost their 8 in the first match in the first few minutes, gutting for him. It seemed like a really bad knee injury, and we hope that he's all okay. But we're having a look at a bit of Whitchurch here on this big screen, and just the size of that pack. I mean, these boys are big and heavy and muscly, and they're handling as well. I think that Whitchurch will come out of nowhere and give us a good showing in the bowl, and then in the cup, Trinity, Josh Bellamy. Have that, Dan Stevenson.
All right, there you go. I think that my mic is about to run out of battery, and also I'm about to run out of layers to keep myself sufficiently warm. I am going to go, I'm going to go Marlborough for the bowl. Fair and enough. For the De La Salle, I'm going to see the men from Hampton. The men from Hampton break their competition hoodoo and go all the way and lift the trophy. How about that, boys? Right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for your comms throughout the day. And as famous and unfamous coaches have always said, you cannot win a competition on the first day. You can lose it, but there's 8 of them who are still in the mix. The only way, though, to find out who is going to be raising the De La Salle trophy is by tuning in with us tomorrow, bright and early on the stream. Myself and all the boys can't wait to bring you all the action, the thrills, the spills, the high drama, and maybe a new name on the De La Salle trophy. But until then, we're going to go and enjoy ourselves here at St Joe's, the 36th National Schools Festival. Good evening, everybody. Well done, boys. That was good fun, wasn't it? Yeah. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough. 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.